The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The journey to the finals is underway at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. World champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the winning column, rebounding after a round one loss to join the crowd in second place. Reigning GCT champ Alireza Firouzja's chances of defending his title are looking good, picking up the full point to join a three-way tie for first. A trio of names grace the top of the leaderboard. Will they become mainstays or be replaced by new contenders? Day 3 of Can't Miss Chess. Coming up next.
Hello chess fans and welcome to round 3 of the Sinquefield Cup. We are in downtown of St. Louis, the capital of chess in America, and we are ready for the action to start. So let's go to the studio and follow the games.
After day 2 of the 2025 Sinquefield Cup, there are 3 players tied at the top. Big prize money and Grandchester points are still up for grabs, as our live coverage from St. Louis starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the Sinquefield Cup. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
You got it, you nailed it. Hi Peter, hi Nazi, it's wonderful to be with you. Hello everyone, welcome to our show. This 2025 Sinquefield Cup is sure getting off to a great start. 2 uncompromising rounds of chess have featured 2 victories per round, and it could have been a lot more, as these players are just going for the gold. And, Nasi, do the honors. We have a tie at the top.
Let's have a look at the standings after 2 rounds. We have 3 co-leaders, Alireza, Firouzja, Levon, Aronian, and Praggnanandhaa all have 1.5 points. Then we have 5 players with 1 point, Jan-Krzysztof at 0.5, and Nodirbek at 0.
Hard to believe to see Nodirbek there at 0. And tell us about the
Format.
format.
We have a 10-player round-robin event with classical time control. 90 minutes for first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and it's a regular scoring system.
And our schedule.
Today they're back for round 3. Every day they play 1 game a day. After round 5, they'll get 1 rest day, then they'll be back for 4 more rounds. And on Wednesday, if there is no clear winner, they'll have playoffs for the Sinquefield Cup. However, we have a separate playoff day for Grandchester standings for that final 4.
Absolutely. And Peter, we have some of the highest rated players in the world. In the
Absolutely.
GCT
And
tour.
today's graphic makes my life very, very easy. I get to name some very strong players and also talk about why the Grandchester tour is as strong as it is. This is the August FIDE list, and of the top players in the world, we have 5 playing here. The list, as you can see, is headed by Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, currently the only 2 players above 2,800. And then we have players in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th and 8th position, all present here. And if you look at the rest of the Sinquefield Cup 2025, they're also not very far behind. On the next screen, you see there Wesley in 13th, Levon in 16th, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, our quote-unquote lowest rated player at 27-20, ranked world 23rd, which means that only Sevian is outside the world top 25, only our wild card, and he is really not that far away either. So an absolutely star-studded field, which is really not a surprise considering the fact that the way the tour is formulated every year is that invites go out to pretty much every single top player, and most of them accept. So you get fields like this. A pleasure to watch. Let's take a look at what awaits us in round 3, Yasser.
Thank you, Peter. Indeed. Nasi, do the honors. Pairings.
Let's have a look. In round 3, we have Sevian facing Gukesh, Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Praggnanandhaa, Fabiano Caruana facing Alireza Firouzja.
Another big one.
Absolutely. Then we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Levon, Aronian, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda facing Wesley.
And the players are fighting some very big prize money.
Yes, total prize fund for this event is $350,000. First place winner takes home $100,000, second place $65,000, just big prizes for everybody. And they're fighting for Grandchester points to make it to the final four.
As the players are getting ready for this, the round
They're
3,
being
you can
wounded.
see, yes, the security check, no electronics.
Yeah, Jan-Krzysztof's game yesterday was a heartbreaking game for him because it was actually a lot more difficult than we thought. Even in analysis, we missed a lot of ideas which Alireza did see.
Right.
I thought he just wasn't really playing all that well, when in fact he was gambling.
Yeah.
He was going for a position he suspected and maybe even knew wasn't great, but he saw a lot more than we did. And it was a calculated gamble, which ended up paying off, even against somebody as strong as Jan-Krzysztof. That old Tal quote about the Dark Forest, I think, very much in force there. So yeah, Alireza clearly came here to play, but for Jan-Krzysztof, of course, a massive, massive full point going a begging.
Exactly. As we saw.
What a matchup we have today between Fabi and Alireza.
Absolutely. For Fabi, he started with 2 draws. It wasn't like he had much in those games. Kind of a meh after the Rapid and Blitz, still recovering from that
Although I feel like his mindset after the Rapid and Blitz was, I think, maybe the way to go, because he said in more than one interview that he actually considers himself lucky to still finish second.
Absolutely.
And that's a way to look at the upside.
That was the upside.
He blew a huge lead.
Yep.
You could be very upset. You could continue kind of dwelling on the fact that 3 full tour points have gone missing there.
Right.
But he is looking at it from the other side. He's saying, I played so shakily in the Blitz, I could have actually not even finished second.
Exactly.
And it's a huge plus that I did.
Right.
But yeah, so far, nothing really to show in this tournament. Yesterday, he was surprised in our studio when we showed him some lines. But I think what happened yesterday with Fabi is something that happens to a lot of us a lot of the time, where you fight for equality, and then your opponent does something which is actually not that great, but you fail to appreciate that the evaluation changed from you being slightly worse to you being better.
Right.
You think, okay, now I equalize.
Right.
And you're very happy with it. But in fact, it was already time to start playing for a win. And there was one very specific moment where he could have actually put some pressure on Pragg.
Bishop A6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's very, very missable when your mindset is still, I should equalize.
Exactly. I think that's exactly what he said in the interview, that he was just happy that he saw he could equalize.
Yes. I think that was actually one of my big problems as a chess player. I had the flip side of that. When I had thought I had equalized, the trend's my friend, I must be better.
Is no one going to mention Levon's amazing shirt today?
I was about to say the sartorial splendor of Levon.
I've been waiting for the opportunity.
Exactly.
I just absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Red and white suits him well. And these 2 players, they must have played 200 games.
Well, I think they've actually played seriously somewhere in the neighborhood of like 110 when you add in the Rapid and the Blitz from the Grand Chess Tour against one another, and remember their World Cup where they had, the tie break that went on forever and ever. And in an interview I was having with MBL, he says, well, we're working on our next 100 games. I'll say, well, it's going to be a trilogy, my best games, with Levon Aronian.
Just with Levon.
Yeah. I think if you factor in all the online they must have played against each other, they have to be pretty close to 200.
Agreed. Actually, that would be a great way to troll somebody. My best games against Peter Svidler. It's like, what?
Yeah,
why pick on
the
me?
hottest candidates there would be, at some point it was clearly Michael Adams, but then we kind of drifted apart as opponents and stopped playing each other in every tournament.
And speaking of their head-to-head, the jokes that we have been making.
And this is just classical games. They have 33 draws, and Levon has only +1, 8 wins and 7 losses.
Well, from MBL's perspective, only, I mean, it's ridiculous.
That's almost 50 classical only, which means
Right.
that they must be around 150 all.
When you're right, when you start adding in the Rapids and the Blitz, and as we know, there's a lot of Blitz games. When you're sitting down, the player I played the most, I think, was probably Viktor Korchnoi. I think I played him like 25 games. I mean, it's sort of like when you know somebody that well, it's sort of like, I don't want to play you anymore. I find you disgusting. Go away, please.
And Fabi's starting with first d4.
D2, D4. Okay.
Do we expect second move g6 from Alireza?
He's done that on occasions in the tour.
No,
but
it came
not
very,
today.
very quickly, E6. Either Queen's Gambit declined, or Nimzo.
Nimzo, maybe.
Looking that way, bishop b4. We're going to see
hesitatingly.
e3 that we saw yesterday. We had 3 games with e3.
Nope.
Nope.
Commentator's courage. Just when you were getting enthusiastic too. Yeah, the
I'm
Rubinstein
happy
E2.
to see something different.
Yeah, E2, E3 has really become extremely popular.
I've heard you say yesterday you like to play queen c2 line in the
Oh yes,
classical.
yeah. Well, it was really sad actually. I had been playing Queen C2 pretty much because of Capablanca, and I had developed some ideas. And then Gary took up the line and just made me look awful because he was just coming up with some incredibly original ideas, like including H2, H4 is white.
Wow.
It's like, what? You play Queen C2 and H2, H4 is white? And he did
Like
it
in
actually.
modern days, that's no surprise to play h4 in every opening, but back then.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, knight f3. So what could we be thinking about?
There's b6.
C7, C5, B7, B6. Castles is the most
And
flexible, and of course D5.
Could transpose into Ragozin.
Exactly. So it's all in the hands of Alireza what kind of game he wants today. After D7, D5, Ragozin, well, we have been seeing these Queen A4 check lines and even the Bishop G5 lines. So lots of stuff. We're going to take a pause on this one. And first of all, how do they match up, Nazi?
Let's have a look at their head-to-head. Wow, was not expecting that. Fabiano has 9
That's
wins.
a big score for that.
3 losses and 9 draws. +6 in classical matchups.
I'm suspecting a lot of those 9 wins came when Alireza was quite young, as if he's not already, right? But 9 wins, that's big.
He doesn't look very amused right now.
No.
It was not expecting knight f3.
Knight f3 is...
It must be so hard to prepare against Fabiano. He plays absolutely everything.
Well, what we saw during the Rapid and Blitz was Fabi was this constant moving target. He was mixing all kinds of openings and defenses. It's hard for us to guess.
By the way, we have this exact same position with d5 in the game of Jan-Krzysztof and Wesley. We don't have to go there, it's just exactly
It's
the
the
same
same. D7, D5 has been played.
Let's check with MVL and Levon because we do have French defense. Levon was playing that yesterday with the white pieces.
And this was the Queen B2 line.
Yeah, he had this in the Rapid and Blitz against Lanier, that game where he mixed something up and was pretty much lost straight out of the opening, but ended up not getting punished because Lanier did not find the correct continuation. But not expecting him to move out, to mix up his moves today. I think he's double-checked everything since.
Yeah, this has all been played.
It's a sharp theoretical line.
Yeah.
There's still 300 games in the database.
Just having lunch with Firouzja, and we were talking about how the French is somehow being rehabilitated, and we spoke about this line in particular, the Queen B2 line, the whole Knight F6.
Probably started with the World Championship match. We saw a lot of French there.
The World
I think it
Champion with
was
Ding?
Ding, yes.
Yes. And wasn't it during the Rapid and Blitz where we saw Queen H4 check,
Yeah.
Bishop F2, and then Queen D8? Not that I know the nuances here, Peter.
Both are playable, and the differences are very minute, and it's difficult to I think, I wouldn't even attempt to explain it, despite actually having looked at this somewhat recently, because there was a threat of somebody playing this against me, so I had to check it.
Threat.
Yeah, a bit of a threat, honestly, yeah. Yeah, Queen D8 is very solid. I think black holds after both Queen H4 and Queen D8 if you play very precisely. The positions remain quite dangerous, and for me, I've never played the French with black. I have played it with white quite a bit at some point, and the temptation is always, like, I feel like I should be a little bit better. Because, I mean, obviously development advantage and the ideas of pushing a 4, a 5, and in particular in the Queen D8 lines, if we actually go back to the larger screen, one line that could happen here is something like castles queen c8 with the idea of bishop c5, and now we can play, for instance, rook b3, bishop c5, knight e2. Some very strong players have tried this. It's a very serious line. And the positions you get after, let's say, castles, white can play. Yeah, there are various ways of playing. I think we were playing rook ff3 here and trying to put the knight on d4 and then go for an attack on the king side. And this becomes very, very tricky for black. But defensive resources, as is often the case in modern chess, like if you actually know what you're doing, if you've looked at this with a computer in particular, you might have to make a number of possibly only moves, but you should survive at the back end of it. Castles is not the only move. You can play bishop b6, which would actually transpose us back into the linear game, which went, I think, queen c8, queen d8, linear played bishop d4, bishop a3, and for those of our viewers who have not seen the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, f5 was played by linear. You absolutely have to play rook c8 here. Instead, Levon castled, f6, gf6, and linear did not. I mean, I'm sure he found the move. He just decided not to make it. It's not a very difficult move. Castles pretty much wins here. Very close to just straight up winning. Instead, linear took ef6, and then after king h8, black is back on very much on firm ground with the rook coming out via g6. So that was the previous foray into these waters by Levon, and should not really be a surprise for MVL. Levon somewhat deviates by not giving the check on h4, but still, I think if you expect this line at all, and you should, because Levon played it recently, you should probably check both.
Yeah.
So,
queen c8 on the board, by the way.
Yeah, castles queen c8 on the board. You can try rook fb1. There are some very, very long lines which result, I think, in equal endgame starting rook. Well, this also looks very logical, right?
Yeah.
Rook fb1 and then f4, f5. And black survives absolutely by the skin of their teeth. I think this goes bishop b5 here, attacking the rook. If knight takes b5, a takes b5, and it's important that we want to castle. We don't really care if we lose a pawn on the queen side. We just need to secure the king position. And some positions like this end up being okay. I think maybe rook b6 is actually slightly more testing. Castles, and now you can try a4. There was, I think, I was watching that in the World Cup, I want to say 2021, a good friend of mine, Kirill Alexeyenko, was playing against a very strong player, and they blitzed out, I think, 30 moves here, starting with a4, queen c4, not queen c5, queen c4, knight takes b5, a takes b5, queen c4, bc4, fe, and rook a1, I think. And they continued blitzing for another 5 moves, both of them knowing exactly what they were headed towards. And it was just so fun to watch.
That's like impressive.
This seems like a completely random endgame, move 25, and people are not stopping. People are still making forced choices here. So yeah, there's a lot of theory here. What I'm trying to say is there's a lot of theory. But as I mentioned, I had occasion to kind of look through it recently, could not refute it. Yeah. The engines do not actually show much of an advantage if you know exactly what you're doing. I'm very curious what MVL will show, because MVL generally does not come unprepared, does not come empty. Yeah. And if he does find something, it's good news for all of us 1e4 players, because this is one of the problems currently.
Right. This is the Berlin, this is the Rui Lopez, this is just about everything. And actually, when I really do think about it, I mean, well, obviously they're two of the best players in the world, but they're also theoretically really very good players, and they're theoreticians. And we're seeing a top-notch theory between these two. All right, we're going to go around the horn. I'm going to go to the game between Sam Sevian, our wild card, and world champion Gukesh. Let's see what they have served up for us.
Yeah, the Sicilian.
Salimo. C2,
Reminds
C3.
me of yesterday's game. It was
Praggnanandhaa, yeah. But this is a different version. With a6. Nice.
It's become a bit of a fashionable choice here, which is honestly a bit shocking to me, considering the fact that d7, d5, as far as I can tell, stands quite well. Right. E5, knight e4, bishop e3 at some point became fashionable. Some very strong players have tried this with white. I also played this with white, but I don't include myself in the number because I knew absolutely nothing and was worse very soon, because I immediately mixed something up and was worse. But I did not, I think Fabi himself played this with white, but I'm pretty sure the engines don't show much of an edge here. I think that the idea of the move a6 is we just want to play a game of chess. We don't particularly concern ourselves with quote-unquote mathematical equality. The way to go, and for me the default way to go, would be to take and play h3, stopping bishop g4, and we end up with this very beautiful center. And I think the way they reply to it these days is that they immediately go for this very, very sharp position, which I think the engine begins by liking with white. You play something like knight c3, black plays bishop b7, you play bishop f4. There is no immediate way to dig at our center. We are prepared to meet d6 with d6. b4 currently is not threatened because knight a4 can come. But the engine kind of plays it. It goes rook e8, maybe now we stop.
B4.
The knight on c3 is very important, so we try to disincentivize b5, b4. It goes knight d7. Tries maybe for counterplay with c4, knight c5, knight d3.
Nice.
Still doesn't give black equality, but obviously, once again, usual disclaimer, not a very strong engine. And also, this is something that we talk about every day. This is an approach that you see from this younger generation, where they are not really concerned all that much with the fact that this is not triple zeros on their screens.
Yeah, it may
This is obviously a very interesting position,
Right.
where if your plans actually come to fruition, if you end up with a knight on g3, you will have winning chances.
Absolutely.
And this they value much more than, quote unquote, precise correct play. You could maybe make an argument for playing something bishop f1 or bishop d3 maybe even, but then I guess the argument is not having to deal with bishop takes c6 makes your life slightly easier in these positions.
We do have bishop c6. And how do these players match up in their head-to-head?
Have they played each other before?
I think so.
Only one game.
Only
and
once.
It was a draw. I wonder where they faced each other.
Maybe it was like a World Teams. Remember Sam was playing on the World Teams. I'm not 100% sure.
No.
Yeah. But we do have Sam... You're sharing the same notebook with Sam Sevian.
It is, I think, the main theoretical line as well.
And h2, h3. Well, that might go into one of those sharp positions that you were just showing, Peter. One thing I was a little bit curious about was when you were putting this on the board and you showed the move knight c3. As a Queen's Gambit accepted player, whenever I saw the knight on b1, I was always careful that I don't get hit with a4.
Because you don't want to play b4?
I know, exactly. I don't want to, and sometimes I don't want to see the knight coming to the c4 square. So a4, yeah, ab.
a4 is playable, but black generally tends to play bishop b7 anyway.
And then
and
ab.
after ab, you want to
Rook
take
a8, yes.
Yeah, we take with the bishop.
And
now you want to
a3.
attack the pawn on b5.
Knight a3.
a3, yeah?
Yeah.
Queen b6 for now. And I guess we are now prepared to start breaking b7, e6. Because the downside of having it on a3 and not c3 is that e6 gains in strength quite significantly because the e4 pawn is not protected.
So just to continue, like queen b3, e6 right away.
e6, d6, and weirdly, it's not even queen takes e6. The engine actually takes on e4 here.
Wow.
And says, I am allowing e7, I'm allowing ef7, rook f7, because I do want to play c4 and the f2 pawn is under some pressure.
Queen b5.
You do have queen b5, but then we get what I will use my opportunity, my one per day opportunity to call something typical Marshall compensation, even though it's nowhere near Marshall.
No, that's not the Marshall that
but
I know.
it's still a Marshall compensation in my heart, because the two bishops on a completely free board where they have free reign, both of them on long diagonals. I don't think black is even worse, to be honest. You pretty much never lose these positions. This is concrete, and if you don't do that with black, you might actually, although the engine also says you can allow this and immediately go e6 with very similar ideas like d6, rook d1, and f6, and if you could make knight f5 and f3 in one move, you would be winning, I think.
Right.
But you can't. e4 falls, and black survives.
Got it.
Gukesh still thinking after h3. I briefly took a look at our opening database. 85 games reached this position. In 75 of them, I think, black went cd4, cd4, c5.
Right.
By far the main line here.
Right. Is there an alternative?
Not really. I mean, you can play slowly, but white kind of wants to play queen c2, bishop b3, knight bd2, and you will end up. You need to find something to do with that bishop on c8. This is why h3 is so important. Well,
your magnetic personality brought that bishop to h3.
I should be careful where I click. Yeah.
Cool. Now see where
one more game to check. That's Nodirbek against Praggnanandhaa.
By the way, I'm just
out of theory by move 5. No.
How do I pronounce that? Is that Nejmedina? No. How do I pronounce the opening of this game between
This is an
Sam Sevian?
Agincourt defense.
Agincourt.
Agincourt defense.
No, I'm sorry. I meant in the Sam Sevian Gukesh game. That opening name, I saw something with like 14 letters.
Yeah, that's a Nejmedina for Salimov, fianchetto variation.
He made it sound so easy.
That was my first guess.
Very well.
So where are they
Nice.
opening on move 5 here? Out of the books.
Where are we? We
Nodirbek,
are Prague. Whoa. Okay, so C4
So
in
who
English
deviated?
with early bishop B4. E4
think
on move 3.
And I think C5 is also a
D6.
rare move.
D4,
D4,
by the
yeah.
way, threatening to win a piece. Queen A4 check is on
Yeah.
White's agenda. C5.
And now knight e7. Yeah, we're completely out of the
92.
book. D6 already is very rare.
Yeah.
Bishop b4, e4 is still somewhat of a topical position. Most players, as you said, played c5. Knight e7 also makes sense in order to try and meet d4 with d5, but Prague says, no, let's just play structures.
Okay.
We don't really care about all of those like newfangled ways of fighting for center and all that.
Right.
Yeah. Honestly, looks like it should be quite nice for White, I think.
Is there a way they can
Since
transpose
we've
to
already
some kind
got-
of theory?
Yeah, we've already got an E4 in a Nimzo. If we could play A3, would have the sweetest samish ever.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what our reply is to knight f6, because the e4 pawn currently
So
is
if I
hanging.
play A3,
You can throw in a3, I will play bishop a5.
and I feel a spiritual affinity with Alekhine, B4. Nobody believes
Doesn't seem
me.
to work here because...
Okay, yeah, I'll take it.
Okay.
Check,
Knight C6.
D5. Please, please, please don't hurt me. I asked you not to hurt me. What
I have
was
no-
D5?
Look at this.
That's gorgeous.
Look at this. It
Why
is-
me? Why in the morning? Knight D3. What
Yeah, and why
for?
not queen b5? I have no idea
Yeah.
still. Okay, apparently this works out. And knight takes e4 with queen f6 coming in. Just a very dangerous attack for black.
Dang.
Yeah.
Okay. That's crazy business. And how do these two match up together in their head-to-head?
Wow.
No wins for
Nodirbek has
Nodirbek.
no wins, 3 losses and 7 draws.
Prague a bit of a...
Oh. I did
nemesis
not
there.
expect that.
No, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And not a good time for Nodirbek to be playing a nemesis when he starts 0-2. But really interesting that you get such an original position. What is this, move 5? Or
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
How do they manage to create a new position in 5 moves?
In
And not a
modern
bad
day?
position for either side.
Yeah. Peter, if I'm on the black side and I'm capturing on d4, I'm assuming we're recapturing the queen?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
knight
I don't
f6.
like allowing bishop takes c3.
And, okay, I've got a very pleasant
Why is it-
Sicilian in
Yeah,
the
exactly.
middle?
Why isn't this better than it is? Actually, we're taking with the... Maybe we're taking with the knight.
Really?
Well,
Okay, that's a surprise.
you can sort of relate, because if you take immediately, your d6 pawn is very
why did
vulnerable to
why
attacks.
did we play
Yeah.
d6?
Knight f6, knight b5 already is a
No,
problem, because
no.
knight e4, queen g4, you're kind of lost.
Right.
Very close to lost. So even if you do that, you probably don't take on c3, you play some... And
knight
now queen
f6.
a4 check is a threat. If you could play knight f6 castles here, I think you'd be completely fine. But you have to address the threat of queen a4 check. So,
Agreed.
So maybe you play knight c6, and then we get... These types of positions are kind of well known these days. You get them from... Actually, from Paulsen's, I can show you a very similar position, which is kind of topical even. There is this line where after... How do you get there? Hang on.
C4, knight f6, knight c3, bishop b4.
No, wait. Yeah, I'm wondering if this is the move order, though.
Bishop b4.
Bishop b4, bishop d3, knight c6, knight c6, bc6, castle z5. I think this exists as a somewhat topical line, although now it says knight d4 is almost winning. Maybe I'm dreaming. But
This is what grandmasters do, is they compare notes from one opening to the other.
yeah, here I think black doesn't always even need to play d76 in those positions. But maybe it's to black's advantage that the knight has not an f6 yet. Maybe we'll develop it to e7 and then aim it at some other squares. It's definitely a playable position for white. It's a fresh position. There is a lot of play. Bishop takes e3 is no longer really such a problem. If the knight survives, it often goes to a4, and then the bishop on b4 could be in some trouble. This is just a sharp position. Queen takes d4 is not as bad as we thought. After knight f6, although, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, this is not very enjoyable. This is a good Sicilian.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure knight takes d4 is planned. What else? You're probably not playing knight c6 here, because after d5, knight e5, you can play a3. This would be a problem, yeah, because if white had to waste the tempo on protecting the c4 pawn, maybe we would get somewhere.
Yeah.
But because it's completely untouchable, all of your pieces get knocked back, and then this is not good.
b4 or whatever.
Yeah, b4 is very strong here.
Yeah.
So our options appear to be knight f6 and c takes d4.
Pretty limited.
Everything else. Like the machine's third choice is bishop b4, a5, and you really don't want to do it before you're invited.
Wow.
So I'm assuming knight f6. I think you pretty much always throw in a3, bishop a5. It cannot really be bad for you.
Right.
And now the choices are e5 is not unplayable with the idea of taking this guy, not the other guy, this guy, and then b4.
Playing b4.
That
would be fun.
Oops. You do lose the right to castle.
Right. But
you have this very nice group of pawns, and I'm actually kind of shocked it's not more. It gives white an advantage, but optically, I would not be surprised if it was a massive advantage. And it's just like it actually gives up this bishop immediately, plays knight c6, knight d4, and says maybe we will survive. But this is not pleasant, meaning that do we have a choice? We can maybe play knight e4, because I don't like that position. I would like any other position. And if I want any other position, it's probably knight c3. Knight e4. Best move appears to be takes d6. Now we probably include knight c3. Knight c3, queen d6. Bishop b3.
I've been wanting to play b4 for so long. But
yeah, it's playable in every single position, but not that strong. Because black is already ready to kind of leave the center. Yeah, I just play queen e7, I castle next move, I go knight c6. You will win the pawn on b3 back, but black is very healthy.
Right. Thank you, Peter. I've just wanted to ask Nazi, we've seen 2 rounds, statistically speaking. How have the odds changed as to who's going to win the event?
Pre-tournament, Fabiano Caruana was the favorite with 16%. Pragg, Firouzja, Abdusattorov, and Gukesh all close above 11%. Now, after round
Nodirbek fell down.
He did indeed after his loss, so did Gukesh. Pragg, however, increased his chances, 25.9. Levon, 21.2. Those are the 2 players who won the first round.
Right.
Now let's see after day 2.
With a 3-player tie for first.
Right now it's Pragg, Firouzja, and Levon, who are 19, 22, and 23%. Fabi down to less than 10%.
I'm stunned that Fabi's down that much. Big game today between Fabi and Firouzja will definitely change that statistic up. Let's jump into that game between Fabi and Alireza, because Fabi did play a Nimzo with knight f3, b7, b6, very topical in this. Modest move, bishop d2. I'm really taken back to Vasily Smyslov. Smyslov's, you really should get Smyslov's best games. 200 games of the former world champion. He literally played everything. I didn't realize what a versatile opening player he was, and he brought so many ideas into every kind of system he played, whether it be the Slav or Grunfeld. Anyway, he did play these modest moves, bishop d2, and he got good advantages from them as well. Now, this is a mixture of the Roman, a Romanician system.
Isn't this just a pure Bogo, more or less?
Well, okay, so I'm thinking
no queen e7, though.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Kasparov Karpov matches with g2, g3, right? But it was no bishop to d2.
Is it a useful move?
And the Karpov-Kasparov matches, I think they all went knight f3, c5, g3. I think Karpov was consistently playing c5 there.
C5.
And those are very topical positions. They remain topical, but
bishop c3. Yeah, it feels more like a Bogo now. Knight, definitely queen c2. Okay, rook c1, d6, bishop g2, castles.
The current position, there are only 4 games in my database after white castles. There's just knight c3, 3 games,
Yeah.
4 games.
Yeah, you probably want to take on
Yeah.
c3 by this point because it will escape via e1 if you let
And
it
put
alive.
a different piece on e4, right?
Yeah.
Or you can bring knight d7 maybe.
Well, the idea
slow.
there is usually I'm concerned about the move d5, and the idea is white wants to play knight to d4. So when I've got my bishop somehow on e4, I take away the sting.
What if I play rook e3?
Rook e3, now that you're here,
Yeah, you can.
rook e3.
Yeah, I was
You
also
can play
wondering about
f5.
that.
A5?
That's a bit risky, right? e6 pawn now.
Well, yeah. Funnily enough, I'm used to moves like, like bishop h3, rook e1, d5. But hold on, rook e3, f5. Okay, risky or
I
not?
badly want to give up this exchange, but I can find no justification for it, apart from wanting to give it up. There's
Yes.
like no reason to do it
Yeah.
whatsoever.
Maybe just
You're
knight
safe.
h4.
Yeah.
Knight h4, okay, and then somehow
Take
we
with the
go-
knight, I guess, and try to get it to f4 and put a lot of pressure on the e6 pawn. This might not work out. Knight f4 and then d5, knight e6. I don't know.
Exactly.
Dangerous.
Yeah, your knight still is on b8.
Dangerous. Although you do get to play knight
Knight
a6, knight
a6.
c5 maybe. And
Yeah, I don't
trade it
have
away.
b4 in time.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing to see the rook on e3. Maybe it patrols. An intriguing possibility. With the move castles, now I was taught to take on c3. That, I mean, knight d7 looks fine, but apparently after bishop e1, I was told that these positions favor
Who told you?
white.
Yasser?
Korchnoi. 2 bishops, young man.
And I wanted just to mention that I think it's also slightly a taste issue because
A taste issue. I like
I
that.
think in this position there are people who don't mind this at all. Like you play something like in some order a5, e5,
Okay.
knight to c5, bishop to c8, push for f5. It's not as it looks very passive, but it's also incredibly solid because we've traded away. Normally, your problem in a position like this is that you also have a knight on f6 and a bishop on e7, and everything is very cramped. But now we got rid of some of the light pieces.
Actually, I think I have this position as black. My opponent, Shabalov, played knight d4. I played e5. He played knight c6.
But we're better than.
I took it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then he tried to dig that knight out of c5.
And it-
b3, a3, b4.
Yeah, actually, I was expecting black to be incredibly.
And it was, me
doing incredibly
too.
well, but maybe not.
No, I mean, he had a good minor piece as well.
Yeah, if we want to avoid it, we can start with e5. I kind of wanted to prevent b4, but actually, if you play b4, maybe you're opening the a file for black rather than doing anything productive for white.
That's nice.
And I think there are some players who feel very comfortable playing on the back three ranks
Yeah.
for some time at least. So
Yeah.
I don't think bishop b4 is strictly speaking necessary. It's playable, but I think you can allow d5, not ignore it. It will probably get played if you play knight d7. I
Right.
think it's a correct move for white.
Right.
It's just that with some of the light pieces gone, you're much less cramped, is what I'm trying to say.
Good point. The trade of 2 minor pieces.
One final game we're missing, right?
Yep.
Duda and Wesley.
Yeah, and as Nazi mentioned earlier, this is the one proper Ragozin. Actually, the Ragozins we had in the Rapid and Blitz very often were Ragozins with a knight on g1, which were very different outline. In Jan-Krzysztof, I don't know how this decision was, whether his decision was influenced by the very painful loss yesterday, but he's gone for a very, very solid line against Ragozin. There's compared to some of the other positions, this is not as messy. e3, castles, queen b3, allowing c5, and we get this very typical Ragozin endgame where this is now the current position where black is a pawn down, but the pawn on c5,
Emperor.
you can win it back immediately by playing bishop a4, and you get this structure which optically really does look a little bit better for white, but black generally holds it, I think. You don't lose very many of these if you play carefully, and Wesley is exactly the kind of a guy you want to play it
Are
carefully.
there still a lot of games in this position?
I think this might be only 6.
Okay.
Only 6.
I
In
would
the
have
current
thought
position, only 8. It's not as topical as I thought. Yeah, I actually expected like at least double figures.
Me too.
Yeah. You can also
It feels like I've seen
in the
it.
current in the current position, yeah, bishop a4 already played. I wanted to say that probably b6 is not unplayable either, because cb, both a2 and c3 are weak. The engine says bishop a6, rook c7, and then returns the pawn in a very specific way. It plays c3, c4, and says take on c5 now, and we can play something like king f2. Once again, probably a draw, but definitely a draw that white enjoys a lot more than black. You want to play rook c1, rook c2, rook h c1, this is a weakness. So bishop a4 probably is the way to go. Rook d4 is important because you want the rook on d4 and the king on d2. The pawn on c3 is about to come under quite heavy fire, and you want the rook on d4. So I'm expecting this to, already happened. Well, having played bishop a4, you are probably taking. After rook c8, important to note that rook takes c3 is actually not a threat anymore because bishop c4 will capture a rook. I can show this. Bishop d3 is maybe the main move in this position, and this is just not good at all because you suddenly lose an exchange. So white gets to play bishop d3. You probably play something like a5. White plays, I don't know, rook c1, king f8. You can try for, increasing your space on the king side. You start by h4, g4. I guess once you make both of those moves, I will play g5 because I do want to secure the square on f6 for the black knight. And frankly, it doesn't look very threatening for black. Yes, the pawn on d5 is somewhat weak, but it's very difficult to attack. There is no way to push the knight on f6 from a very nice perch. Feels very level. And what I began by saying is that I think maybe if Jan-Krzysztof wins yesterday, he does something else against the regular.
Right.
But because of how unpleasant that game must have been, once again, I'm maybe reading something into a mental state of a person who is completely fine. But I would have been very upset if I lost a game like he lost yesterday.
True.
And maybe he wants to, just chill a little bit today. Maybe press if he gets an opportunity, but there's absolutely zero risk.
Yeah, thank you for that, Peter. And tell me how these two match up in their head-to-head score, Nasi.
They've played a lot of games.
But nobody wants to make a draw. I mean, that's a
only 4 draws. That's
a
shocking.
ridiculous.
For a matchup featuring Wesley.
Yeah.
Out of 31 games, 4 draws?
No, I mean, that's remarkable.
Yeah.
These guys really. With Wesley, I'm
this is like a pub quiz question that you
no, 100%. I lose.
You make infinite money on, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And when you're told the answer, you say, please
recheck.
Recheck the question.
Recheck, please. Yeah.
Are we convinced?
Yeah.
Of this? And by the way, Alireza did play knight d7. He does allow Fab, if he wants, to retain his 2 bishops with the move bishop e1. By the way, if you don't play the move bishop e1, I'm not really too sure. I mean, you don't want to sit there and go knight d2 and just trade all.
You can
the
still play
pieces
d5,
off.
I think, right? After d5, probably you still take the bishop off the board.
I'm
Would
just
you
thinking about
keep the bishop alive and go bishop e1 instead?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think bishop e1 is the way to go. I'm wondering, is there a downside to d5? I don't see
the move
it.
order difference?
I don't
guess
see
you
it
just
as
take it.
And we get back to the position that we were just discussing. E5 or a5, choose one. Yeah.
Exactly. e5 and I don't know, e4, knight d1, knight d3, f4.
White moves are easy to predict in this position.
Yeah, but if we do play, Peter, if we do play bishop e1, what is the, how many games have been featured?
This is already extremely rare. I don't think many games at all will be
in our database.
Will be found in the database. Yeah, there's one game in which black played a5, but by this point we're in such low numbers that we can pretty much disregard it. In particular because we don't know who played the game. There's no immediate way to look. f5 and then
we're playing d5.
d5, e5, knight h4 was what I was worried about.
And with good reason. This is what you're supposed to be worried about. Oops.
f5 is hanging.
Right.
And how do we solve that problem? Knight g5 maybe, but then I might be tempted to play f2, f4.
Why not? Absolutely.
Yeah, we're the ones with the dark square bishop one.
And by the way, with the bishop here, it means that I do have the.
Importantly,
I can still go. you know, think of what I've done. I've gone e4, d4, f4, e4. I've gotten in the for pawn's attack. By the way, these two players are fighting very, very hard to make it to the playoffs. And that's why this game is so important to them.
This is the road to the finals. So we're talking about Fabi and Firouzja, right?
Exactly.
So Fabi must finish first in order to not be dependent on anybody else's result to qualify in the final four. Firouzja must finish second or better.
Exactly. I think in this case, both players would arrange that they would like each player to get a point from the game. You can have a point, I'll get a point. You know, that would work for both of us. But I'm surprised that Firouzja needs a second or better.
That's to nail it down.
That's absolutely to nail it down. Yeah.
That is considering all the absolute worst case scenarios.
Right.
I'm pretty sure he can absolutely get in, even finishing maybe in the top four if things go not as poorly elsewhere. And an important position, I want to update us on this. And I feel this in my bones. Levon is, I don't think he's a natural French player. He's played the Spanish all his life, but he clearly did a lot of work on the French and is now trying to incorporate into his repertoire. But we're watching him play this line for the second time in the last couple of weeks. He played against Linier and now against MVL. Pretty sure this is a mix-up as well.
Uh-oh.
Queen c4 is not what you play here. Bishop c5 does equalize. It's dangerous. As I mentioned, I recently rechecked all of these files. It's scary, but it does hold. And importantly, MVL, either because he remembers or because he is just naturally sharp, or both, frankly, probably both.
Probably both.
Yeah. He instantly replies with the one reason why this move is not good. Because now bishop c5 will be met by the move c3. And you don't get to keep the pawn on c2, the weakness on c2, that much of your counterplay will be based on normally, is now going to be on d4. And these positions are horribly dangerous.
Knight e3.
Because if you castle short, you might get mated, and there's also ideas of like putting it on c5, and all the endgames might be very unpleasant as well.
Peter, when you say if you castle, is there an option for black not to castle?
Well, you got to get out of here.
Your dream scenario is you somehow magic the queens off the board, and then you play king e7, right? But yeah, you do castle, either immediately or... I mean, my top line on my screen currently is rook c8, rook c3, queen b5, rook g3, and the engine goes g6. And I probably don't need to explain that this is not very attractive.
No.
Because, yeah, it might be on f6 pretty soon.
Ugh.
Yeah, and MVL took almost no time at all to play knight d1. If not knight d1, queen c4 would be a perfectly serviceable move. We play bishop c5 next move. We are very happy.
Right.
But knight d1 is a problem. And also Levon is now thinking, which I think is also an indication that he is now realizing this doesn't look exactly like the file.
Right, yeah.
And is now trying to kind of reorient himself. And I feel this, because it's difficult to remember everything, in particular new material. When you play an opening you haven't played really in your life, and you rely on memory more than pattern recognition, and you mix stuff up.
Yeah.
It's a bad feeling.
It's a terribly bad feeling. Wow, thank you, Peter, for that one. Knight d1 instantly, and I like what MVL is doing. Ooh.
A lot of moves have been made in the games Sevian and Gukesh.
Let's play catch-up. And pretty much down the beaten path that
yeah, Peter showed us.
Bishop f4. And instead of the move knight d7, as Peter said, that on a good day, you're aspiring to play the move c4, knight c5, and knight d3. Gukesh opted for the immediate c4, and now Sam said, you know what? I want to head you off from the knight d7 route, because I would be very happy to trade queen d4 check and set up, pardon me, let me just put that on the board. This, like, strategically speaking, this feels like White has a dominating center.
Fantastic, yeah.
Fantastic, right?
This is really not looking great at all.
This is not the Grunfeld I signed up for, right? No. So bishop e5 on the board.
Shockingly, with the inclusion of c4 and bishop e5, it already feels like black is in a situation where you need to start to play very, very concretely. You no longer really have leeway to play common sense moves. Interestingly, if you play something like rook e8, which is normally a very typical move here, trying to maybe push for a6 breaks, b3 starts being possible, because if you play b4, like, that would be the big question. Like, can't you play b4 and c3?
No.
No, you cannot. you will actually start losing those pawns.
Oops.
Because everything is completely tied down, you cannot challenge the bishop on e5, and there are no pieces that can connect to the pawn on b4. So the entire structure collapses. +2 on my screen here.
Wow.
With black currently still having this protected passer on c3, you lost. It's gone. And b3 is unbelievably unpleasant because you're kind of forced into the bad structure after cb3, queen takes b3, or you can play rook c8, but then I play queen d4. And queen a7 now becomes a bit of a topic. And it's just very, very awkward. So in the current position, the choices appear to be, you can play e6, d6,
That was
f6.
my question, yeah.
Which is maybe not that bad. You never really want to do this to your structure, but maybe the position already demands it. Maybe there is just nothing better.
Well, you're looking at the e4 pawn at least.
Yeah, but
you're preventing b3.
And you are absolutely reviving the bishop on b7.
Right.
And the other choice would be something that we actually spoke with colors reverse recently. You can try this. Like in the Bogo.
Right.
When there is a bishop on e4, you play bishop h3, knight g2, right?
Exactly.
And here you can try bishop h6. But the engine says, in particular after b2, b4, which is a very typical move in all of these structures,
Yeah.
knight g7, bishop d4,
A2,
does not
A4.
like it. a4 coming up, position is rock solid. It's very difficult to challenge any of the white pieces, and a4 is a massive, massive threat. Even e6, a4, not a3, a4, ed5, ed5. Maybe you survive by immediately starting to go after the white center, but this is touch and go.
Right.
You're running tremendous risks. So it looks like maybe the best choice is e6. If d6, luckily for us, we are just in time to play b5, b4, and maybe take on e4 next move. Even though these are also very, very tactical positions after knight a4, you take with the bishop. Because if you start this chain,
The a4.
a4 is hanging. So there is no bishop e7. Yeah?
Right.
If you start the chain of captures and after bishop takes e4, you can apparently you can sacrifice this exchange up. No. Queen d4, knight f6, knight c5. I mean, gorgeous position for white, but we have given up an exchange and a pawn for
Get
it. So full compensation, white is not even remotely worse.
Wow.
But you do have to give up a lot of material, and black probably survives after knight d5.
But do we keep the d6 pawn?
Yeah.
Then I'm
But
okay
we don't
with
play
that.
d7. We play knight takes c4 for now. I'm not expecting this to happen. This feels very wild.
But after b2, b3, you can see that
But
pawn on
the
d6 is rock solid.
The larger point is the time for common sense decisions has gone. You now absolutely have to play move by move because strategically you're running very, very high risks with black.
And the first two games, it seemed Gukesh, for me, was playing some shaky openings, especially against Prague. That just went horribly wrong. Yesterday, I liked what happened, but there were so many difficult moments in that middle game. Here, bishop e5, and you can see the world champion there with his head in his hands. He's kind of indication that, wait a minute, don't tell me 3 times in a row I've got...
Yeah. No, yesterday he said during the interview most of it was his prep.
Right.
And he knew that bishop d6 was not the best
was
move.
wrong, and he was looking to take advantage.
But yeah, today definitely would prefer white here.
Oof. Okay, sorry, this is Sam's game, Nodirbek versus Prague. I was more than curious. He captured on d4 after all. That was...
With knight.
Yeah, and then knight takes d4.
Knight c6.
Knight c6.
We are headed towards what we were kind of expecting.
Takes. And then what Peter was saying was that normally the knight might be in on f6 and the pawn would be on d7. Black to move. Here you have the flexibility of playing knight e7.
You have the option, although I don't know what it does there, to be honest.
Yeah, would you choose e7 over f6?
Well, I'm always looking for an outpost.
So you want to go to e5?
Or d4.
d4, okay.
So, I mean, if my knight were already on e7, it makes it easier for me because then I'm playing for c5 and knight c6 to d4. On the other hand, if my knight is on f6, I'm probably playing e6.
e5, bishop e6, and d5 is the plan.
Exactly. So, actually, I mean, and the two completely
very different.
Different.
Very, very different.
Branches.
And what I want to say is, I think, you know, one of the jokes about the difference between an optimist, a pessimist, and a realist. Yeah.
Go for it.
Well, I'm sure they exist in other cultures as well, but the joke used to go, in the old Soviet Union, if you're an optimist, you study English.
Yeah.
If you're a pessimist, you study Chinese. And if you're a realist, you study AK-47.
AK-47. Dang.
Not particularly great in the current state of the world, but
very humorful.
yes. I don't know why I brought this up. I apologize.
Tears.
I don't know why I did
A
this.
beautiful moment.
But I think, yeah,
Chess theory.
yeah, trying to get it back to chess somehow.
Right.
Where were we? That is
This is the
this
Nodirbek Prague.
this game. Yeah.
Yes.
I think this is the realist move and this is the optimist move. Because if we're talking about the idea of playing c5, knight c6, knight d4,
Yeah.
it's so far away and so many things will happen in the meantime that I think we never get there.
Right.
But these guys are optimists. This younger generation, I think they tend to go for the more ambitious plans.
Interesting. And for you, Nazi, if you're in Prague shoes, which branch, which tree do you choose?
Definitely knight f6, e5 looks more natural to me.
It feels it, right?
On the other hand, because knight's not already on f6, I would be thinking maybe I should go knight e7 and c5.
Here's maybe the downside. When you bring your knight to f6, you are looking at the potential of the bishop g5, right? Especially because your bishop's out here on b4. If your bishop was on e7, you got nothing to worry about.
got
Knight
our
f6.
answer.
The realist.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out if I'm fired or not.
You're good, Peter.
Talk without me for a bit.
Let's put it this way: the pink sheet is being prepped. Castles,
Do you
bishop
play bishop
g5.
g5 right away?
I'd be very
Yeah.
yes, of course. Any other?
No.
jokes to
I
share?
think I'm
Be this
done being funny for the night. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Bishop g5. Are you going
H6?
h6 g5, or you're not including?
I was wondering about that. G5 and D5, just sealing it completely
Let's do
off.
both,
Yeah.
yes.
Sealing
White's
it.
knight is not ideally placed to head to f5.
I would even want to include bishop takes c3, but that would allow c4, c5. Like if I could throw in, instead of e5, no.
Yep.
Yeah. If I could play bishop takes c3, b takes c3, e5, and kind of force you to promise me to not play c4, c5 here,
Yeah.
I would be even happier here because I would play queen e7 or c6, c5 myself to just rule it out forever.
Oh, this looks...
And then this is gorgeous. The
yeah.
bishop on d3 probably never comes back into the game. But unfortunately, there is this one tempo on the previous move, on your screen, where you can play c5.
Yeah.
And that annoys me.
Indeed. You don't get your dream
That
fantasy
ruins everything.
world.
Yeah, that kind of ruins everything.
Well, as we start to recover from a bout of humor here, are we checking in with our good friends at Q Boutique? Is that what
Let's do
we're
it.
doing? Well, here we go. Let's get a chance to see what is the special for today. Well, here you go. Actually, these are wonderful. I love these. These are the World Chess Hall of Fame mugs. The mugs are 16 ounces in ceramic. Proudly support the World Chess Hall of Fame logo. They're available online at qboutiquestl.com, or please, if you're anywhere near the Central West End, do visit us in person and look at all of our wares.
You know, I would like a collection of different colors of this mug.
Absolutely, I like the logos too.
Well, as we go to break, Yasser, I think you talk to the players and ask them about their physical routine, how they prep for the tournaments. Take a listen.
Hey man, where's my stump the commentators question?
Not yet.
Not yet. Does your preparation include exercise and or sports? And if so, tell us what is a routine for you to stay in shape.
Yeah, I do a lot of physical work. I go to the gym. I have some, physical workout for a couple of hours, and even during an event, when I feel good, I may go to gym and still do some work. And I think it helps me generally to feel better during the game, to be fit and to just gain energy. And I think that's part of an improvement. I grew up doing physical work, so it's like a routine for me. So it's not that hard. And yeah, it helped my chess, and that's the one thing that I would recommend to everybody who wanted to improve his chess.
Yeah, I do try to include gym, but it is difficult, especially when you travel so much. It's not easy to manage physical exercise while also combining your chess training and rest and everything. Trying to manage that, I'm doing an okay job of that, but I think I can still get better at that area.
Yeah, it does, but I don't consider it part of chess preparation. It's just part of, I think, a normal lifestyle. Yeah, a normal healthy lifestyle should include that. Like, I think for a chess player, in other sports you might have a very intensive and specific training style, which is focused towards whatever skill set you need in the sport, whether it's tennis or basketball or whatever. There are certain things that are really useful, right? In chess, it's just you want to have energy and not to crash at the end of the game or at the end of the tournament.
Right.
So then it's more specific, and you don't have to worry about,
a particular muscle group.
Can I jump a certain height, or can I hit a ball a certain distance?
Right.
But just being healthy is beneficial, not only in chess, but definitely can't hurt in chess either.
The time control here is pretty long, so you need to be physically fit and ready to play for 4 to 6 hours. I usually walk, play tennis, basketball, and go to the gym pretty much every day before the event.
Bobby Fischer said, right, that your physical is very important, so I swim twice a week. Also, I do some exercise. Because as Fischer said, your body can function or your mind can function without a good body. Also, chess is very strenuous, like you have to prepare, and then you have to play for 4 hours.
Yes, I do sports a bit. I like tennis the most, but I also do some jogging and swimming. That's my usual stuff. But I could be also more active, physically. I used to be very regular a couple of years ago. Now, once I got older, it's it's not that frequent anymore. But I guess I will, start, working out more heavily when I come back here. Yeah, I think being in a good physical shape is very important in chess, especially in classical time control. The games are very long. Having an ability to maintain your concentration is fundamental. And also you are just more patient when you play chess. You are less tired, so it's definitely important. And I think all of the top players do it. I mean, Magnus is of course a primary example because he's very fit, and he has always been very fit, and he was grinding people in a long games, for decades right now. So yeah, it's important.
I try to exercise regularly. I used to go to gym. Now not so much, but I play a lot of sports. I alternate between sports and gym, and whenever I get time, even some other stuff to experiment with.
Yeah, I go to gym time to time, try to lift some weights. Mostly should be in good mental shape.
Absolutely. Like when I'm in Paris, I go to the gym 3 times a week. This morning I was just having a quick, I wouldn't say run, I would say jog around Forest Park.
Yeah.
Early birds, And yeah, in general, I like to play some racket sports. So that includes tennis, obviously, but padel as well, and for American fans here, also pickleball.
Yes, of course.
And chess is a game where you need full focus. You need constant focus when it's your move. Simply because, and that's one of the reasons, once you get older, you make more of these errors because of lack of focus, simply because you cannot stay focused as well as when you're 20, 25-year-old. And so, doing sports and keeping healthy is one way to compensate, trying to be in great shape when the tournaments are ongoing, and be ready for this 4th, 5th hour of play.
Exactly.
Like Magnus has shown in the past 10, 15 years.
I like going to the gym. I like biking. I like swimming. I would love to do more of that, but
Sometimes travels get in the way.
Yeah, the travels or the desire to have a nap, it gets in the way.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for two thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the prestigious Sinquefield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very special guest in the studio, curator for the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries, Emily Allred. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, and so many things these days are happening at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We just had the gala, Masters of the Art, pawns and what's going on?
Yeah, so
Wow.
we're in our last days of Paws and Pawns, which has a number of animal-themed chess sets from our collection and from top collectors throughout the United States, as well as artists. So that's going to be on view through August 31st. That's a giant sculpture by Justin King, who's a local artist.
Right.
And this is a chess set by Sophie Binder, who's another local artist who creates game-themed artwork.
And that was the burned wood.
Yes, yes.
And that was really, really a beautiful sculpture. I love that too.
Yeah, and so like you can see, artists pick all kinds of themes from cats versus dogs, and there are many different takes on that too. We have antique sets that feature little wiener dogs and pigs, but also things by contemporary artists like this one that features the artist's own dogs. Yeah, the pandas are so cute. They're black and white, very appropriate for chess. And then this is by artist Laura Sturtz, and she, of course, has a monarch butterfly as the king and a black widow as the queen.
Yeah, I think every animal lover will appreciate this exhibit. I'll absolutely love it. I'm actually so sad it's ending soon.
Me too. Yeah, it's been a really fun show to have up. It's always cool to see families and kids go through there and see like them run to their favorite animals. Yeah, and then that's by artist Donna Dodson. She created it for another exhibition, and it explores the power of the queen.
It's the World Chess Hall of Fame and galleries as we're reaching out to the local artists and the Huska exhibition. I love that. I was there for the Cairns Cup, and I was in the exhibition, and I was surrounded by all of these wonderful colors
Very
and all
colorful,
the families
yes.
coming with their kids. And the kids had the big eyes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's very cute. Charlie's work is so bright and
Right.
positive and happy, and there's some really great, you can see he transformed our patio. He created a chess set.
The chessboard was great.
Especially for the show, and it has fish, cats, dogs. It's very sweet and happy. He has a gallery right in the central west end of St. Louis.
Right.
So he's our neighbor in addition to being like a very remarkable St. Louis artist.
Yeah. You must have a lot of families, a lot of kids coming into the exhibition.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was there for the Cairns Cup, they were all very happy
Yeah.
families.
I guess summer vacations kind of come to an end. Kids are going back to school, but this whole summer just been packed with, road trippers, local families. It's
And
great.
everything from the tags, the luggage tags.
Oh, yeah.
Remember we had the drawing of the lots?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always like when we get to collaborate with the chess club on the events here.
So Emily, what's coming up next? What's going to be the next exhibit?
So we have Reading Between the Lines, Chess and Literature, and that opens on September 18th. And we'll have some very special guests in town for that. Family of Walter Tevis, the author of The Queen's Gambit, who are lending things to the show, including his own chess table. But we will have a number of other things like artwork by Barry Moser, who's a renowned artist who did a version of Alice Through the Looking Glass. And then in October, as part of the big reopening of the St. Louis Chess Club, we'll have the U.S. and World Hall of Fame inductions.
Exactly, with the U.S. Championship alongside the U.S.
Yes.
Championships, the men's and women's.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting.
What a month of October. For those of you who don't know, you go to the website and pick out all of those tournaments that are coming up. And again, you mentioned the inductees, and I'm looking forward to seeing who it's going to be this coming year.
Yeah.
Right.
We made the big announcement. So for the U.S., it's Bruce Pandolfini and Irina Krush, who, many-time winner of the U.S. Women's Championship.
Absolutely.
And then for the world, Pia Kramling, Jan Timman, and Vlastimil Hort.
Yeah. Wonderful. Emily, thank you so much for coming on. We love it when you come on and tell us all about the upcoming exhibitions. We didn't even get to talk about the music.
Yes, that's always fun.
That's always great fun.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Emily.
you.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our standings coming into round 3 of the Sinquefield Cup. And here we go.
Just to remind everyone, it's the 3 players who are on the top. Alireza Firouzja, Levon Aronian, and Praggnanandhaa. Alireza joined Levon and Prag yesterday after his big win over Duda.
And it was a big turnaround win as 5 players. They're tied with 50%. And let's jump into the games, Peter. What's caught your eye?
Well, disasters.
Disasters.
Disasters in progress. after knight d1, Levon played bishop c5. We were talking about this, and I thought queen c4 must have been a kind of an occasion where Levon misremembered how the page looked in his mind.
Right.
And knight d1 is by far the best reply, maybe the only reply that causes black any trouble. And Levon has since burned through half an hour, and his reply is bishop c5, provoking c3. I mean, this is why we played knight d1. And then dropping the bishop back to e7 and playing queen c8. And this is just a bad position for black.
Right.
You can start by playing rook f3, you can play h3, all of those moves are useful, but you can also just go in.
Yeah, because d5 is hanging.
Yeah, f5, e5, knight takes d5, and...
no me gusta.
No me gusta at all. Bishop d8, probably the only move, because you still harbor some hopes of maybe one day castling.
I'm not sure you want to do that.
But after c3, c4, because we are very interested in getting this rook over to g3, bishop, queen takes c4. This is maybe not so obvious, but this prevents black from castling. The thing is, now d7 is hanging, so you cannot castle. This loses a bishop. And if you don't do it, if you play something like bishop e6, I will play, it goes rook c1, queen has to go to a4, it goes rook g3. Now if you castle, you get mated somehow. Let's find out how. Just very simply, actually, queen h6 and rook h3. It's not even difficult.
We do have f5. We might get these positions.
So black has to play g6, and then we play bishop c5. And it never leaves e8.
No. This is a disaster.
I mean, finding c4, queen c4, knight b6 might not be entirely straightforward, and you're actually not that much better if you don't find it. But if you do, it's very, very dangerous. If you play c4, the engine goes bishop e6, which is stronger. But after rook c1, your position remains unbelievably dangerous. If you castle, you probably castle into some kind of a mate after knight f6 check, as is often the case. Indeed, it is completely winning for white, meaning that after rook c1, you still cannot castle. You still have to make some moves in preparation. Engine goes h6, with the idea, I guess, of meeting rook g3 with g5. But we are absolutely talking panic stations here. We need to start making only moves. And we're still worse, but we are sort of alive if we do this. Yeah, it's only +1.5. You know,
I think of 5 alarm fires. This is definitely panic.
Yeah,
and 5 on the board.
And this also looks like MVL type of position.
Oh yeah. He is enjoying himself, and he hasn't even, as we often point out, at least have something for your struggles.
Right.
This is being done for equal material.
Right.
There's nothing that white had to sacrifice even for this.
Even if there was an A2 pawn missing. That's not much solace.
Not much solace, but at least some endgames would be okay. You could give away more material later. But with equal material, you absolutely have to take. If you don't take, if you allow f6, you probably lose. You can try bishop b5, but pretty much any reasonable move, rook f3, rook e1. I mean, in particular, rook f3, you kind of want to play rook f3.
Yeah.
And you could try, keeping the king on e8 and waiting for f6 to happen. Okay. But you're just much, much worse. We're not committed to playing f6. f6 does relieve some pressure. GF, EF, similar to that game against Lanier. If this happens, your task becomes much more defined as black. You just need to make sure you don't get mated. The king probably now goes to d7. The rook will occupy the open g file. It's still not fun. You still always take white here. But it's maybe manageable. But the problem is, if white makes a move, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're not playing king d7 while there's still fluidity in the center. We're definitely never castling, because then we get mated in 3 moves after f6. We can try bishop c4 maybe to get some pieces off the board. But we are worse against any reply. Like takes queen f2, for instance. This is why we played h3, to make sure we always have
king h2.
The square on h2 against any check. This is horrendous for black.
Ouch. Thank you for that, Peter. Well, Levon, one of our tournament co-leaders, I want to say, in serious trouble. I wanted to check in on Sam Sevian, because Gukesh...
He found the best move, e6.
Yeah, he recognized that this move, bishop e5, was really putting a lot of pressure on his position. I mean, white is just piling into the center, queen d4, as a preface to a2, a4, and just asking black what he wants to do. I thought Peter's idea of bishop h6 actually wasn't that bad, with the idea of retaining bishops, but I still didn't like the resulting position. So e7, e6 was played.
This is correct. And
are we playing queen c2?
I think black wants knight h5. You are no longer really aiming at the c5 square. You are now aiming at the f4 square. Rook a d1 and queen goes somewhere.
Yes.
Let me check. knight h5.
B6? No.
Actually, again, specifically against queen c2, it no longer goes knight h5 because rook a d1 is so unpleasant. We start by playing queen e7 in order to have rook a d1, rook a d8, because yes, you need a good square for the queen, and therefore you need to secure the...
I like that.
And then, I mean, you're still a bit worse after a3, but it doesn't feel like we are...
What we had previously, which was just
many positions we've seen before were much worse than this.
Yeah, that were grim.
It's still not very pleasant, though, but you can maybe play knight h5 and try to once again aim the knight at the d3 square.
This doesn't look so bad at all.
It's not horrible, yeah.
How did the knight get to d3? It was on c5 going to d3. I mean, that's unfair that you should transit
The
through
engine
a
suggests that maybe the principled idea for white here, and the idea that might, in terms of best outcomes, that might lead us to a big advantage, is the idea of playing bishop d6, rook e85. But it's very difficult, I think, because we are reviving the bishop on b7, we're giving the knight on f6 this gorgeous square on d5, but it's based on a very concrete idea. We're trying to play against the weakness of dark squares, and also the king is now very weakened. Knight f4 seems logical, and now queen d4 is a possible move, b3 maybe is a possible move. But honestly, this is now very double-edged. Yes, the king on g8 is unsafe. Yes, you constantly have to watch out for some tactics, but look at this gorgeous, gorgeous bishop on b7. I think bishop d6 and d5 is something that your hand will kind of refuse to entertain. It would be very difficult for me, I know this much, because what I like about my position currently is how controlled the bishops on b7 and g7 are.
Right.
This one is controlled by the bishop on e5, and this one is, the pawn on e4 does a very good job breaking that pressure.
A nice barrier.
And also not giving any squares to the knight on f6. It's just very, very difficult for me to even start sort of contemplating going in that direction.
Thank you, Peter. You know, you'd mentioned it maybe in a different position. If I could play two moves at once, knight d4 and f2, f3, can I get an ending that might somehow bring that to...
Knight d4 after queen e7, the engine stops liking this for white altogether because your pieces are kind of hanging on air. Like, I want to play rook a8 and then knight h5 probably, and this is not really as supported as you would like.
Exactly. If we trade queens and go knight d4, no.
Rook f8.
Well, f2, f3 was the intention. The same thing. Knight.
Even knight takes e4 starts working, which is annoying.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
no.
It's not that
I
easy
don't get the setup.
So support the piece.
I don't get the setup.
Yeah. It's difficult to get the setup.
Yeah.
So this is still a very sharp position. I'm sure there are ways for white to make sure we don't really accrue very much risk. Queen c2, the move you began with, is probably best in that respect. Put the queen on c2, put the rook on d1, play a2, a3 to make sure that we never plunder b5, b4. This is very controlled.
Right.
The thing is, black continues offloading stuff along the g-file and probably survives.
Okay.
But we don't run very many risks with white.
Exactly.
There are ways to play for more, but they do involve this becoming a very three-result position.
Thank you, Peter. And Nasi, where are you taking me?
Let's check in with Caruana and Alireza.
A huge marquee matchup, as these two players are definitely in the hunt for the playoffs. And we do have a position that we kind of expected. After knight d7, it was a choice between d5 and bishop e1. D5 was Fabi's choice. And it kind of makes me wonder, if you had played knight c3, rook c3, knight d7, then d5 would have been the move. When you play knight d7, you're giving your opponent an option. And you're basically saying to your opponent, hey, would you like to play bishop e1? I think it's a bad idea.
Why give them that option, right?
Right, yeah. Interesting. But knight c3, rook c3, e5, pardon me, e4. And normally the idea is that white is, I've got a bad bishop. My light squared bishop is bad. But maybe it's not so bad when it pops out on
h3.
On h3. a5, securing as Peter did in our analysis.
The c5 square for the knight.
Knight to d2. Again, prepping the break f2, f4. Also intimating that in case of knight c5, I might be interested in forcing an exchange or at least offering a trade. Now the move c7, c6, rook e1.
I don't think c6 was played with the intention to take on d5.
No, just to keep some
Yes.
tensions.
And black would be happy if white took on c6, right?
Would
Just
he?
because white
I
pieces are
think
maybe
you do
misplaced.
actually take on c5 here. I was surprised
On
by
d5?
Yeah, I was surprised by c6, but it's actually very good. cd5, cd5, knight c5, and these positions I think are very healthy for black. Because you want maybe even to play b5, queen b6 in some positions. In some positions, you might be interested in playing bishop c8 and f5. That speech you gave about bishop h3 is entirely valid. But this position is a good illustration of what generally happens to that bishop on h3. It immediately gets traded for the bishop on c8, exerting no pressure over anything.
I'm a space guy. I kind of like white space. Okay, bishop.
Let's take a look. Yeah.
Bishop to f1, kind of.
Bishop f1, bishop c8.
Bishop c8. Can I secure? I'm looking. No, hold on. I'm inviting b5.
No, b5 knight takes c5 will be good for white, but f5.
Knight takes c5.
But f5 is good.
f5.
Yeah, just f5.
It's now a Benoni structure for black.
King's Indian defense kind of structure. Okay,
It's just very healthy for black.
Bishop.
I think white pieces are placed on the wrong
I want
squares.
to go back to g2. I want to go back to e3. I want my pieces back.
Yeah, and it will take you such a long time to move that knight away from c5 if you ever manage it. It involves like playing b3, a3, and b4 in a position where black is doing something every move. So,
by the way, just a second. Okay, so rook e1. What?
Peter was taking on d5.
Taking on d5.
You can absolutely start with knight c5, but I would actually entertain the idea of going d takes c6 then.
Yeah, the question I had was that what was Fabi's idea of rook e1 to maybe
knight f1, right?
Knight f1, or maybe knight b1 c3 as well.
Or knight b1.
It's a bit slower, but the rook on c3 probably needs to be moved away anyway. So maybe knight b1, rook c2, knight c3, rook d2.
Yeah, I'm dreaming of the queen c2, knight e3, knight b5 maneuver.
But do you even want to play knight d5 though? And give it for the bishop.
I just like the knight out on e3. And once again, for those joining us late, the fight for the playoff is really one of the major stories. And this is what statistically we're told.
Yeah, what Ben Underwood says with this is that MBL has 99.8% chance of qualifying, Aronian 71.7%. This was before the first round. As you can see, Firouzja, Fabi, Pragg, good chances. Then, after round 1, Levon's chances increased because he won the first game. Fabi's decreased a little bit. Pragg, 63.7%. As you can see, Nodirbek, Gukesh kept going down.
Down, yeah.
Do we have after round 2? Wow, look at that. Firouzja went up, 79.8%.
Right.
Fabi decreased at 44%.
Now, we have to warn you, Ben is a very suspicious statistician, but I saw that in that Gukesh-Nodirbek game from round 2, how they were kind of even there at 4%, but that victory by Gukesh doubled his chances, still way out of the running. He needs a massive score in his remaining games.
He needs to win Sinquefield Cup.
Fabi's slipping. Fabi
He
is
needs
slipping.
to start winning, yes.
Which goes to show once again why this round,
especially
this
taking
game,
down his direct rival Firouzja will definitely help his chances.
Exactly.
That would be massive if he beats Firouzja.
These days, Peter, everywhere I look, I'm seeing Kalashnikovs. Sveshnikovs. CD5, ED5 is a Sveshnikov structure, which is almost ideal for black.
I think we've gotten rid of all the poor pieces and we have all the
good ones.
Let's come back to this.
That is to say, black has all the good ones.
Yeah. So CD5, ED5.
Question mark.
We go. The big question is, do we play f5? I think we don't even play f5 for the time being. The one structure I do not want to get is f5, e4, e4, which probably is still fine for black, but this will stabilize for white forever. And there's also some issues with g3, g4 sometimes. But I would like to play knight c5. I want this bishop on d7, not b7. It's really doing nothing at all anymore on b7. So we do the gardening. If f4, without the pawn on f5, we are much happier taking on f4. We can also contemplate playing simply f7, f6 and keeping things under control. This is unpleasant for white.
B3, A3, B4?
Yeah, but it takes forever. Now maybe we play f5. Like the engine in some order does this, and if you play before, you can drop back to d7. And what it often does is I will have my attack on the king side, but he will also have to watch out for the rook landing on a2 at a very inopportune moment for white. And your c5 push is just incredibly slow. It's very difficult to organize. This is not horrible. I'm not going to claim this is much, much better for black. But I think you pick black, frankly. I think you pick black. I'm not expecting this particular change of structure.
Which means that against c6 takes d5, we are playing c4
Probably
takes
c takes d5, yeah.
Knight c5. Nasi, who do you like here? Your space, you're down as black, but maybe you have nice pieces.
True, but I'm not that pessimistic about white's position, even after he takes d5, when Peter was showing. Of course, hard to disagree with Peter or the engine, but...
You can do it.
I can try. I pick white.
Okay.
But objectively, it's equal, as we know.
Right. And again, such a big match. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Where would
The most exciting position we have is between MBL and Levon.
Let's do it. Well, Levon, for those joining us late, Levon has absolutely messed up his prep in this position.
It felt like
Bishop
MBL
c5.
knew it. The speed with which he played knight d1.
You know, he came in the other day and he said, you know, shame on me. And playing Wesley, I should have refreshed. And because he's feeling like Levon is stubbornly playing new systems, including the French, I suspect he may have had this position on...
This morning?
Yeah, and he said, okay, what if he does a very bad move, queen c4? Oh, I know, knight d1. So I suspect he may have had this and said, dude, you know, like you're giving me a massive attack for free. F5.
Yeah, Levon replied.
Not a happy move.
In the best way, I think you do have to check white. And this is that position where we were saying
C4
that. Yeah,
is
C4 is
the
the only thing that really gives a massive advantage to white, because black wants to play bishop b6, and then probably you will be almost ready to castle kingside.
Right.
And if you do manage to castle kingside without getting immediately mated, you will be fine. You have the the bishop pair. White has a very broken up structure. Most endgames, even pawn down endgames in these types of positions, end up being fine for black. So you have to be very quick. And this is, but I think it's a move that does occur to you, even though it gives up a pawn with tempo, because you do know you want to keep the king on e8, and one way to keep it on e8 is to make it absolutely untenable to castle. If you can't physically prevent castling, at least make it very, very threatening.
Black is kind of threatening bishop e6, so c4 helps.
Yeah.
Second best move is rook c1, but it does allow the queen to return to c4. And also, you don't want it away from f1. You'd much rather put it on g3.
Yeah.
Let's say queen c4. If you play knight e3, it drops back to c6. And once the knight is no longer on d5, you really start thinking, maybe I can castle.
So be persistent. c4.
And just to illustrate, this kind of a position where we did win a pawn, but the evaluation basically says black will survive. This is important to recognize that because of how weak all of these three pawns are. I will play rook e8, rook e6. There is now no real attack on the king side. E5 is vulnerable, c3 is vulnerable. I mean, bishop on d4 does a very good connecting all of these things, but because there are three of them you constantly have to watch out for, and black has decent counterplay. The evaluation here is like barely better for white. So you want more, and I absolutely agree with you. C4 is probably more interesting. Castles knight d5 is not great.
Really? And I wanted to go knight d5 and rook g3. I was aiming for that.
Exactly. But after c4, we can still invest the tempo in something like maybe bishop b6.
Can we still try knight d5?
Best move. But I will take twice. And you do have queen b4. And this is very scary. But the engine in its infinite wisdom appears to think we might survive this with black. It is very much talking about survival. We're not hoping, like we're a pawn up now, and we are praying to, leave another 5 moves, somehow. Play bishop e7 and castle. This is still very, very scary, but it seems like we're not losing. And this is best case scenario. This is white not playing c4. If white does play c4, it becomes very, very difficult. The one challenging thing about c4 is attacking by trading. Is something that people sometimes struggle to find, because you generally want to preserve such a beautiful knight. You want to preserve it on the board. But if knight e3 is good, but it's nowhere near as good as knight b6. Knight e3 does give black Although this is also so scary. So scary. Yeah, I think you play c4.
Yeah.
Like you realize the move exists, and you don't even need particularly to calculate it to the end. You just know it's correct. Right. All of these positions are more attractive than the ones if you don't play c4. Right. So hoping MVL does it because I like watching him attack. He's a very good attacking player.
Indeed, he is. And then a switch to the game between Duda and Wesley. That was an endgame from the opening.
A long
Can I say
theoretical
that?
one.
An
I think
endgame
so.
from the opening?
I was very surprised when we saw there was only 6 games in the current position because it looks so familiar.
It certainly does. And then, you know, Jan just played this move, rook a4. That just kind of came out of the blue. Had not, you know, you think the rook is kind of good on d4. I like the expansion of h4 and g4. Yeah. But rook a4, and more or less, I think Wesley's forced to take. But now he's got a square for the knight. I mean,
and
king.
There was a very interesting study in prophylactics a moment ago. Can we go back maybe 3 moves ago? I can do it on my board.
Please.
Sure, I can do it on my board. I thought we could do it on yours, but...
And we can't do
absolutely.
What's wrong with my board?
Because precisely what's happening right now is something that Black could have addressed. And interestingly, after rook a2 check, bishop c2, I'm pretty sure Wesley decided, why would I waste a tempo on this? It still comes off the board after rook a4. What's the difference? You can play b5 here. And I'm not going to claim Black is much better, but it actually gets a little bit awkward because you suddenly realize, how am I smoking this out? It's very, very kind of in the way on a2. And if you let it run a little bit, Black probably invests a tempo into something like king f8. And then you start looking for ways to maybe aim this knight at some good squares. If white does absolutely nothing, maybe I have a plan of playing a5 and b4, because there is pressure along the c-file. If you include b3, b4, which the engine was doing at some point, it goes king f8, and then it starts looking for a way to get the knight all the way to c4, maybe even at the cost of a couple of pawns, like if you make a move here and Black goes knight d7. This starts getting tricky. You still survive with precise defense, like you have to allow this, and apparently you still hold.
But
Black has perpetuals from either side, like you can go knight b2, you can go knight e5, or you can try for more. You can, although maybe there is no particular trying for more because knight takes e3 regrettably runs into bishop b3. Would have been strong otherwise, but that does exist. So there was a way for Wesley to maybe ask a question. But what he's done, this is very, very normal, but it does allow this idea. And I mean, both taking, even rook a5 is still fine. Trading a7 for c3 is bishop d3, and you drop it back to c6, put it on b6. You're really not supposed to lose this either. But I'm guessing taking a pair of rooks off the board and playing something like king e7 and then b7, b6 cannot be much wrong. Yeah, just b6, rook c5, and yes, there is a weakness, and it's probably slightly weaker than the white pawns, but you just don't have the pieces to attack it.
Yeah, it's not weak if you can't attack it. For those of you joining us late, we'd like to remind you of our standings. Again, the GCT points that are up for grabs, also very, very, very important, Nazi.
Yes, and those 3 players tied at the top, they are fighting to qualify for the Final 4. Alireza, Firouzja, Levon, Pragg, Fabi, Wesley, I mean, honestly, all of them.
Yeah, just it does appear to us mathematically that MVL is almost a certainty as he's riding a big lead. And we have a special guest, Anastasia. So good to see you in person.
Hello, guys. Yeah, you missed me. Yes, I was sure about it.
I want to reach out and touch you to say, you know, like, I'm always saying hello to you over the digital divide.
Absolutely, Yasser. It's a pleasure to be here during the Sinquefield Cup and be around and watch behind the scenes.
And you are behind the scenes on the social media. What's happening these days on our social media?
Yes, you know, it's really interesting that the players, how they behave after the games are over, you know, how did they get to the hotel, because we know that they're not playing in the club this time, that everyone is next to the studio. So it's really interesting that the chat with each other after the games. Of course, if somebody wins, the loser doesn't want to have a talk, but if it's a draw, so you can see them chatting and discussing. Yesterday, Prag was watching your interview with Fabi, and then he was waiting for Fabi and then told him, I think this line was different and you should have played this one. So it's really nice to see them communicating, and I try to bring all this information to our Grand Chess Tour social media accounts, so I really ask everyone to follow our accounts. And today was an interesting situation. I published this video of Levon playing against Maxime, and I wrote like French against French. So meaning that Levon chose French defense against Frenchman Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And I also put the Edith Piaf song No Regrets, a very famous song. And now I'm not sure about the position of Maxime. Like it seems like he's really better against Levon, so maybe French against Frenchman.
And maybe song choice No Regrets.
Yes, not sure about it now. So sometimes we are trying, to create some content which can be funny for our viewers. So, but you never know, how it can go. So maybe there will be some regrets today for Levon.
Anastasia, yesterday the club put out an absolutely enormous announcement of what's coming up in October. Just, what happened on the social media when we made all of these announcements, Clutch Chess and
of course, boom,
legends,
first of all, boom everywhere here. Yes, we were all shocked and so happy to see great events coming to St. Louis. I'm
celebrating the club's opening is basically what's it all
absolutely, yes.
about.
What else you can ask for? Great events happening the same time as the opening of the chess club, the club we all love. We all know that it's like Chess St. Louis is the capital, not only of United States, capital of chess, but also of all the world. And now to have Gary playing against Vichy Anand,
an exhibition match, fantastic at the club.
I'm also happy that Magnus Carlsen is back after 2022 Sinquefield Cup. It will be his first probably appearance in St. Louis as well.
Welcome.
Of course, social media is booming, discussing this information, trying to guess what will happen, who will win. Of course, everyone is interested in the format. I'm sure that Maurice Ashley will tell us more about it.
This is the Garry Kasparov versus Vichy Anand match. They're going to be playing clutch chess. You can learn all about the formats and stuff. 3-day event. Wow. And it's just great. I mean, because they played in 1995. 30 years later. And then the can we say it?
4 top players in the world.
Greatest players of the world, absolutely. Caro, Magnus, Bobby.
Gukesh,
world champion. But this must be terrible for you. You're going to go to Brazil. You're going to go to Brazil. You got to rush back here to St. Louis. And you're going to be gone for 2 months from Greece.
What about you guys? You are going to comment on these events as well,
I live in St. Louis. This is easy. This is easy.
It's exciting times, right?
Absolutely.
It is.
Anastasia, I just want to thank you for all the behind the scenes. First of all, we know chess fans love to see the players and get to know their personalities, which usually happens behind the scenes, not at the board. But even for me as a commentator, I love seeing all those videos outside of chess.
Thank you so much, Nazi. We're trying to do everything we can together with Irene Sukandar. She's here also for St. Louis Chess Club doing the social media. And once again, I'm asking everyone to follow our social media accounts and learn more about these events.
Okay, but now a really important point, okay?
Yes?
Do you have a favorite who you like to talk to?
You mean the
social media
player?
from the player.
It's a hard question. For example,
when they win, they're all generous.
Yes, of course. Yes, and also Alireza, I asked him yesterday about this bishop and knight ending. It's easy for them. It's not easy for me always. I feel a little bit worried about the players when they have to fulfill the task and give a checkmate with bishop and knight. We remember some stories with world champion Nano Shenina who didn't manage to do it back in 2012 or 13, I don't remember exactly. Yes. So it was. I had this couple of tricky questions to the players. Today I had breakfast together with Lennart Otis, who is an official photographer, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And it's funny also. I cannot publish something, but Maxime said that I still have 2 hours to prepare for the game against Levon, which was very funny. I just try to imagine how much time players spend preparing for the games, right?
Exactly. And what's your best guess? How many? 3,
I
5,
don't know.
6?
It feels like maybe a couple of hours in the evening, and maybe next morning again.
As
Like
well.
could be a couple
And
of
let's
hours.
not forget, they knew the pairings 4 months ago, right?
Yeah,
Since
and they're
Romania
still-
prepping for
And
months.
still, yes,
Yeah.
because players sometimes they're changing, right, their preferences. But we had this tweet of Levon, which came yesterday night, where he said that he's ready for another line of French. And now I'm wondering if Maxime Vachier-Lagrave knew about it. And so, like, so many things
Follow
are
the
happening.
social
Yes,
media.
yes. That's it.
Anastasia, thank you so much for everything.
Thank
that
you guys
do.
for doing a
Absolutely.
great job here and like always following your comments as well.
Absolutely.
Always a pleasure to talk to you.
And let's get back into the games. Levon is the French versus the French, as we say.
Ooh, I see White's pawn is on e6. Did MVL rush a little bit with that? It got a question mark.
He didn't play the move
C4.
that we had focused our attention on. C3, C4 has, as you said, the great idea of simply defending the knight, which is rather useful, as well as slipping the rook across the board and certain variations when you're castling. But
I mean, it's a tempting move to make e6. Looks good, but why doesn't it work?
Well, first things first.
Bishop
if I
takes.
just take, let me
Bishop
just
g7.
Okay.
And
Now
rook
no, rook g8. We have to go knight f6.
Looks
because
lost, right?
Knight f6.
But
very
isn't.
lost.
But
Bishop?
isn't.
Why
Bishop?
white queen not on d1?
Yeah. And now I guess bishop c6 first, and then maybe king f7.
Suddenly black has counterplay.
Serious counterplay. Okay, wait a minute. But I have another question. The other question maybe is more salient.
Bishop takes, right?
What about bishop takes? Because there's a queen c5 check citing. Again, bishop takes g7, rook g8 feels automatic, but we can at least consider the move queen c5? Can't we?
We can, but rook g8 black is even better, shocking.
Even better.
Yeah. Because you still only really have knight f6 check. There's really nothing else. We take, we go rook g6 first.
Just to dislodge this very
Let's not
nice
forget
bishop.
our rook is under attack.
Yeah, and then you can pick it up and go king f8, king g8, castle kind of manually.
By hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter.
So we get here, and the bishop has to retreat, and then, yeah, it's possible to just do this. And yes, there is some compensation for the exchange. This is a gorgeous bishop. The structure is ruined.
King g8 is safe.
Rook.
Safe.
Only one. 2.
Chess is a simple game.
Very important. Yes. E6, and I feel slightly ashamed we haven't mentioned it because, I mean, we haven't mentioned it because it's not great, and the engine was offering all the better moves. But it's a very logical idea. You want to create the diagonal for your bishop. But after bishop takes e6, you're really no longer better, and it's time kind of to pull the plug on all of this. And the best move appears to be something like queen e3, allowing castling, and then going knight b6, bishop b6, rook b6. But this is like...
Okay, but you don't play e6 with the idea to pull the plug.
No. I'm not doing that. But I am interested in bishop takes e6, knight b6. Bishop takes e6, knight b6. Bishop takes b6, rook takes b6. Hoping that if you castle,
it's only the perpetual.
I will play bishop g7 and take the perpetual.
Yeah, exactly. And you can do the same with the queen on e3. The thing is, like, we were getting this position, and shockingly, even with a full tempo, black cannot really prevent this perpetual. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think it's maybe time to just do this.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you know, you would hope there is some rook
lift.
Some magical rook lift. But all of those lose. Because it's just one check. The king just runs towards the e8, e7, and
sometimes
it's not one check. It's more than one check, but they're not mate. Is my point.
Yeah, not even rook takes e6 anywhere either.
So like you can continue giving checks, but you do lose to king d6, king c6. It just runs towards the queen side, and you are a full piece down. It's not shocking.
No.
So yeah, that is a massive let-off for Levon, and he should be completely fine now.
So once again, we have been looking at bishop takes e6. We think bishop takes g7 walks into, frankly, a dead end.
He's taken with a pawn. F takes e on the board.
Levon not satisfied with the draw.
Wow.
Or maybe not appreciating that it is a draw. And here there's a very interesting option for MVL, which for all of our sakes, I hope he spots, because it leads to a much fuller game. Knight f6 does exist, but these positions with rook g6 followed by bishop c6 seem to just be fine for black, frankly.
Okay.
Much stronger is just leaving it there.
Take my piece if you dare.
Yeah, and you really shouldn't dare, because e5 for rook e1 check, you are going to get destroyed along the e file, and also queen h6 is coming in. Yeah, this is really, really bad.
Queen h6 and...
You're getting mated here. It's quite beautiful, but not very difficult. Like, there is no immediate mate, but both rook b7 and rook b6 win, because you need to distract the bishop from the e7 square.
Rook b6 is cute.
Yeah, and rook b7 with the idea of queen b7, bishop c5.
I like that.
Yeah. But honestly, this is so horrible that it's not a surprise that one of those things will win. Even king h1 is completely winning, just to indicate how helpless black is in this position. After bishop d4, what you don't do is e5. What you do is probably bishop c6, and then we play c4. And we continue leaving it there. We continue leaving it there. We want to play rook e1 next.
This
maybe
is
bishop
a lot more fun. Now,
yeah. Queen d7, rook e1, rook g6. Oh, not rook g5. Rook g6. It's a mess.
Whoa.
White is a bit better.
Hold on, but now you're knight f4, bishop g5, sorry. Excuse me.
You can move the bishop away, because now black probably is intending to take twice with bishop and queen, now that queen h6 has been rolled out.
Right.
So you either do one of those moves, or you can try rook g3, removing the best piece black has, maybe one of the black pieces, and playing something like, yeah, why is queen not on d1?
Let's get it there.
Yeah, queen d1 with some ideas of queen h5. Feels like this should be survivable for black, but as a matter of fact, only king f8, yes, it is the most natural move, but only king f8 appears to be a direct equality. I thought king d7 is very logical, completely missing the big idea of rook e3, d3, because it looks like the queen on d1 is dominated by the queen on d5. But once we get the rook to d3, that x-ray is going to be very, very unpleasant. So that would be a way to play on. f6 played. Apart from bishop takes g7, for white there's not much choice. You can start with c3, c4, but that feels fancy.
You could have played c4 without e6,
yeah, you could have begun with there,
in the pocket.
And shockingly, if you start in this direction, black can actually take on d5, because bishop takes g7, rook g8. What's the difference exactly?
Isn't this the same position?
Well, no, we're playing bishop d4, and it was still our move. Now we have included c4.
Yeah.
So that
the bishop is in the way, so after rook e1 check, now king f7 works, because the bishop is hanging in all of these positions.
Right.
It's a big difference. c4 is just not a very useful move. You would think you're giving yourself some squares for this rook, but it's much more important not to have a bishop hanging on g7 if we compare those two
queen
positions.
on h6.
But also I think e6, fe, c4, MVL is absolutely capable of doing this. He does have the imagination for it. But I think it's a little bit too fancy.
No, but I mean, he clearly, when he played e6, his intention
I think he wanted to take on g7,
and that's going to be
so
his
I'm
most
expecting
likely follow-up.
Expecting this to happen, and now a very interesting kind of a turning point. Bishop d4 is very interesting, knight f6 is less interesting. There's also queen h6.
That I find interesting.
Shockingly, queen c5 check. We play rook f2, queen takes d5, queen h5 check, king e7. It's too fancy. You have to include c3, c4.
Oh dear. Okay, you've got d1 protected, so that's a good inclusion.
Distracting the queen away from d1, and also, I guess, actually including the rook in the game.
Right.
Let's say queen takes c4, queen takes h7. But the thing is, this is just trying to make a draw. I thought this maybe is very interesting.
I thought it was a winning attempt.
Yeah, exactly. If e5 was the only move, you could maybe entertain those ideas because it's tricky and looks very risky for black and you're not sure if you're making a draw. The fact that this is only a perpetual, I think, makes you much less interested in the whole enterprise. If the best you can get is
And here
is
I
this.
thought rook h3 was the big scare. No, it's
check.
major.
Let's show that. Let's show that.
Let's show what Yasser might have missed. Thank you. Nice. Wow. Triple edge position, but we are expecting bishop g7. It's going to be very intriguing to see the follow-up. We've got so many games. Nazi, you got to tell me, where is the action here?
Let's go back to Sevian and Gukesh.
Let's do that.
And see how that game progressed.
Kind of a mixture of a number of ideas that we've been looking at. First things first, bishop d6 was definitely an idea. And in this particular, remember when I wanted to play a2, a4? In this particular case, Sam is saying, well, I'm doing it at a time that you can't play the move b5, b4, queen b6, ab, rook a8. Gukesh has
No,
paused.
Yasser, Queen B6 was not liked by the engines.
Was not.
Yeah,
No.
Bishop
That's-
F8 was apparently much better.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
Get rid of the best piece that white has on D6.
obviously he was thinking, I've got to defend the pawn.
Bishop F8, Bishop takes F8. I think it probably throws in Queen takes D1, then takes with on F8 with the Queen, with the King.
E4 pawn is hanging, yeah.
Yeah.
Presuming I have to take like this, I'm presuming.
No, there's Knight C7 there in the end.
Whoa, whoa.
Like if I take on B5 twice,
okay, hold
after
on.
King takes F8, yeah.
AB,
If we take twice, we cannot recapture on C4, on E4 yet, right? Because
Maybe
I've got a.
But there's also Knight D6.
actually, maybe we don't take on D1. Maybe we keep the Queen. We keep the queens on the board. Yeah. Maybe take with the Rook simply here.
AB, AB, pause, because I don't know.
Yeah, and now there will be no fork on C7, right?
I think I want the Queen on A8. Not 100% sure about that. But okay, let's say I'm.
Knight B5.
I'm a pawn grabber.
Knight G5.
G5.
There's Queen B6 in that.
But what I wanted to say about this is,
let me munch.
We know exactly why Gukesh didn't play this,
Bishop
right?
takes.
Okay.
Because it leads to a draw.
Yeah, because you're just trying to
Simplifies
equalize.
the position, yeah.
Yeah, it just tries to
Not
equalize,
his
and
style.
he is not interested in trying to equalize.
Knight B5, I'll take on D1 and then Knight E4.
And I got nothing.
Yeah, that's equal.
Okay. So Bishop F8 was a better move, but Queen B6 is a Maximist move?
Yeah, and apparently Sam should have played E5 instead of taking on B5.
Yeah, this is the same idea we had before, but the engine likes it better here.
Over to you, Peter.
E5, 95. And the reason is, among other things, what the inclusion of A4 and Queen B6 did is it gave white an additional square, which was controlled by that Queen on D8. And we can now go Knight G5, Queen G4.
That's a very attractive attacking.
It very much depends on how you evaluate some position like this, in which Knight G3 apparently is very poor, but you can play Rook F8, despite it giving up a full exchange. And black actually gets a lot of compensation.
I'm not taking the exchange. Knight E4. Let's go. I can play.
We got to a very good square though.
You did.
Which blocks most of your threats, right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. So,
oops.
I didn't really have time. Engine also, it goes Knight G5. It also includes A5, Queen D8, and then goes Knight E4, which is very similar to what I was showing earlier. It was just the like pawn used to be on A2, now it's on A5. Otherwise, other than that, it's the same position. Right. And I still don't know if white is much better here or not. This is very unclear to me, and the engine kind of oscillates between liking and not liking it very much for white. But that was a very, very ambitious option. Whether it works or not is hard to establish for us right now, but that was a very ambitious option. Instead of that, all the trades happened, and now Rook takes is stronger than Bishop takes. I'm guessing because it gives us the option of playing Knight E8 and challenging this Bishop on D6 immediately.
Okay, if
we move it away.
No, if we still go, we insist that we're
95 takes, we go Rook F8 apparently, reminding white that F2 is hanging. Pretty much only move is Queen E2 that does anything, because if you go Knight C4 after Bishop D5, I stabilized, and now I kind of want to play H7, H6 and ask you where it's going. B2 is hanging. At some point it might become relevant. Yes. Maybe not yet, but at some point.
It will be.
Yeah, and I mean Queen E2 is still completely fine for white.
Take on F2?
Can
Queen
take on
E6,
I thought I had some
and
discovery check.
Rook E3.
Oh, come on.
allowing Rook G2.
Yeah.
Allowing Rook G2, but your back rank issues are too much. Now you can't stop Queen E.
Rook E3.
Yeah, Rook E3 is missable. Very missable. But regrettably for white, you can just do, oops, not this. No. You can do this, this, and this, which just equalizes, because Knight E6, Rook E8 is very safe, and Queen E6 is just an equal endgame. Extremely difficult position to play. You can take with the bishop, but then we are back in this territory. E5, it really no longer likes Knight D5 specifically because of Knight G5, and it thinks this is now quite dangerous. So it goes, it goes Knight H5, but then you're going to defend some kind of an unpleasant endgame maybe, because your D5 pawn is vulnerable. You do get to play Knight F4, but
F3?
F3 is not bad, but even stronger is this. Because if you take on G2, Rook A1, you kind of run out of squares for your pieces. Knight C7 takes E6 is a very strong threat. But obviously, this is very, very far away. And Gukesh has taken with the rook, by the way.
It's a full throttle position.
Yeah.
Talking about Gukesh, by the way, as we came on the air, top players in the world, just to people who may have missed your introduction to the show, here we have it. Who's playing in the tournament? Peter, who's playing in our tournament?
Yeah, GCT always features a very, very strong lineup, and generally I think invites every single top player. Some people refuse, but you get a lot of acceptances. And these are the players who we have in St. Louis right now. Third, fourth, and fifth, and then seventh and eighth in the top 10. So exactly half of top 10 full participants in the GCT. And of the 9 tour players, the other 4 are in the world top 25. So
absolutely.
Fantastic, fantastic field, as is always the case.
And as you would expect. And our wild card, Sam Sevian, he's just been making steady progress. Now he's comfortably 2,700 in all the FIDE rating lists, the Blitz, the Rapids, the Classical. And he's up against the world champion Gukesh in the current position. AB, and Rook recaptured. And what was your thinking when you were seeing these positions that Peter was showing us? Now, see, I was
very
thinking,
scary for black.
I thought so too. I mean, really, in my mind's eye, I'm seeing the move Queen G4.
We kind of
what
don't
I'm
notice
facing.
that F2 pawn is that weak, and that's always the counterplay that black has.
Right. But now, remember when you had 2 rooks on the board, there were 2 rooks on the board, you could sacrifice one in exchange. But now you don't have this bishop d4 business, that rook f2 business that we're showing. And I'm looking at Queen G4.
This still looks so unclear to me.
Really? Why? Why, Peter?
I don't know, because
I mean,
well,
are you slapping down this?
Takes rook a2. You have to consider and calculate.
Can't that F2 pawn.
That is weird. How is it that you're always managing to find my one Peshki?
And there's no comfortable way. Like, is it rook f1 here?
I don't.
Because I don't particularly want to trade rooks. I don't think. What is it?
But okay, but I mean, it's concrete, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So here maybe I take, and
Bishop
you are
E5?
threatening Queen G4. I wanted to maybe
Correct.
play Queen C6, but you still play Queen G4, yeah?
In both cases, Queen
Maybe I'm actually not fast enough to protect E6 properly.
This.
No.
This.
Well, we can take.
We take.
Bishop takes E5, though. Maybe we do make a draw.
Bishop takes E5.
Although
I must say, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. You know, when these bishops of opposite color positions appear, I ask, who's king? Yeah, the weak king. I know the answer.
It's the black king.
I'm not going to share. Okay, that is not a line.
He's played E5.
E5?
Well done, Sam.
Clock time's a factor?
No, not at all. 40
Not yet.
minutes for Sam, 50 for Gukesh.
50?
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's only
means
10
that Sam
minutes
is
time
out.
difference.
Not much. All right.
Let's check with Nodirbek in Prague. Some developments there. Maybe Nodirbek now has some advantage.
Okay, when we left it, we were asking ourselves about knight f6 versus knight e7. Knight f6 was chosen. Queen c2, no knight a4, but it came next move. And essentially what white is trying to say is, I've got this ability to dislodge your center, and maybe the pawn on d6 can be a backward pawn as well. And if you try for d6, d5, I've got the c5 square. So let's catch up with the players. And Prague was provoked, I want to say, into
He
playing
didn't want
c5.
to see b4, yeah.
Yeah. The knight came back.
In this position, Yasser, what do you think? 2 bishops. Is it enough to call it an advantage for white?
I think I like it for white. I mean, I feel like I need to put my bishop on e3. And by the way, if you just do absolutely nothing for a time, I'm very happy.
Yeah,
because you're majority in the center and the king side. You can't leverage it. Whereas I'm getting a passed pawn if I can maybe
And I
force
don't
it.
see a way for black knight to make it to d4. It's just not happening.
Well, via the e6 square, but it takes forever.
Yeah.
It takes like 5 moves in a position where white will actually be creating threats. It's just not.
Can we play on the king side? Knight h5, knight f4, I guess.
Maybe that's where you have to go. But when I was playing Queen c2 Nimzo Indians and reaching for the 2 bishops and having my queen on c3, I very often would have my pawn on b4, my bishop on b2.
Yeah, b4 looks good.
I like white.
Seems like black is few tempi behind.
Something's amiss. One thing I might just point out, unless there's some very, very immediate,
I was wondering about that as well. Yeah.
D6, D5 businesses. I mean, it's a little bit tactically. You got to play tactically, and that usually is.
I was very much looking at that as well. I want to agree with you wholeheartedly, because if you don't do that, if you allow b5, a4, a5, that fills me with dread.
Yeah.
That's.
In
the meantime,
Peter, you came up with something.
Yeah, that's.
What have you done for us lately? Category.
Just the aqueducts.
Just the aqueducts. No libraries. Good for you.
No.
Yes.
And this is the GCT standings if the tournament ends now.
Goodbye,
This is sort of the current standings in the GCT, with Prague being half a point ahead of Fabi. So we have Levon finishing on top, MVL slightly behind him, Alireza slightly behind them, and Prague just sneaking in. And this is something we can update every day as the standings change. But this is the 4 players who would have gone to Brazil if all games were drawn from now until the end of the tournament.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that is not likely to happen, but still, I thought it would be an interesting idea to keep track on.
Yeah, Fabi on the bubble behind Prague by 4.5 points, by the way. That's a considerable difference. But that's, again, because Prague is one of our tournament co-leaders at the moment.
Exactly.
Yeah, but a far cry from Rapid and Blitz, first, second finish by Americans. It's actually the 2 Frenchmen that get into the playoffs there.
Currently doing very well in the tour. Yeah.
Exactly. Before we go on break, any breaking news anywhere else?
No, I think we've covered all 5 games and no big changes so far.
Okay.
So we're going to take a short break.
All right.
And don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Did I do anything? This next story is really a hilarious one. We'll call it The Shining. So what happened? I was playing in a tournament in Tilburg in Holland, and it was one of those really, really super top grandmaster events, the Anatoly Karpovs, the Garry Kasparovs, the Vasily Ivanchuks, all the great players played in these Tilburg, what is called the Interpolis tournaments. Interpolis was a large Dutch insurance company that sponsored this annual event. Folks always wanted to play in Tilburg. And we stayed literally in the forest, just on the outskirts of Tilburg. And there was a hotel. But what made this hotel really special is they had these cabins, these mini homes, if you will, which were just perfect. It was like a home away from home. They had bicycles at the cabin, and you just loved it. At the time, Dutch TV wasn't special, so there wasn't really that much to watch on the TV, but the hotel had their in-house video, if you would, and each day they would have like 2 or 3 different movies that just kind of looped. Anyway, after dinner, I come back to my cabin, I sat down, I turned on the TV. There was this movie with Jack Nicholson, The Shining. Oh, great, I'm a big Jack Nicholson fan. Turn on and I start watching the movie. The movie's great, but as the movie progresses, it starts to get darker and darker and darker, man. I'm getting more and more nervous watching this movie. 40 minutes into the movie, I can't take it. I jump out of the cabin and I go to the main hotel and in the lobby. And then as I walk into the lobby, I am received by this gigantic cheer as I come in, and I realize that all of the chess grandmasters in the tournament are in the lobby. They had started in their mini cabins watching the movie, and they couldn't take it, and I was the last to join them. It was hilarious. Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament. October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest-rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for 2 thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the prestigious Sinquefield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 3, and we already have one result. It was a draw between Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Wesley. So the other 4 games still going on.
Exactly. We just saw a repetition back and forth between these two.
Yeah.
And well, draw.
As usual, I'm making incomprehensible sounds behind the scenes because I just saw the move MVL made. And it's probably fine, but it would have been so difficult for me to make that move. Let's take a look for a second.
MVL versus Levon.
Yes, remains probably our sharpest game, despite the fact that MVL did not.
G3.
That's what made me vocalize there.
Wow.
We've seen this line. We are, for those of our viewers who perhaps may have missed it, we are somewhat regretting Bishop d4 not coming onto the board. Would have been a more fun game, we feel. But after the bishop trade and bishop c6, best move, apparently, stronger than rook f2 for some reason. It would have been so difficult for me to actually give this bishop all these squares. If you imagine black playing queen e4 here,
Can black start immediately with bishop b7, or is it losing?
You can't allow queen d6. You need to defend against queen d6. So king f7 is playable, rook g6 is playable. I wonder if queen d7 is playable. Yeah, queen d7, I guess maybe kind of. It's a very human idea because you do have to. I mean, white has to take the queens off. You can't allow queen d5. But white is a little bit better in this endgame because you're still have to go back to e8, there are no better squares, and after rook d6, you're still under some pressure, even though the engine says
it's not that
you can play king f7. Yes, it might look like white gets somewhere, but after rook g8, if you take on a6, I will have rook c8, I'll have so much counterplay. It's just completely fine. And if you don't take on f6, if you play something like bishop d4, black can now play bishop d5, and probably also survive. The king can always run to g6. I was briefly wondering if this is anything, but the answer is just no. The king is very safe on g6 because the rook covers the g7 checking square. Feels like queen d7 is logical, but if you want to do something else, you can play king f7, bishop d4, and queen somewhere here. Let's say you can play queen d7 now, but it does allow queen h6. This might be a bit awkward. I guess my reaction was completely overblown, and it's just totally fine. And having this rook free, not really.
It was pure revulsion for me, Peter. I mean,
exactly the same here.
It's massively consequential for the rest of the game.
Which is why they're there and we're here. I think.
I guess
one of the reasons.
Wow, old school would have been so reluctant to. I would have found myself
That would have got
so
the question mark,
reluctant.
right? Easily.
Once again, we didn't get a chance to look at our results table. We don't want to deny our graphic artists the great. Look how beautiful this is. Look at this. Look at those half points. The sharing of the point.
Right, it was a draw between Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Wesley. So, other four boards still fighting chess, but at the moment we don't have any big
positional imbalances. The players are playing it very cagily.
We do have a special guest in the studio, Wesley. So, welcome, Wesley.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome.
Every time I'm here, it means I'm doing relatively okay.
That's the idea.
When you start losing, you're no longer you're no longer needed. You can go home right away.
We'll book you a car back to the hotel.
Or not even. You book your own Uber.
Walk back home.
Brutal. What happened today, Wesley?
Well, I wasn't. Duda plays all openings, so I actually didn't look at any d4 opening today. So.
Okay.
But I knew he had a very tough, long game yesterday, so I thought he'd play safe, yeah.
And that's kind of what Peter said as well, that maybe if he had won yesterday, he would have played a completely different opening.
Or at least he'd have 1 point more.
Good point there, too.
Maybe he'd play the same. But actually, I played this line 5 years ago against Dubob. I had black, so...
Yeah, tell me when you're out of your prep, because up to this moment, everything looked pretty forcing, right? It's all...
Yeah, I mean, I didn't review it recently, but I knew this rook a5 was very solid, so bishop d3. Yeah, because if I play rook a5, then he'll get rook a1. And
in fact, we were a little bit curious why you didn't play rook a2 check here. Just to be ambitious. Just to ask him a question.
Oh, we're looking at rook a2 and after bishop c2, even including b5, right?
b5.
Just to stop rook a4 ideas, I think.
Because that's a good point. I didn't look at b5. Because
rook is kind of hard to get out.
Let's say he plays b4 to trap b4.
Exactly. And then even this...
Maybe not right away, but eventually those look
I think we included king f8, but even b4. This is the idea that we were I think we were including king f8, but the idea is that we're ready to bring the knight.
b5.
Yeah.
And then,
interesting. I mean, suddenly and we were playing king d3. I think that was it. I think we were playing king d3.
But then doesn't do anything.
No.
King e7.
Yeah.
Actually, what does white?
That was our question. Like maybe rook a2.
Yeah.
I mean, you've equalized.
Yeah. I didn't look at b5. I didn't look deep enough. Rook a2, bishop c2, b5. Then what does white do actually?
Right. That was the question.
I can play rook d3.
Okay, let's try again. Rook a2,
c2, cover.
bishop to d3, c b5.
Rook d3, b4. Yeah.
Well, kind of pause here because what is white's
king c1, rook b2, and beg for a draw.
Beg for a draw. This is going to be b4 maybe.
Yeah, but after b4, your next moves are...
or so. Or right away b4.
Yeah, b4, because a5, king c1, b4, rook b2.
Just in time.
And beg for a draw.
And then check, and then beg for a draw.
Oh, actually, so black can be ambitious, right?
Yeah, strangely.
What the fuck?
What happened? Like
b5. So black can be Peter.
Just a touch better.
Well, we wanted to ask you. Did you consider rook a2?
I just saw rook a2, bishop c2, and then he's gonna play rook a4. So.
Right.
b5.
Interesting. In the game, like you said, you had no trouble equalizing, and then you pretty much played a repetition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the thing is like after bishop a2, I just had to avoid maybe knight b6 is a bit passive. Like b6 is good. Like here, knight like rook c5, bishop a2. Well, I had to avoid two things. Like here knight b6, rook b4, king e7, bishop b3. Probably it's not easy for black because my king side pawns lack some defense, like h4, rook f4.
We had actually thought of that as an idea as well. How are you enjoying your tournament, Wesley?
Well,
the pressure of qualifying?
It made me nicer if I could win a game or two, right?
It could help. It could help.
Yeah, but all your dreams don't come true. Like you want to win games, but it doesn't always happen. So if I can win a game, I'd be very happy.
I actually want to ask
50%.
you about yesterday's games. We all know that MVL plays Greenfield, and I'm sure you were expecting it. How far was your prep?
Well, until the end, yeah.
Until all of it?
Yeah.
Really, even the bishop h2?
Yeah, bishop d5.
Wow,
bishop d5.
all of it.
Right. You're trying to set a trap for him.
Yeah, actually, he said he was calculating some lines, and he almost blundered. Like after rook d7, bishop c5, bishop h6.
It's easy to blunder, yeah.
No, the thing is, I could have played a more complicated opening, like I was looking at some lines on the Najdorf. But I've always had a bad result against Maxime, and I had a very bad game against Sevian, so I didn't want to risk it too much. And I played this h3 line against him 4 years ago.
Against MBL?
Against MBL, yeah.
Yeah.
And I won, so I thought I'd play it again.
Good memories.
Yeah, but he changed, and so I prepared all the way to the end. But obviously it's nothing special.
Right.
I mean, he prepared
as well, just as he was equally well prepared. Today's game, have you seen any of the games as you left the playing hall? Did you see anything that caught your eye?
Well,
I mean, we got to put you to work. I mean,
maybe MVL at Levon's game was very interesting, right?
Well, also props to Prague for playing all these weird openings like e6, bishop b4.
Right? Wasn't that something?
Yeah, I think
that
he's
was really
trying to take advantage of Nodirbek's bad form, maybe give him a third loss, so that maybe that was the plan.
Right. E4. I mean, already this is a very rare line, and then suddenly you're in absolutely new territory here.
Yeah, at least you have to think for yourself. No,
exactly.
No forced Grunfeld draws.
Exactly. No forced Grunfeld.
Yeah, I think like in Romania, Prague played against me the Benko Gambit out of nowhere.
Right.
And he knew the line very well, so it's just incredible, like how
that he is such a versatile range.
Like how you well prepared in a sideline. Yeah.
Crazy.
Wesley, right before.
Also the very interesting game, of course, Levon's game.
Yeah.
But I thought White was winning, but
apparently
White's not winning. Yeah.
Not anymore.
Easy. So Rook F2 is not better, and then G3.
Thank you for coming on.
I always thought you don't want to open the long diagonal, right?
Right. I mean, like, wow, I was so shocked.
But Engine loves G3.
Yeah. Yasser would never play G3.
No, I would have resisted with every fiber of my being. What we're talking about here is this very consequential decision by White to open up the long diagonal. And I'm playing Rook F2 in a heartbeat.
Yeah, Rook F2, H3.
And Peter shared my revulsion for the move G2, G3, but also simultaneously he said, the Engine considered it White's best move, which is like, oh my God, I got to relearn chess. Everything I know about chess, forget about it.
Since you're retired, not chess.
Yeah. Chess changed too much. I think they changed the rules. If G2, G3 is the best move,
the best move, yeah.
That's something they changed the rules on me like crazy. Wesley, thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you much more often too.
And then I'll be back if I play well.
All right. Thank you. As round 3 is underway and we're at the playing hall, where we're watching the game between MVL and Levon Aronian, and it's a bishops of opposite colors, bishop e5, and it's one of those whose king is more vulnerable moments, right?
Right. I mean, both of them are pretty weak.
But the move rook g6 was included because it was that moment, should we play king f7? But rook g6 might have been necessary to keep the queen at bay. Yeah. Now, I don't know if you're playing king f7 or queen d7 and trying to trade queens. Peter, jump in on this one. Has Levon equalized? Let's start with that.
It should be fine, but you still have to play precisely. And it's interesting that you're also gravitating towards queen d7 naturally. Queen d8 is much stronger. Same idea, but there is a massive difference because this endgame apparently is a bit annoying.
Okay.
Because if you take with the bishop, I play rook b7, and you have a bunch of really poor pieces. Like this rook needs time to come back. I'm threatening rook d1, rook takes h7. It's not great. And if you take with the king, here after rook b6 or rook d1 check followed by rook b6, I think it leads to very similar positions, like a position like this. And you play c4, you play rook b7. Once again, h7 is being threatened, rook dd7 is being threatened.
That is a
and if you have to hold an endgame like this, I mean, maybe you will. I think it's probably actually likelier that you will after the rook becomes active. But you do have to pay attention because the h-pawn will be on h6 in no
order.
time at all. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Queen d8 though does appear to be okay.
Massive difference.
Okay, because if you do this with the king on e8, the engine is just complete. And this is where g3 is like we now want rook d2, rook d1, rook d2, rook d1, and we have enough counterplay of our own not to really worry about anything at all. So queen d8 is fine, bishop d5 is fine. King f7 is not on my screen, which means that, yeah, like allowing rook b6, suddenly you're a bit stuck. You don't really have moves you particularly want to make. You maybe would like to play bishop d5, but tactics.
Oh, hello.
Tactics, followed by queen takes d5, and things just collapses. And queen d7, we know those endgames are unpleasant. The rook g4, queen h6, you also resign. So yeah, king f7 would have been a mistake. I mean,
queen d8?
Queen d8 or bishop d5. There's also bishop b5, but I think nobody ever makes that move.
No.
The bishop leaving the long diagonal, I don't think it's very much in anybody's mind.
Okay, so queen d8.
I think it's probably queen d8. The reply is probably rook d1, queen d2, rook d2, and here rook c8 is okay, but I think you kind of badly want this rook to be included in the game. So you do this, you maybe provoke bishop f4, trying to lock it out, but with the bishop on f4, now we can play rook c8 and rook b6. We're never trying to preserve that pawn, we're trying to activate our own pieces. And it does seem to fizzle it, but you do need to play precisely. I think a couple of slightly careless moves and we could absolutely be back in a territory where black is fighting for survival.
Thank you, Peter. Nazi, where are we going?
First, I want to check with Sevian and Gukesh because
all right.
I think Gukesh made a move we didn't really look at, knight back to e8.
No, that's the line where knight g5, knight d8, and knight rook f8. That's exactly the...
We did look at that because
Yeah.
I mostly remember knight h5, knight going to f4, a lot of lines, yeah.
But knight e8 has this, which
You
was
wanna
probably
take
why why he recaptured with the rook, because that was just giving himself this.
So, Yasser, would you drop your bishop back to b4?
Yeah, I mean that would be a priority. I put it like that because I am eyeing an opportunity to play queen d4.
So
I
now
hope.
rook d8.
Rook d8.
Rook d8. Okay.
Queen e2, I guess. Queen
e2.
c1, shockingly, is also playable, even though I think it would be very difficult from a human perspective to allow bishop takes f3, gf. But the remaining two light pieces are really not great for black.
Yeah.
But queen e2, I think, is strongest.
Yeah. I'm not the kind of person that would invite...
Black knight going to d5 via c7.
Knight to c7. Well, now I'm starting to wonder about a
over to f6.
A revitalization of my bishop. My bishop on b4 is not great. Knight e4, knight d6. I don't know.
I do have knight d5.
Exactly. I mean, I think this is one of those where both players are proud of their play. I mean, you've got a good bishop, you've got a good knight. Maybe I have a clamp on the f6 square, bishop g5, knight f6 check. Those
It's
kinds
kind
of
of
thing.
hard to evaluate this position.
Yeah,
It's kind of taste, right?
Right. Well, your judgment is you've got good pieces, but I've got good pieces. So you tell me who's doing best, Peter.
In the line that you were showing, bishop d2 looks natural, but putting it on this somewhat strange square on c5 is just much stronger because you would like maybe to play queen c6, but
knight d4.
Knight d4 is interesting, and even stronger is this move queen d2, depriving black of the f4 square, creating maybe a threat of bishop e7 followed by knight f6 or even the immediate knight f6. So the queen has to go to some other squares, maybe c7, then we play bishop d6, and we won a tempo. And then, on the topic of playing g3 when there's a bishop on b7, after
don't
queen a5,
It's going to happen again.
yeah, denying black knight f4 is actually one of the most important things we have to do in this position. And yeah, the engine stops liking this for black altogether if you do this. After knight e4, it says this knight, may not be permitted to live. Goes takes, goes bishop f8. Gives white an edge, but I have a feeling it's a kind of an edge which we can eventually nullify with precise play. My eye was more drawn to the idea of playing rook d3, which is also a very natural thing to do. We're trying to take on f3, and we're activating a good piece. And now either knight g5 or knight e4, both appear to give white a bit of a push, but both appear to be manageable. In particular, knight g5, it does play knight g5 more than it plays knight e4. After knight e4, bishop d5, followed by queen c6, the engine suggests we have stabilized.
Good, two very good pieces.
So knight g5, h6, knight g4. Okay, and now you have to play queen d4, but you probably will play queen d4. It does seem logical to try to take on e5 with the queen and not the bishop.
Okay.
Because if bishop takes e5, knight c5, suddenly every single piece is hanging and you're collapsing. Yeah, collapsing here.
So,
but after queen d4, it appears to be okay because knight c5 we have rook d2 for the time being, and counterplay just about gets there.
Wow.
I mean, it's a mess because white can actually respond by knight takes b5
because e1
is protected. But after everything comes off and black plays bishop d5 or bishop takes e5 even actually, yeah, we can even start with this. Yeah, we will lose the pawn on e6, but we shouldn't lose the game. Like bishop c3, bishop d5, knight d6, bishop d6, and once again the bishop
with martial
compensation, precisely. Black isn't really suffering, although they are just so good.
If you ever write a book of your best games, Peter, I can be your ghostwriter. I've been around Peter too long.
Yeah.
I mean, I really appreciate
Sam is still thinking. Feels like this promises more problems for black at least than the line that we were showing earlier, where it's important not to be lured in by the rook takes f2 line, which if you have missed it the previous time of showing, this looks excellent for black until you spot rook e3.
Wow.
Which I think is very missable even from short distance. Definitely missable from afar.
Yeah.
But I think maybe even missable here. I think it's possible to blunder even in a classical game.
Yeah.
But you are completely fine. Oops, no. I keep on doing this. I keep on, like, I should eat more porridge in the mornings. I can't reach all the way to c3.
Porridge.
This is fine, yeah. Because you would like to take with the knight and keep the queens on the board, but then this pin actually wins black a piece. So not an option.
Speaking of Sam Sevian and our wild cards, it's one of those things where our wild card picks have actually been stealing a lot of Grand Chess Tour points from the tour leaders. Have a look at this graphic.
This is just from this year. Magnus Carlsen took 13 points.
Dang.
No surprise there.
But this next one.
Vladimir Firouzja taking also 13 points. That was impressive.
That was, and setting a new Grand Chess Tour record for Rapid and Blitz event. Bogdan Daniel Diak doing very well in Bucharest in the classical event. For a wild card, that was a very, very nice placement. And then the rest of our wild cards all the way down. But where will Sam Sevian end up on that list? By the way, it's
so
2
far,
draws.
He's been playing great chess.
And he almost upset Levon Aronian in one
Wesley.
of the, pardon me, Wesley. In that French.
Yeah.
And Queen E2 on the board.
On the topic of chess changing dramatically since both of us stopped playing it.
Yes.
Bishop c6, b5 in Levon's game. A move I said will never happen.
Oh, have you pulled it again? Have you pulled another one? What have you done? This is Levon.
Bishop left the h1, a8 diagonal.
He, with his own hands, entirely unprovoked, he went bishop 6, b5 here. It's one of the 3 best moves in the position. It's just I don't know if it would have occurred to me at all.
Yeah, because, by the way, I mean, you would think you're shifting the rook on f1 to much better squares.
I guess it stops rook b6. I think maybe the reason for it is that he would like the rook to continue being locked in on b3. If I were to attempt to explain it in human terms, I think that would be where I would go. I still don't like it very much, but
I'm thinking that the rook is really well placed on. I mean, I would like to play rook b4, maybe rook d4. Right? I mean, give me a few tempi, and yeah, I can see what squares I need to occupy. On the other hand, what is this guy doing?
Yeah. You look at rook a7, d7, but I don't know if you have time for it,
I'm
right?
not sure. There's b8 square, right?
Yeah, exactly because of this. Yeah, a4 followed by rook b8 might be extremely painful. As a reply, yeah.
And, okay, this guy, I don't know. This guy's a little bit stuck.
Yeah.
I don't think you play rook g4
I
as
think
desirable
we keep it
as
on g6.
Yeah. I don't think you got to keep...
Best move in the position appears to be queen c4.
Okay.
And it appears to be the best move in the position by some distance, which is kind of surprising. I don't know why we're forcing rook b4. But
you do have queen d3.
Can I avoid?
It's actually not that. After rook b4, the move is rook d8.
Did not
including the final piece in the game, and you are kind of restabilizing.
Wow.
Very concrete line, yeah.
Okay.
And this does hold, seemingly.
Wow.
By the way,
that it's close.
All this time we've been watching this game, I haven't seen MBL at his chair at all today.
Yeah.
Well, he did play everything from the opening up to and including knight d1 with incredible speed. What are the clock times, actually, now that you mention it?
They both have around 30 minutes. It's no time trouble.
Okay, so MBL has been at the board. We just don't see him.
Well, maybe he's walking around while his clock is running, you know?
It could be that as well. I'm going to switch over.
To Fabian Alireza, because I see Alireza's clock. He's down to 8 minutes. And there's still 20 moves to go until the time control.
When we left it, not too much has changed. CD, CD, knight c5, more or less as we expected. Queen e2.
Oh, a lot of moves have been made since then.
Yeah, after Queen e2, I didn't like that decision very much. I thought starting with bishop c8 was always logical.
Tell me when
before f5?
Yeah, prior to playing f5. I think preparing f5 by bishop c8 was very, very logical.
So to take on f5 with the bishop.
Yeah, I think that seemed
bishop c8
yeah,
a lot more
bishop
harmonious.
on b7 is not doing anything anymore. Why keep it there?
Yeah, perhaps he didn't like to allow f4, but after f4, f6, I think black is just very comfortable because I don't believe in any of those attacks on the king side with f5, g4, g5 because with the open c file, there will always be enough counterplay on the other side of the board. Like that, or even bishop d7, b5, queen b6. I think we will always have enough time.
Ooh, let's catch up with the players because there were some missed opportunities just now.
Okay, so we've got e4, knight d2, take, 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 queen e2, f5, munch, munch, knight to e4, queen e7, queen b5,
continue.
Gift meet pawn.
Queen c7. And this, after b3, this last move, rook f8 by Alireza.
Yes.
Was given a question mark because maybe of bishop h3, but Fabi instantly responded with a3 instead.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's trying to dig this knight away from
bishop
c5.
h3 is very awkward, though.
And bishop's going to e6.
Oh, it wins the exchange on our screen, right?
Well, where does our rook go? We can't.
Rook f3 loses to bishop e6 and then rook f3, queen e8.
Ooh, mate.
Just loses by force.
Oops.
Both of them completely overlooked this.
Kind of a double blind test. Oops. So once again, bishop h3.
Yeah, I mean, there is rook h5, but it's so ugly we don't want to talk about it.
This is
rook f7, bishop e6, king h8 appears to be the engine's suggestion. But then after bishop f7, queen f7, f3, I mean, the d5 pawn falls, but I really don't think this is enough.
Yeah, d6, b6.
Queen takes d5. You still have to be, I mean, queen d4 check probably does something there, so you have to be a bit more careful, but it feels like we're one precise move away from completely stabilizing and having just more rooks.
I don't know. I have two, as you say, I have one. Yeah.
That's a big miss.
Shocking. Very quickly, a2, a3, and now that we know what's going on, but
gotta move that queen.
Yeah, at the same time, do I just...
Before is a threat.
Yeah, if I just step back and I keep this guy defended,
but then you will have to take with the d pawn, and that might not be very tasty, right? I think probably knight takes. Hang on, but then f2 is hanging and d5 is hanging.
Rook c2?
d2 is hanging.
d5 is not really hanging.
d5 is not really hanging, yeah. So rook c3, c2, and then bishop b4, queen d3. This looks bad.
Everybody's unhappy.
Yeah, we can also throw in b3 before at an opportune moment.
Yeah, everybody's unhappy. Okay, so what? Hold on, let me refresh.
Queen e7 in the current position is the best.
Which one?
Queen e7.
Yeah,
b6 not hanging yet because I'll take on e4 and f2.
Gotcha.
Although,
can I just see that?
Yeah, are we convinced we are fine in the end there?
Because I mean, there's two. I mean. I have two very nice open files for my rooks.
I don't even get d5 in there. I thought I was getting d5, but I'm not.
No. The king is not that safe on f2. Otherwise, I would think this is just straight up lost for black. But it feels very dangerous to my eyes.
Right. I'm probably taking the two rooks in this position as well. But
5 minutes.
That's what you stun me with. The time disparity in the clocks. Once again.
44 for Fabi.
40. Okay.
5 for Alireza for
5.
next 18 moves.
Alireza's doing this to himself for the
Every
third
day.
day running.
Yeah.
Third day running, yeah.
Whoa. What? Something's wrong here. I've seen Alireza in time trouble, but I'm not this badly.
Yeah, it's unusual, I think. And
maybe
so far he's on +1. He is surviving, and he's playing quite well on a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday,
fantastic decisions.
Playing better when he has less time.
It was like Walter Brown would improve his play when he had 3 minutes on the clock to make 20 moves.
Yeah, the control he demonstrated yesterday. I mean, he got a lost position and 5 minutes on the clock and made no mistakes until move 43. Kind of
not bad.
Yeah, like he finally started making mistakes way after getting his next half an hour. So yeah, he obviously is incredibly capable on very short time. But
besides Queen E7 though, and I mean his clock is still ticking.
Second best, I believe, is Queen B8, which is a very difficult move. He has gone Queen D8. Yeah, this is what we thought, but now Knight takes C5 is very strong.
Takes, and you played Rook C2.
Yeah, Rook C2.
Okay, that defends the weakness.
Queen D6.
Queen. Well, somehow this Rook is misleading. Queen F6, Rook E2. What? How? I'm not playing Bishop A6.
Maybe even Queen E2 is playable, but I would like to preserve the threat of B4. So I guess let's try Rook E2. Yeah, and Fabi, not thinking about Knight takes C5 for very long, knows it's correct.
It's kind of a weird move because you do have this crazy move, Queen D7. Never mind.
Oh.
Yeah, Queen D7 is a... okay, I'm out of ideas, guys. What am I supposed to do?
It's like White has a long-term advantage with that passer on D5.
Well, the thing that really threw me out, at first I didn't think this was that bad. And then then Peter mentioned, well, I'm playing for B4.
Yes.
And then I kind of go, well, what am I playing for? I mean, what's my motivation?
Just playing full on defense and hoping to survive.
That's exactly right. I'm just defending. I mean, yeah, I have no breaks. And maybe this guy is weak. I mean, I always have to pay attention to these ideas. Rook E2 and Bishop H3, E5 could be weak. And the clock times too. Ooh, dear. And by the way, we do have, this is the position. I don't know, Rook C2.
He played that quickly, yeah. He's put in more pressure on the Alireza's clock.
Peter, I don't like the position. I need a suggestion.
I don't have a, I think you play Queen D6 and
E4, sorry. Forgive me.
Bishop takes?
Rook takes.
Rook where? Rook takes D5 you want to try.
Oh, shoot. Queen C4. I was about to show why G3 is not a good idea. But this is actually, I mean...
I think at the end of the day, we'll learn G3 is actually a fine idea.
Yeah, we're going to start playing it in every single position. Yeah.
I know. But Queen C4 does... put paid to my
Before we move too
plan.
far away from it, I want to show an important bit of change in structure in the game between the two youngsters. It's been a while since we've looked at this position.
Prague, one of our co-leaders?
Yeah, White set up perfectly here. And interestingly, Nodirbek chose to immediately push for... I mean, he could have done it with many a time with the bishop on d3. And in this position, the engine actually suggests maybe start playing on the king side.
Wow.
Because Black really is completely stuck. Black will probably never have any counterplay in this game. But if you want to play b4, you could have done it without sacrificing anything.
With the bishop on d3.
But Nodirbek does it in a position where the pawn on c4 is hanging. And now Prague took on b4. If White takes with the pawn, queen takes c4. What is wrong with me today? Many, many things. The answer to that question is many, many things.
Just a second, can I guess?
This is completely fine. But the idea is to take with the queen. And here Prague missed what I think is more or less an immediate equality. White is threatening bishop a4, and the rook on d7 has no squares. But there is a very clever move, queen c7, intending to meet bishop a4 with rook b8. And then we give ourselves, not only are we kicking away the queen from b4, we're also giving ourselves a square on d8, which is okay. And apparently you can even play d6, d5. This I didn't see, but this is very beautiful.
Wow.
Giving up a full rook to generate this fantastic passer in the center. And Black is instantly completely fine. So queen c7, I think, would have solved Pretty much all of his problems. The engine goes bishop b3, rook b8, queen a4, and says maybe there is still some left. But
why did we?
Yeah, but like we've done strange things to our position here, and the machine no longer is very worried. But instead, Pragg played queen takes c4, which kind of justifies previous play for white. White will take, play bishop a4, take on d6 next move. All of this already happened. You take on d6. I'm assuming black still probably holds with very precise defense. But this is a kind of an endgame you absolutely lose if you chill for one move too many.
No.
Yeah, the engine instantly starts looking for counterplay, like knight h5, knight f4, rook b2. You cannot hold this passively. Passively, you will lose.
Right.
But it appears to say there is enough active counterplay.
Which begs the question, check and rook d7, Peter?
Yeah, we're not taking on d7. We're playing, I mean, rook b2 is okay, actually.
And so I want a peshki, but you play knight f4?
Yeah, if you take on a7, I can even play rook e2 for now. Bishop f2 and now it even includes rook a2 first and then goes knight f4 next move. And this setup, if you imagine some position like this, there is just so much counterplay. Beginning with very simply play rook a2, rook a1
there
forever. It just says zeros here.
Yeah, I was thinking bishop e8, but yeah.
So this is the current position. Apart from knight h5, nothing is particularly clean. If you don't do it immediately, white might actually play g2, g4 next move, just restricting the knight on f6 forever, which is why the engine really insists it needs to be in the game right away.
Right away.
Peter,
Thank you, Peter.
I just saw that Alireza maybe made another inaccurate move. Can you please tell us?
Sure. Let's go there.
What's happening there?
Yeah. So queen d6 has been played. Fabi played rook cg2, and for some reason king h8 is a massive mistake. I think probably because he had to do something else. Yeah, the machine says it was time to maybe get everyone to defense, like rook f7, rook e7, rook f8 maybe. It feels like king h8 is one of those where the machine criticizes a move which is not really a particular mistake. It's just that something was slightly more precise. And maybe also very concretely, you are no longer in time to reposition your pieces, because if you do all that, you now lose to f4, he takes f4, takes everything in d6. Like,
that's easy to miss.
Yeah, exactly. Like, machine obviously spots this immediately, but for the human eye, I think king h8 is incredibly natural. You don't want it on g8. There's a somewhat open diagonal. You want to make sure you never blunder any kind of a discovered check or any other
very human move.
Chicanery like this. But it was important to get the rooks to e7 and e8 as fast as possible so that you don't blunder any of those tactical shots. But seeing those tactical shots, both for Alireza in 3 minutes, and honestly, even for Fabio in 40, is not a given. Like, you still have to realize this is very strong.
But if he does realize it.
But if he does, Now, having said that, if he does realize it.
Both queen c4 and queen d3, which I assume are played with the same idea, are now very, very strong.
Slipped away from us a little bit, MVL and Levon. I just want to revisit that game because it's
like a very sharp position.
Bishops of opposite color, middle game, and it's all about...
The queens haven't come off. So.
The king.
No.
The king position.
The queens haven't come off, and MVL is better now.
And by the way,
Levon did not find queen c4. It is hanging, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So you have to play queen d5.
Okay.
Because you have to provoke rook e5.
Fair.
And then after rook e5, you play queen c4. And now queen takes f5 allows some kind of a perpetual after rook takes d4 and queen c1 check. This is what my screen told me. This is why we lured the rook away from the back rank.
How is there
queen c1 check, king g2, bishop c6 check.
Oh, that way.
That way.
Importantly, d5, bishop takes d5, rook takes d5, we take the queen. We take the queen and not the rook. The best move here, I think, is rook f3. And then black somehow holds. Maybe queen d2 check. And then take on f3 or something. Importantly, we can never go to h3 because there are checks from h6, which we will not like.
Yeah. It's funny, two passive pieces. The bishop came into the game with a check. The rook on g6 that has been bothering nobody for 20 moves goes to h6 check, and suddenly it's very awkward.
It is very awkward, yeah.
Oops.
So queen d5, I think, might actually be the only move in the current position.
Yeah, otherwise queen f5, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can play queen e7, but it's very ugly. Queen e7, rook e5, you really are struggling. Or rook b4 followed by rook e5, because the bishop will get kicked off from the b5 perch, and then the rook will land on b6.
In fact, I was thinking about a4 and
maybe even
dare I
immediately,
say
yeah.
it, making a pawn sacrifice so I could play rook to b6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it feels like the tide is shift.
Now we can actually say Black's king is weaker than White's king.
I could wait a moment or two because we had the perpetual check a moment ago, you know. But yeah,
and one idea I wanted to show you, which I found very cute, rook e5 here.
Yep, queen c4.
Yeah, okay, let's show it on mine. Yeah, queen d5, rook e5, queen c4.
Okay.
And in this position, the engine controls it very cutely. It goes rook b2. It's not the only thing, but I liked it very much. It goes rook b2 to control more squares.
Yep.
And after rook g4, we can play. Hang on a second. This
Queen
is no longer better.
F5?
Rook g4, rook e4 seems to be equalizing. Can we do something smarter?
Is queen f rook g4 queen rook b2? I like.
It was giving me completely different numbers before.
Sorry.
But the point is, after rook b2, I made some kind of an autopilot move here, like rook d5. Well, not autopilot, but trying to change some things, and also creating a massive threat of rook e5 followed by queen f1 mate.
Good.
And the engine just went h3 and said, I am creating a square for the king where it cannot be attacked, and now I am better. And here the screen still says we are better. But apparently after rook b2, what is happening? Very strong is rook g4, because queen takes f5. Only rook d takes d4, which is a version of the same, which also now gives the e6 pawn with check.
Check.
I mean, it looks completely lost. But apparently it's just a draw.
I feel like
shrug emoji.
The E8 square is just defended.
Yeah.
Can't find
just shrug emoji is all I can say about this. And if you play queen f2,
shrug emoji.
If you play rook f2, queen f2, you allow rook e4. and you can now you can sort of believe Black is not doing so poorly because we have traded away the horrible rook on g6 for a very beautiful rook on e5.
Yeah.
So maybe this is not as bad. And queen d5 has been found by Levon. Levon obviously realizing that he needs to play precisely and so far doing quite well.
Thank you, Peter. And clock times in this one?
No issues,
24
minutes for both of them, no time trouble. Because of the time issues, maybe we should stay with Fabi and Alireza because
let's
Alireza's
jump
down
back
to 3
to that
minutes.
game.
Fabi did not follow the best line
Queen d3.
to win the pawn. He played bishop e4.
Bishop e4, very positionally astute move. You know, you blockade. If you ever have to play f3, you want to do it when the bishop's in front of the pawn and not behind. And probably in his mind, he's thinking, I can always shift my pieces to the e5 pawn.
Improve the position and play f4 at the right time.
Right.
But maybe you won't get that moment anymore, a chance.
Well, the other thing, and I understand this completely. I mean, I've been a professional my life. When my opponent's in time trouble, I don't want to force trades like queen d3 and rook e2 and queen c3.
But on the other hand, Black's moves are not hard to find either. He's also shuffling and just defending the e5 pawn.
Okay, good. Well, let's
You're
shuffle
gonna test
together.
me now, aren't you?
Yes, okay. So you're going to play h6?
I'm inspired by g3, so I'm g6.
A whole generation of America's greatest players are being ruined by these engines. You want to play g6, okay.
Do I have to defend it? Because
what to say to that one? Okay, I'm going to do the engine prescribed, you know, gang up on this e5 pawn. I do want to play rook e2, and I do want to, now especially with g6.
no, I just realized that h7 actually wasn't hanging because I have g6 afterwards, right?
By the way,
Yeah.
I just, as you were speaking, I was, so what are we going to do?
Just rook e8 or something.
Bishop c8. I
Sure.
don't know. Okay. So the point was that I thought I was attacking h7 pawn. Nazi points out that, well, in fact, the bishop gets trapped. How many cookies have I gotten? Okay. But you were going to say rook e8.
Sure, let's defend the e5 pawn.
Okay, so I'll go rook e2. And again, I mean, I'm hoping that by the time I do ambush this pawn, it's going to be...
It's the bishop c8.
Bishop c8, okay. I guess I want to put my rook on
e3?
On e3. Okay, what am I intending?
When you play
Queen
rook
e2, bishop
e3,
g2.
maybe I'll go rook f8, attack f2 again.
Okay.
You're going to go queen e2? Because I think I'm taking that on f2.
I'm thinking. I was thinking about bishop h7, g6, takes, and rook takes e5. And I was trying to, I was trying to be impolite and say your king has no shelter, no shield.
It's true, but I may still have counterplay like queen f6.
Queen f6.
The f2 pawn. It was in a different game where
I
it was
know.
a problem, right? It's in some Sevian's game, yeah.
Some weirdness still going on. I don't think you can take, well, maybe you, no, you can't.
Well, I
I'll
can
go
for a
rook
draw,
h5
right?
check. Right. Wow. For those of you joining us late, this game between Fabiano and Alireza, the fight for first, Alireza, one of the three players, tied for first. A very tricky opening has evolved into a position where we like Fabi's positional play very much. He's got the space, he's got the control, and there's this massive weakness on e5 that all of Fabi's pieces are going to converge on over the next 10 moves. But it's the time, Nazi.
Alireza has only 3 minutes for next 15 moves or so, but he's defending well.
But that's the point. You said it just now. He's defending well, and he's going to have to defend. When you have little time, it's not easy just to
Not for most people, but then Alireza is not most people.
copy that. Peter, your approach to the position is white. You're happy you got here. Now what are you going to do?
My original impression was maybe I should go for some kind of a b4 break to try and create a second weakness on b6.
Okay.
But maybe we never have time for it. I don't know. It doesn't feel right to waste a full tempo on rook b1. I don't know. Having seen that line that I was showing, that the engine was showing me, with the direct assault on the e5 pawn by queen d3, queen c3, and then doubling on the e file, that, I think, is a very good indication that this is maybe where the danger lies. But in particular, now that we played bishop b4, which will kind of have to be corrected if we want.
Yeah, we're going to come back.
If we're going to press against the e5 pawn.
Right.
I don't know. It's obviously very comfortable for white, but yeah, the issue is finding a way to create immediate pressure and not give black time to perhaps, I don't know, get the bishop from b7 to d7, where maybe it will support the position a bit better, because I don't think black has any counterplay against the d5 pawn that is relevant to anything.
But don't you feel like that in this position you really are just defending? Yeah. There's nothing you can really do. You can meet me at the pass when I, you know, but you don't have active play.
It's unpleasant, and it's particularly unpleasant on 3 minutes, of course, when. And the thing that some people do, and I don't know if that's what Fabi is doing, but in some cases you actually kind of want your opponent to play quickly, right? Because Fabi actually has the luxury of, I don't know, thinking for 15 minutes here, trying to figure out exactly where the pieces go and how to approach the play prior to the first time control. And for Alireza, he's just sitting there. He can't get up. He's on 3 minutes.
Right.
He can't go walkabout.
No.
And with every extra minute, it gets more and more uncomfortable just sitting at the board waiting for that decision that he will have to react to quite quickly.
Exactly.
Having said all that, 3.5 minutes after 26 is sort of 10 minutes, right? It's not exactly 10 minutes because you get them in portions.
Right, 30
But if you add up
seconds,
the increment for the next 14, that's an additional 7 minutes that he has. So he is not panicking just yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's unpleasant.
It's not my approach to the position. I love moves like rook e3. I love moves like queen d3, rook e3, queen f1 to e1. But, you know, once you told me, Peter, that you might be thinking about shifting your bishop maybe to d7, it crossed my mind, however fleetingly, that after h3, I might play something very unusual and just ask you, like, okay, again, what I do want to do is I want to play rook e3, and I want to just take more and more squares away from your pieces. Bad idea? Good idea?
The thing is, I was wondering if I even want to play bishop f5 here with black if you allow me to play bishop f5, because g4 really only denies black bishop f5.
Precisely. That's precisely
And the question,
right. So
whether
if
this
I go
is a good
rook
move or not.
E3, let's just put some other different moves on the board. So I give you the opportunity, if you're so inclined, to play bishop f5. Great, you got a bishop f5. Now you have to decide whether or not you liked it.
We probably take and go rook 6 f5, and we hope that now that the pawn on d5 is significantly weaker, it's no longer supported by that light square bishop, and the pawn on f2 also needs attention.
Mm-hmm.
And we get to play h7, h6, and we probably survive this with black. Okay. Not with any joy, but but we are probably surviving this, I want to say.
Nasi, did my horrible conception of h6, bishop d6, oh, sorry, not rook e3.
I'm a bit shocked you suggested it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's not, I mean, because I liked it.
Fabi, by the way, goes bishop g2 back. And, well, there's temptation for Alireza just to repeat, but rook f5 would be a mistake, as we know, because then queen d3, c3 is very strong.
But now I think Fabi, in that big think, started to realize, look, the only way I'm really going to win this game is by putting as much pressure on e5 as possible, and the bishop was in the way.
I like bishop g2 back. I think it's not too late to go back to the main idea.
Don't you think that's the hardest thing in chess?
It is very
that was
hard.
where I was going, exactly.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
It's absolutely one of the... Admitting your previous move was just a straight-up mistake.
Right.
Something in your heart.
Hey, I'm stubborn.
Yeah.
You know, like I made this brilliant decision to do it in the first place. I'm trying to justify it.
Yeah. And
it's a sign of maturity, right?
Thank you.
Very much so.
Well stated. And in this case, bishop g2, what should black be doing? Is it rook f7 to e7?
Maybe, yeah, I think maybe you have to recognize that they belong on the e-file, all of them, as quickly as possible, so that you have an answer to the tripling or the doubling with the queen on c3.
It's 2 minutes for Alireza. Does it matter which rooks you start with?
You don't want to give queen e8 check chances. You probably does matter. Yeah. Probably
in
does
my
matter.
head, we were dropping the queen first for white, but
By the
yeah,
way,
we don't
this
have
move,
to do
bishop
that.
g2.
It's still on b5.
Yeah.
This move, bishop g2, of all of white's possibilities, I don't know if Alireza was that this maybe caught him by surprise more than any other decision that Fabi could have made. But Fabi just played bishop e4, so he was not. He was probably looking at b4, h3, g5, rook f5, an invitation to. But as we know,
he's offering.
Yeah,
no way.
But we're not going
rook
to see
e3.
Again, this approach to me is such a natural one because I'm looking at queen f1, queen e1. Again, I'm just focusing my attention on the pawn, and I want to play rook. Alekhine's gone.
Yeah, that looks really good. I think h6. I was expecting rook dropping back to f7, but I don't think that's what Alireza is planning to do at all.
Yeah, Alireza is not a believer in the push against the e5 pawn, clearly. Or maybe he thinks he never has time for rook f7, rook e7 anyway.
Are you interested in including h4 at all, or you just want to go queen f1?
No, I wasn't interested in, but you know, just because you played h6, I started to think about bishop e4. I know it's stupid.
No,
bishop.
My reaction was to a4, which Fabi just played completely on the other side.
Yeah, just
maybe
freezing.
Because if he goes queen f1, black might have a4 ideas, right?
I wasn't afraid.
Yeah, I think he feels maybe black is in a weird kind of a semi-zugzwang.
Right.
Because you don't want to play bishop c8 when it allows queen c6.
Right.
That might just ruin your position on the spot. Therefore, the bishop is kind of frozen to b7. Alireza clearly is not dropping the rooks back. So Fabi is kind of doing all the gardening he wants to do.
Yeah.
And freezing the queen side in place might be useful.
Because of the move h6, it did flitter again across my mind that, you know, I might be interested in just, provoking you to play g6.
Maybe bishop c8.
Maybe here bishop c8 f5.
Queen d3.
You might force me to make some good moves. Yeah.
Pity.
Queen
a4,
f6.
queen f6. I'm playing queen f1
Got
in a
another
heartbeat.
question mark? Yeah, looks like queen f1.
In a heartbeat.
And black doesn't have the right setup with those rooks.
Or queen e2, yeah. Both of those are very strong.
They should be on the e-file, both of them.
Yeah.
By the way, this rook is... there was this moment when the rook...
Earlier, right?
Yeah, it didn't have moves, and it might be one of those situations where the rook is... Queen's not well placed on f6.
No. Would you play queen e2 or queen f1 here?
Now that I realize that queen e2 doesn't blunder rook f2, maybe queen e2.
That's better, right?
Queen e2 feels a bit more natural, right?
It does. It does.
A bit more natural.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen e2.
All right. Yeah. We're going to leave this for just a moment. Catch us up on the...
Because
just catch me up on the other games. What is Sam and Gukesh? We thought Sam was enjoying a small plus at a certain moment.
Let's begin with this, just to briefly say that they are at the pass.
MBL and
Rook g4 needs to be played. I think you're still in some kind of trouble. Second best move is king f7, which is kind of risky. Rook g4, rook e4 does make a draw, but he needs to realize this holds. And this is all I'll say about this position until he actually makes a move. Okay. Elsewhere, Sam let go of all of his advantage. There was a very important critical moment after queen e2. Gukesh chose not rook d3, not knight c7, but this move queen c6, after which it was very important to what is wrong? It was very important to get the queen to a good square. This is a very, very good square for the queen, constantly threatening some knight g5, knight e4, knight f6 ideas. And this would have been problems for black. Best play is something along the lines of queen d7, knight c7. But pretty much all the sensible moves here, for instance, like you can provoke h6, put the knight on e4.
That looks good.
This is very risky for black because the king side is never entirely safe, and also you constantly have to pay attention to not lose the pawn on b5. Instead, Sam played rook d1, which instantly makes black's position completely fine. Pretty much any move here, queen d5 is fine, queen d7 is fine, knight c7, which is what Gukesh has played, is also fine. Bishop d6, and now you can make an immediate draw with knight e8, or you can continue playing on, like knight d5 is not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, knight d4 looks threatening, but actually instantly loses to knight f4.
Bad luck.
Yeah, the best move is queen d2. Once again, controlling f4 is very important, but you can play queen d7. With the rooks coming off and the knight making all the, the entire journey from e8 to d5, black is never going to be worse.
Yeah, knowing Gukesh's style, through move repetition.
No, he's not taking that draw.
Very unlikely.
He is not taking that draw. And
actually,
in the game
he did
between
play
Commentator's curse. You said it.
I think he'll repeat maybe twice, not 3 times. And in the game between Nodirbek and
he did play knight h5.
He did play knight h5, rook c6, bishop b6, and he should now hold. It's still a bit better for white, but the constant ideas of rook b2, knight f4 are very difficult to control. Yes, and you also probably want to play something like f6, g5, just to gain space to get the king off the back rank. For instance, like after rook c3, the immediate rook b2 might not be good. You can play knight f4, or you can actually start playing something like f6, g5, and just improving on the king side. And on that note, let's go back to what Fabi is doing. Fabi is not doing anything yet.
That's what I thought. I thought it was a lull was going to occur, so it was a chance to catch up on the other games. Wasn't there another game?
MVL and Levon?
No, we went. No, it was a draw, of course.
I think we covered everything that's still running.
Yeah, of course. Okay, and we do Nazi queen e2 or queen f1.
Yeah, queen e2 or
queen e2. I like this. Again, what we're doing is not only we're just
talking about Fabi Alireza game.
Yeah, we're just not only with queen e2 are we defending f2, but we're really targeting this pawn on e5 so that we can, in the very near future, play, I don't know, bishop.
Bishop h3, I think, is a massive threat right now.
Yeah.
I think it more or less forces black to go queen d6.
Why do we think Fabi's taking a long thing here? Because queen e2 seems very natural, right? Because other moves he made really fast. Here he's slowing down. Could he have some other ideas?
F2, F3 just feels wrong. I mean,
and also
again,
rushed. Like you can do that anytime.
I mean, I'm thinking if you let's say I play F3. What else could I do if I'm not defending the pawn, right? He might want. I know what he might want. He definitely wants to play d7, d6. Sure. There's no question about that. So he's thinking about rook e2, with the idea that maybe he can
prepare d6.
But then after queen d6, we're no further progressed towards our overall game plan. We still need
I got rook e2 for free.
But you want it on e3.
It's in the way of everything, right? You're doubling them on the e-file, Yasser.
Look, I'm telling you my achievements. continue to take.
Yeah, free move should be something to celebrate, but in this case, you
No.
have to go back to e3.
Correct. Okay, so I'm playing queen e2, and no, I'm out of ideas why Fabi is spending. I think that's also a very important point to our aspiring players in the audience, that good moves can be played quickly and should be played quickly, because you might regret not having those minutes later in the game. And I don't think you need to overly concern yourself about queen e2 or queen f1 and which is the better square. Just make the good moves, make them fast. Yeah.
Well, while Fabi's thinking, we're going to have a short break.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for two thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the prestigious Sinquefield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you're new to chess or have just started learning the game, Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club is right for you. Mondays from 5:30 to 8:30, you can learn the basics of the game in a friendly, judgment-free zone from experienced instructors, and get valuable practice going head-to-head with other players who are also starting their chess journeys. It's never too late to learn the game, and now is the perfect time to start. Join us for Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Store, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 3 of the Sinquefield Cup. So far, we only have one result.
It was a draw.
It was a draw between Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Wesley. So all other games still going on.
And although we've been making jokes, it was rook on e1 to e2.
Fabi played.
Fabi made that decision. And the crazy part, it took
a lot of time.
Yeah, for Alireza to answer with the move queen d6. In fact, went down to 6 seconds on his last move, and now he just dropped to what?
Well, he got 30 seconds.
Yeah.
45, but Fabi also included h4, maybe just improving the position, making some useful moves.
The e5 pawn is gone, guys, by the way.
It is
queen
lost now, right?
e4.
After rook e8, just f4?
Yeah, rook e8, f4, rook f5, bishop h3.
Nice.
We are now a pawn up with the white piece.
Well, that's huge improvement.
Yeah, bishop
That's
a6, we
wanted.
just play rook e3 here, I guess, or rook e1, I don't know why. I think there's probably no particular difference, but rook e3 seems more
Maybe there is some c4, queen b4 counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, on e3,
Black
just
has to start doing
it's more
something.
protected.
Exactly.
Right. So
Or
why
defend in b3.
Yeah, why
Yes.
not? Why not play rook e3?
Agreed. Did that blunder? Did he blunder a pawn then with that move queen rook f5 to f? No,
bishop c8
bishop
maybe
c8.
was there was maybe some final way to prevent the attack on the e5 pawn, but
For
no.
those of you joining us late, Fabiano is in very good shape here in the middle game. He got a positional advantage that included a nice space advantage and a weak pawn on e5. And because of time trouble, I want to say mostly because of time trouble, Alireza has now blundered away his e5 pawn, and we think
Nazi.
c4 on the board.
Not a good move, I'm pretty sure, but you can
Had to be
understand
done.
not having the patience to wait anymore, because
Yeah.
losing the e5 pawn for nothing is going to be very, very bad.
But if I'm in Fabi's shoes, I suddenly shift my attention. I say, I'm no longer interested in your e5 pawn. I would very much like to take the c4 pawn on my own terms. Can I play a move like bishop
Maybe
Very
C3?
strong. The thing is, BC4 is also much, much better for white.
Also,
It
that's
doesn't
the
spoil anything.
problem,
Yeah.
is like we actually have two good ways of gaining an advantage.
Yeah, but bishop f1 is very strong and is also completely winning. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. And for Fabi, he's enjoying a serious time advantage and position advantage.
Yeah, they're not that far from the time control anymore, only 6 moves left. But he's mostly enjoying the extra pawn he's about to take.
You're right. Now, again, it's about winning the Sinquefield Cup, most definitely earning a big prize, but also the Grand Chess Tour points. And these two players are really in that bubble, that mix.
Currently, Alireza has more points in Grand Chess Tour standings than Fabi, so taking down Alireza works out great for Fabi.
Absolutely huge.
And for some other players as well.
And this is what Firouzja needs to do.
He needs to finish second or better. Fabi needs
Boom.
to finish first.
Right. Then they have their own destiny. This is without the other results. This is what could happen. And the current standings are, as you see.
As you can see, Alireza has 2 points more than Fabi at the moment. So, of course, this win would overtake Alireza in the standings.
If they were to draw out from here, if all the games, the rest of the tournament were drawn, Prague would leapfrog over Fabi and take the fourth.
Yeah, Fabi takes on c4. We assume it's queen b4, otherwise it's unclear why we've given up that pawn. But after queen b4, I'm very sure there's a bunch of moves which are very strong. Queen c2 maybe.
He's fishing. He's hoping for, Alireza is, he's hoping that he'll win back a pawn and fish.
I want to push the d pawn so badly, but what's the best way to set up first?
I'm kind of thinking that, okay, if I just play a really...
C2? Safe move.
Safe move. As you say, I'm looking at d6, I'm looking at e5.
With black, I think we're hoping to save some endgames, so I think I'm starting by queen takes c4 pretty much every case. I don't think I can play with the queens on.
Right.
Takes, rook takes c5.
You could have considered rook c3 also instead of taking queens.
True. Unfortunately, I had my blinders on. Yeah.
I was hoping to play rook d8 here. To kind of force you to play d7.
Yeah.
Play maybe bishop. Would he have bishop c6?
That was my dream.
It is very, very hurtful.
Yeah. But definitely Fabi in the driver's seat after queen c4.
He's played queen c2, Yasser, your move.
Only once per broadcast, but here it comes. You know what's coming.
Maybe
these players are really good.
They're decent, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe rook c8 to take on c4 with a rook?
Sorry, but you also wanted to correct me about...
No, I was saying that was also an option.
Rook c, and maybe it's a very nice option. Queen takes c4 on the board.
But the line we looked at after you started pushing
d67.
it looked winning.
Yeah. Pass pawns must be pushed.
I think it is. Once you get to d7 and it's not lost on d7, then that's it.
Right.
White wins.
Rook e5.
Yeah. Somewhat weirdly, after queen c4, bishop takes c4, rook c3 appears to be winning harder than d6, so to speak. You know.
Really? That's a nicely hidden...
Including b5 and then playing the same idea of d6, d7. Also apparently completely winning for white.
Wow.
With the threat of, I guess, d7, a takes b5, and then rook c8.
That's cute.
Yeah. And if you play rook somewhere, bishop c6 still wins, but it also now wins a pawn on b5. I guess this is maybe why it's so strong. But the immediate d6 is also utterly winning.
Right. Okay, so Fabi, boy, I've got to say, I mean, Fabi really, really needs a win. He came off that rapid chess score, so fantastic, but the blitz was a disaster. And then the 2 draws to start this. He hasn't feeling it, but to knock off a near rival who's in first place, or at least tied for first place, that is to say, Alireza, this would be a huge victory for Fabi and really right the ship. It's kind of remarkable to include rook c3 when you're looking at this e-pawn with,
also
intent.
From the black side, you dream of getting rid of the b6 pawn.
Right.
So why are we being provoked to play b5, a move we dream of playing? But as a matter of fact, the black is completely stuck on the queen side, nothing moves anywhere. And d7 followed by either ab or bishop c6 is going to decide the game.
And just to buttress the point that Peter was making, this idea that at the end of the day, I actually have rook c8 as a nice way of justifying rook c3 over rook takes e5. That's special. That's nice. Everything's flowing right now.
Yeah.
Can he keep up?
Normally, I would like to show you some very nice variations in the game between Levon and MVL, but Alireza has a minute, so we probably shouldn't move away from here. But there's a critical moment.
Here.
There's a critical moment in that game.
I think. I think it's a good time to visit that game.
Levon did not find rook g4, as we were saying. Rook e4 does appear to be holding here, but he played rook d5. And here there were two positions I wanted to show you. First of all, my move h3. And specifically, the cute thing here is after takes king d7, which is by far the best for black, queen h8, rook g3, king h2 is apparently the best for white. Yeah, nobody does that. No, I just wanted to show you this as a kind of a diagram. But more relevantly to the game, after rook d5, rook takes d5, it's weaker than h3. But Levon is now, the reason he hasn't made a move here is, I'm pretty sure he thought, okay, what's the problem? I'll play queen d8.
He did.
Queen d8, queen e5, you're lost.
Lost.
They made a couple more moves.
This is gone.
It's on the board.
Queen e5 is on the board.
Queen g5 may be the best try, and now the only clean victory is rook b1, stopping queen c1. I think it's findable.
Okay.
I think stopping queen c1 is very logical. And now the threats of a4 or c4, like the moment the rook actually joins the mating attack on the other side of the board, you win. And if you play a5 or4, which I think is very desirable, after queen b8 check, if you make king moves, regrettably for you, you just lose. And this is the problem. You would like to start giving mate, but c4 not only kicks the bishop away, we've given ourselves the f1 square for the rook.
Okay, that's mate.
That is just mate. Yeah. So, yeah, if he finds rook b1 now, the advantage appears to be completely decisive, which is kind of very, very breaking news. Yeah, and the important thing to find, and the thing that Levon did not find, he could play king f7, but he probably thought he loses by force after a4, bishop c6, queen c7 check, queen d7, and rook b7.
That's pretty.
Does look completely winning. This still holds, sort of.
That's
at least you don't lose any material. You lose the h7 pawn by force, but losing the h7 pawn in this position already feels like a gift. Yeah, like white can play rook b8, king f7, rook h8. But at the end of that line, we get to pick up the pawn on a4, and maybe we don't even lose. Although it's not going to be pleasant after bishop b5, h5, and so on.
Right.
So yeah, just to recap what's going on in this game a little bit, Levon appears to have mixed up his analysis in the French again.
Right.
Almost got away with it, but has now played himself into trouble again. And if MVL finds a sequence of good moves in the current position, he should be fully in control.
Absolutely. Well, queen c1 check, as you say, easy move for MVL to find rook b1. But when I got to this position in my mind, I thought, oh, aren't I playing bishop e3?
Then maybe f4, right?
Okay, but I'm stopping queen c1, and maybe I would then, I don't know, go queen b8 check and bishop takes f4. I thought.
And c5 and black has counterplay.
Yes, but there you go. And is time trouble? Is that?
Yeah, MVL has 4 minutes.
4.
Not real time trouble, but yeah, 4 minutes for next 3 moves.
And Levon?
12 minutes. Levon has plenty of time, but his position now completely lost.
Wow.
c4, a4, big threats.
Bishops of opposite color positions that can be so confounding. You think they're balanced? It's about king position. That line you were showing there with
allowing rook d8.
Rook d7.
Rook b7, king e8.
Come on.
I really wanted to show it to our viewers because it's quite spectacular.
There's 2 players, MVL and Levon, who are playing each other. They are currently first and second place after St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And we know MVL has almost guaranteed his spot in the Final Four. But Levon?
But between the rivals, I'm realizing what decisive games this could be. By the way, MVL, yeah, right. MVL knocking down Levon with a win is just absolutely huge. I mean, it totally would cement
MVL is kind of in
playoffs. Yeah,
feels like it's completely in if he wins, but it puts Levon in some jeopardy.
Exactly.
If he is knocked back to 50%.
because that group, and with Prague included. By the way, when we left it, Nodirbek, he had an advantage of the two bishops. Is that still the case in that game?
It's very equal in
very equal
in that game. Yes.
Prague is now very likely, I think, almost nailed on to save that game.
Okay.
Yeah. We have two games going on where we expect decisive result. Let's go back to Fabi and Alireza because
Let's do it.
he's decided to trade queens.
Whoa!
Will he play Rook C3?
This is the moment. I thought he was going to play your move Rook C3. I really did. That's why I was getting in my...
No, he took about 8 minutes or so to think about it.
Because it
calculated all this.
I mean, obviously you want d6. I mean, the temptation to play Rook C3 with the idea of playing d6 is really, really strong. But I think he's played it really well. Rook C3, as we know, is great. I reached for the pawn and went d6, d7. And
he's doing the same.
Yeah, I mean, I could see...
I think it's like, you can always
road
play
to
Rook
victory.
C3, right? What's the rush?
Exactly, and I'm kind of keeping Rook takes E5 in my pocket too. So we have been looking at Rook D8, D7, Bishop E6, Bishop C6, and we came to a dead end. We said...
After D7, you suddenly find yourself lacking any way to deal with that pawn on D7.
Exactly, and Alireza, I think, is realizing the same. King G8, kind of
the king needs to be closer to...
Do you want to take the pawn on E5, or...?
With every fight of my beating. But that Rook C3...
I think there's also F4. I saw on my screen that
thinking,
F4 was very strong.
Because you could take with the pawn later on E5. Wouldn't that be even better?
Yes, it would. Because F4, F takes, and E6...
It's a bit messy, though.
Is it?
Because you can actually go E takes F4, Rook E8, Rook F8. There is no immediate win. So if it's on my screen, you get here,
and Bishop
C6. You play Bishop C6, and we even give up on G3. The thing is, the resulting positions are just so completely winning, we can afford to give up more or less our entire king side to get this set up.
Right.
And then after Bishop F7, we just play Rook E5. And what we're claiming here as white is that none of these pieces will make a move ever again, and eventually we will find a way to win, which by this point needs to be at least a piece and maybe more, right? Because we've given away so many pawns that I can imagine scenarios where a piece might not be enough. Although, having played A4 very, very early on, you can actually give up all the rest, right?
Yeah.
As long as we have A4 and the bishop on B5 when we finally collect material. So yeah, this wins, but it's not like this is not winning.
No.
And something like Bishop H3.
That, for me, is
also
I'm fixated on this.
Complete dominance. We can play H5, F4, bring the king to the center, and in the meantime, black will never make an active move. So
Rook D4, Rook D...
I mean, maybe King F7 with the idea of playing Bishop E6, but... okay, there's a... Actually, the thing is, regrettably for black, even this is completely lost.
But we don't
Switching the advantage to something like this, yeah.
Wow.
Forcing you to play Rook A6, and then they are unpleasant without the pawn on F2. Let's put it like this. Like, they're a little bit unpleasant if white doesn't have an extra pawn on the side. So yeah, this is completely winning.
But
one more move until move 40.
One more move. Okay, so one more look. Rook takes E5 looks fantastic to me. Did you say King F7, Peter?
King F8, I think.
King F8
seems logical.
And then how about this one?
Rook D4, Bishop E6.
Bishop E6 and Bishop C6.
Ah, yeah, you want to force me to put it on E6 so that the bishop is on... Yeah, that makes sense a lot. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well. Yeah.
Because if you have your king on E7 and I go Bishop E5... Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This looks totally lost.
Totally. Right. Everything is anchored away.
They are making a 3-move repetition to agree to a draw, and Nodirbek stops the bleeding.
But stops the bleeding, but doesn't get on the scoreboard.
Look at him. I think you even have to make one more move.
No, really?
I mean, they can make as many moves as they want in this position.
Yeah.
There's not really very much left.
They're laughing.
Yeah, well, he will feel
a wrong claim. Give that man 2 more minutes on his clock.
Yeah, it's happening.
They're giggling, but is he actually going to add?
Yes.
Rule.
We have rules, young man. This is it. And the rules are an incorrect claim. Your opponent is gifted 2 additional minutes for the incorrect claim.
I've honestly never seen this before.
Oh, I've been watching Chris Bird do that many times. He always enforces the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Sorry, but that's an incorrect claim. I have to give your opponent another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think that would be a fun way to get all the way back to 90 minutes and start from there. But yeah, Nodirbek, he's giggling about this, but he will feel he missed a chance today.
Definitely.
He got a very, very nice position out of the opening, and towards the early middle game, he was the only one with plans. Prague was just poised. What's your favorite, how does the favorite quote goes? White is playing and black is waiting. One side is playing, the other side is watching. That was very much one of those positions.
Yeah, and where Prague was watching.
Nodirbek kind of opened it up slightly too early and then couldn't convert.
Is Alireza losing on time?
He's about to make his last move, 40th move. He has 3 seconds.
Does he realize that?
He did.
He's gone king f7 instead of king f8, but it changes
nothing.
Very, very few things, yeah.
Right.
Rook d4 is still very strong, bishop h3 is still very strong. All of the things which were working previously are still working.
Yeah, but now they've reached time control, so they might take some time. Should we jump back
Please.
to MVL and Levon?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
MVL's found all the right moves.
Yeah, f4 played and queen b8 played, and now black is, king f7 loses to c4.
Just a second, I'm going to catch us. Oops, sorry. We left it with rook b1, f4. Please, trade queens. No way. Queen b8 check, and sorry, Peter, what were you saying?
Basically, white, in pretty much every single line, white prepares to play c3, c4, and then play c3, c4. The one we showed already was king f7, c4, and the problem for black is that you would like to start your counterplay, but it immediately fizzles after rook f1 check.
Right.
So the only 2 moves you have are king e7 and king d7. If you play king e7, the cleanest appears to be queen b7 check. If you go back to e8, we can now play c4.
I think.
Okay. So we are
shuffle.
We are nearing the end, and Sam Sevian making a very nice technical draw by giving up a piece but trading everything off the board. He will play either h4, f4, and get rid of the rest.
Very solid start for Sam. 3 draws.
Definitely.
3 draws, and frankly, could have been more.
Yeah.
Was pushing today was much, much better. Maybe winning against Wesley. So
4 takes. I think we're gonna see just bishop against the king, right?
Yeah, h4.
We're waiting for that.
And bishop f6, h5.
Nope.
No, how did you not play
take on
h5?
h4 yourself.
There we go.
And that game ends in a draw.
A draw, agreed. And again, as you were saying, the wild card Sam Sevian really playing a very solid tournament, but we have a special guest in studio.
Nodirbek, welcome to the studio. You had a tough start. Do you think it's possible because you're having a hard time switching from rapid and blitz to classical?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you look at my games, I think I played, pretty decently. In the first game, I could make a draw with repetition with knight c3 and knight e4. That was indeed my plan, but when I saw f5, okay, I went for it, and I just misplayed it after that. And in yesterday, I also had a very complicated game.
Yes.
It's a very double-edged position. Yeah, I think somehow, I think my nerves are not in place, and I think I have to, my mistake was, I couldn't just calculate deeply enough because, my brain is not working.
That's important.
So that was a problem. So today, my plan was to just play, calm, very solid chess.
Which you achieved it.
Yeah, I got small advantage, I think, because I've played similar structure against Alireza earlier in this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I went for b4.
Going very well.
I went for b4, hoping that the endgame might be I mean, unpleasant, but I don't think it's much. Like after knight h5, I think it's a very accurate move.
Yes.
After which I didn't see like a real chance to put pressure.
You're absolutely right. That knight h5 was crucial without that move. There was just one moment that we did have. You did play the move b4, and Peter drew our attention to the move g4.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I would play it when I had a good score.
With 2 points in the pocket, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a very risky move.
Exactly.
You know, once you play g4, it doesn't go back, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of... I was not in the mood today.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us, and for those of you who are joining us late,
thank you.
Our results so far in this round 3.
Out of 5 games, we do have 3 draws, but we should jump back into...
Back to MVL's game because, well, here we go. Here's the results.
Yep, it was 3 draws. We do expect 2 decisive results in the 2 remaining games.
Well, that would keep our 2 victories per round.
Gotta
but
keep the pattern going.
Peter, MVL, he's playing a heck of a game.
Yeah, and he did something very practical here because Levon did play king e7, and MVL has repeated twice already to get to move 41.
Yes.
He will not repeat a third time in this position, we know this much. And after king e8, I figured out finally what the problem for black is. You can actually allow f takes g3, because after c4, f takes g3, you can play queen c8 check, and after king e7, bishop c5 now. I mean, queen c5 wins, but bishop c5 is mate, which is even stronger.
Better.
So you have to play queen d8, and then you're not going to save this position.
No.
It's the wrong color pawn, so you don't want to trade rooks, but nobody can really force you to trade rooks here.
Right.
You will put the bishop on b4, play a3, collect everything on the other side of the board, and then slowly, calmly. People have actually played that endgame out.
Yeah.
I've seen, let me set this up. Let me just, for the elucidation of, I blundered rook a3, but let's ignore that for a second, this position, and then let's say you allow all this, and the pawn gets to a5, and shockingly, because of stalemates, you still have to work a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, it's completely winning, of course, but you kind of need to know how it's winning, because let's say you get here, and then what's your threat? Because once you play king b6, I will be giving a check and giving it up for the bishop. And I remember there was a very dramatic game in the World Cup which decided, I think maybe in the quarterfinals of the women's bracket. It took the player with the bishop and the pawn. It was on h3 and the dark squared bishop. It went on for about half an hour. Before finally, I think the winning plan is eventually you have to get the rook to d7, bishop c5, bishop d6, and king b6. And then there are no checks. And then you give mate on a7. But as I mentioned, I have seen this played out, but I don't think I've ever seen it not being eventually won by the stronger side. Right. It's a lot trickier than you would expect. You would expect this to be, winning with your eyes closed.
Exactly.
No, you actually have to think about your things a little bit.
Just returning to the game of Fabiano for just a moment, Alireza. Fabiano, we think, is on the verge of winning. He has played that move, rook to d4, that we really like. The idea is you want to give yourself the opportunity of putting the bishop on c6. So after the move rook d4, we try to provoke the bishop to go to e6, so we can go to bishop c6. And this is just practically speaking extra pawn and domination. Fabi's cruising.
But Yasser, we have a very special guest in the studio. Gukesh, welcome back.
Thank you.
We know that you're a fighting player. You don't really like to make draws, but how do you feel about today's result?
Yeah, I mean, it was a fine result. With black draws, always a fine result. And yeah, I was pressing for some time. I guess it was never really much. So.
The position from the opening after bishop f4, c4, I think this is theory up in, and previous play has started knight d7, followed by c4. So when you played this move c4, I think Sam was trying to take advantage of your move, c4.
I vaguely remember the c4 e6 idea, seeing it. I was just, at the board, I was just trying to recollect if was the exact position. but I think like I didn't really see any problems for black.
Okay.
And okay, if he went queen d4, it was just a draw. Yeah, like
Right.
rook 8, queen d4, just a draw.
Tell me when you feel the imbalance. Were we looking at rook d3 here? Wasn't it rook d3?
Yeah, rook d3, I was thinking knight e4. I couldn't really see anything, how to proceed.
Rook d3, knight e4.
You thought you were better here?
No, I mean, I was trying to, but...
Trying to be better.
Yeah, trying to be better, but...
Okay, so you went queen c6, and again...
It was just equal all along, yeah?
After queen c6, queen e3, it seems like white has a bit of a push, actually. Queen e3, queen f4 is quite annoying.
Queen e3... If I go knight c7?
I'm assuming...
Probably some sort of queen g5, queen h4, and yeah.
Ah, okay. I mean, I saw this queen e3, but I somehow just underestimated it.
Yeah. When all the rooks came off, it was... Yeah.
And okay, he was just very precise here, yeah? Like,
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that easy, but then he found queen c6, king g2. I mean, I wanted to go bishop f8, but then he has bishop a5. So I tried this final trick, and he still found this nice queen c8, queen g4. Yes.
Let's see at the end. Yeah, check.
Yeah, gf2, then queen h4, queen d8. Yeah.
gf2, queen h4, and queen d8.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe bishop h6, but then I think just queen e7. And then take bishop e3, bishop h4.
Yeah.
And white gets the f2 pawn.
Yeah.
It's tough to win a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's really... Sam has been a long-time player in U.S. championships, and he's a difficult man to beat.
He's a very strong player.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Have you played him before, actually?
I've played him once, yeah, in Sharjah, I think 2023.
Not so long ago.
If I'm not wrong. But yeah, that also ended in a draw, and it was also a Sicilian, I think.
Exactly. It's a tight pack. Nobody's really broken out. 1.5 points, 3 players tied for first, and it looks like there's going to be a changing of the guard between Fabi and Alireza. Alireza appears to be
Levon
lost.
Also looks like he might lose.
But it's still 1.5 points, right? Half a point out of first, yeah, there.
And tomorrow you're playing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who looks like he's going to win today. He's playing quite well.
He's made the time control, yeah?
Yes, because he got in a repetition.
Yeah.
Very clever. He's professional players.
What are your games like against MVL? Very fighting?
Yeah, they're always super exciting. In general, MVL is a super exciting player. And yeah, just looking forward to playing a good game tomorrow and see what happens.
Thank you so much for joining us, and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gukesh. And indeed, we have played C3, C4, and the players now get the 30 minutes because somebody just lost on time. They now get their 30 minutes. Chris Bird, the arbiter in the technical meeting, explained that just because you made the time control doesn't mean the 30 minutes is going to be added immediately. One of the players
let
clocks.
it go to 0.
Exactly, and that's what we just saw. Peter, jump in. Maxime has played really, really well, and this last move, C4, feels like a clincher.
Once Levon allowed him back in, there was a moment where Levon could have equalized cleanly. He missed that. It was a very difficult equality. It was very study-like. But once MVL was allowed back in, he barely missed a bit. And now after C3, C4, as mentioned, the only move you really would like to make is FG3. Nothing really makes any sense otherwise. Queen F5, you can attack the rook, but now after rook F1, white even sort of progresses with their own threats without really stopping the attack on against the black king. So that's completely lost. So you go FG, and now Queen C8. Queen B8 also wins, but Queen C8 is simpler because, as mentioned, King E7, Bishop C5 is made, King F7, Rook F1 is also made. Only move to make is Queen D8. And yeah, you can continue playing this out, but you kind of know how this movie ends. There's really no real intrigue left.
Right.
It seems like this one is very close to getting wrapped up.
And the same for the Fabiano Alireza game as well, right? I mean, we were thinking that it's an extra pawn for Fabi and domination as well.
Yeah, we left it at rook d4. Alireza clearly does not want to allow the bishop to b5, so he went bishop a2, preserving the control over the e6 square. Fabi went rook e2. Well, in the same vein, Alireza probably plays bishop b3 here. But
rook
e3, bishop a2, you keep it on those two squares. It cannot really be.
But now bishop f1, bishop b5.
But you can absolutely do it under your own steam. Yeah, put it on b5 and win from there.
Yep.
Not only are you a pawn up, your extra pawn is on d7. It's very well protected.
And the pawn on b6 is ridiculously.
It's very well protected. There's really not a lot of. Not a lot of things not a lot of good things you can say about the black position. It should not be very difficult from here for Fabi. Of course, Alireza will spend probably most of his time searching for something he might do, which makes the task harder. But I don't see it.
No, not at all. I just wanted to jump on the bandwagon there and say that in this position after bishop b3, rook e3, bishop here, it's sort of like, okay, I'm a pawn up, but I have a majority, I have a passer, and your majority actually is terrible.
Is completely stuck.
So it feels like you're actually 2 pawns down in the sense as soon as I play bishop to b5, thank you, that's a huge, huge pawn. Yes, I will be aspiring to play rook e8. And maybe if I absolutely need it, I'll be playing f4, f5.
Yeah, you can always improve on the king side.
As well. So this is just, as you say, we know how this movie ends.
It's kind of hard to mess this up for white.
Truly, truly. And Alireza, not a good showing. I mean, he's going to be sitting here saying, well, I'm at 50% after 3 games. That's not great. It's not. But he's had 3 bad positions. I mean, it could easily have gone disastrously wrong.
Yeah.
And today he wasn't in this game. Fabi played a good game, but
yeah, I think it will sound a bit harsh, but it really does for me go all the way back to this position where
the failure to play bishop.
This is your worst piece. Just get it into the game immediately. Put it on d7. Put it on f5 if white allows. White maybe doesn't allow it. f4, f6 is something you can try, but playing f4 in these structures is always incredibly double-edged because you're left with this really horrible bishop on g2.
Right.
And if you imagine, some play like bishop, let's say bishop d7, queen e3, b5, queen b6, rook a c8. There's definitely counterplay on the queen side, and this is rock solid. So this is not the decisive mistake. Actually, he was still completely fine after f5. He could have played bishop c8 here once again. It's just, it needs to be somewhere else. It doesn't need to stay on b7. And big mistakes came later. Even as far as move 22, when already you are in some trouble. After queen e7, I think it's maybe still salvageable, although it's unpleasant. But for me, the beginning of trouble was the decision to go f5, rook f5, and not include the bishop in the game.
Yeah, and for me, I completely agree. I just saw the moment Fabi got the opportunity to force d6 takes c5. It was that queen d8 move, by the way, that allowed Fabi to play knight takes c5.
Not on screen.
Okay. Okay, I think Levon and MVL.
MVL is winning with the a-pawn.
Is going.
This is still going to be a game. Because,
yeah,
Peter showed us that this could continue for a while.
If Levon hasn't resigned yet, I don't think he's planning to resign until white makes significant progress.
Yeah.
As is absolutely his right. It's a trickier endgame, as I said, than you would expect, but it is winning.
Bishop, I put the pawn on a3 picture. You were trying to get us to a position where you could demonstrate that it's not that easy, and you knew that you blundered rook a4 and rook takes a2. I put the bishop on b2 and the pawn on a3 and say, no, I'm not.
You're not touching that pawn.
They're playing quickly, but okay, it's a piece up. I mean, come on. I mean, an extra bishop is an extra bishop, right?
It's just if the pawn was on h, then Levon would resign. But because it's on a, yeah, it's still not that easy to.
Yeah, exactly. The one thing that you never want to do, even if you never want to be in a position where there's a rook trade. I mean, that's here. You still have rook check, right? Bishop b2. Yeah, there we go. I mean, I was saying it tongue in cheek, but I really mean it. You put your pawn on a3, your rook on b4, and then your king. You say to your king, you lazy dog, go and win those pawns on your own
MVL absolutely knows how this works, and he is removing any opportunities for blunders from himself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And now we can go a3, rook h5, or what have you.
Yeah, a3.
There's full control over this.
I would be like rook b4, and I'd go with my king up to the h7 pawn.
Just take h7, yeah.
Exactly. Then I come back and I take the e6 pawn as well.
Yeah, I like that setup.
You know.
No risk.
Right, but...
no risk to blunder anything.
Right.
Should we watch Fabio Alireza? Because I think
Absolutely.
that game might end faster than this one.
Also. And he did play bishop f1, by the way. Just he is ready to cement the complete protection of that pawn on d7, and his bishop will be anchored as well on the b5 square, so that he could play rook to e8 as needed. Yeah.
I liked earlier you mentioned that White can consider expanding on the king side with like
f4 or 5, because I've got a majority that...
Well, you know, when you have the ability to do that, why wouldn't you?
Right.
Just take more space, completely limit Black's options.
The other problem that Alireza is facing is if he doesn't have enough issues, once the bishop gets to b5, well, rook to e4, rook to e8, that's an immediate clanker.
Yeah, that's game over.
that
so maybe
clinches.
after bishop b5, to avoid immediately losing, I go rook e6.
Your turn now, right? What?
Oh, no, king f8 was played.
Oh, king f8, sorry. Bishop b...
Yeah, it's White to move.
You go rook e6?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm dreaming of winning the d7 pawn somehow and still not being lost in that endgame.
What is this bishop doing?
I think the biggest issue is that we can take on... Yeah, that maybe wins on the spot. But more structurally, rook e6,
Yes.
rook d6, rook b6.
Yeah, I think Peter pointed out this actually, this ending.
Maybe even a
by
pawn
the way,
ending, frankly.
Just take on b6.
I'm not even sure you can take that
Yeah, because you
pawn,
go
right?
rook b7 and that's it.
Well, you would need to... That actually you need to calculate, because it runs to a4.
Yeah.
But takes rook b5 is just so utterly hopeless.
But what about
b5,
the
rook
sermon
a7.
that we're all taught? All rook endings are drawn.
Well,
not this one.
Not this
Yeah,
one.
apart
There are
from
some exceptions.
apart from the ones that are lost.
Yeah.
That is,
There are exceptional ones. You know,
You can see the body language of Alireza. He is already thinking about
Dinner.
or what he did wrong in this game.
Yeah.
Trying to recall where he went wrong.
yeah, I mean, he came yesterday. He says, my brain's not working.
You know, Nodirbek said the same thing. Maybe there's something in the air.
Right.
Although some other players.
Their brains are working
Yeah.
just fine. Thank you for asking. Yeah. You said rook e6, huh?
After bishop b5.
Sorry, bishop b5.
Because you have a very easy win, rook e4, rook e8.
That's
I
it.
have to do something.
Well, now that you mention it, rook e4, you have to play king e7?
King e7? Well, not e7, because that loses, right? Take
Probably.
and bishop c4.
Yeah.
So king f7.
Ah, now you'll get to play takes and bishop e6. Ah. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's no need to complicate.
Right.
You can, but if you don't want to go in that rook endgame, yeah, I liked your rook a3 move. I think that's winning as well.
Yeah.
Because now if I go bishop b1, you just go rook c3 and put the rook on c8.
That's
I think we go rook e1 check and bishop f7 maybe, but yeah, that also looks horrendous.
You
Rook
can probably pin that bishop.
Or bishop
right?
e6 maybe. I'm trying to...
So rook c3 still? Or rook d? I don't know which one to start with.
I know, they're all tempting.
I think rook c3 with rook c6 idea, and I'm just picking up pawns.
Yes.
Because now when you play king e7, you
Yes.
really cannot take on d7, because you will be pinned for good.
Right, rook takes
Losing the-
d7, rook takes e6
Mhm.
check.
And if you take bishop, rook c7, and I win the whole piece.
Yes. Well, it's kind of a changing of the chairs, if you will. This, I mean, if, as expected, Fabi wins, he will go to +1. Alireza will drop back to 50%. Should MVL win, he'll go to +1. And once again, Levon will drop
to 50%. So there will still be a three-way tie.
And Prague remains.
And Prague, because it is draw, remains at +1. But when you think about the GCT tours, if our production team doesn't mind bringing up the top 4 leaders of the GCT tour coming into today, I mean, this is number 1 and number 2 playing one another, and this is number 3 and number 4 playing each other. And for Alireza, this is a hurtful loss, because Prague, as we know, is currently leapfrogging him. So this race for the playoffs.
The results as they stand might actually dump both Levon and Alireza out of the current top 4. Sort of irrelevant, there's still 6 rounds to go, but as we are keeping track of this race,
and we will,
if they both lose as they should from these positions, I suspect they're both out of the top 4.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe Levon isn't, though. Levon was in a slightly more comfortable situation.
Yeah, Levon has some cushion because he had 28 or 27 points. Sorry,
No,
23.
23.
Yeah. 23.
There's only a half a point difference, though. Maybe, You would need to take a look, but yeah, this very much endangers both of their tournaments.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alireza?
Yeah, Prague, if he keeps up his success, he's looking really, really good. I wanted to ask you your opinion, Nazi. You going into that rook ending prescribed by Peter?
Do I trust my own technique?
Yeah, right.
I'm going to keep the rooks. I'll play rook a3.
Me too. I think the rook ending is completely won, but boy, especially calling the GCT tour, it's amazing how these guys get into some rook endings, and now it's a draw.
I've seen it too many times.
Me too.
Since we're not really doing very much, let's look at the pawn ending and try to figure out if it's winning or not.
All right, let's do it. Rook takes e6, bishop takes e6, rook to d6, king e7, rook takes, and now we're challenging you to accept the pawn. I'm not going into the rook ending, I'm going into the king and pawn endgame. And now what Peter is asking, it's a race. Black's king is going after the a pawn. White wants to make...
Is there a need to bring the king over? So when he takes on a4, you go king c4, or do you want to just create a passer on the king?
No, I think we want to immediately initiate a race. I'm a bit worried about g4, g5 though, because those are a pawns and not b pawns.
Don't be, Peter.
King e6.
King e6.
It's coming to this wave.
Yeah, but that should lose. Yeah, king e3, king e5, f4, king f3. That should lose. That is very, very safely lost for black, of course. This one, on the other hand, this is the one I was trying to calculate. H takes g, king g3.
Yeah.
King e5, f4 check. G takes f, king f3, king f6, king f4, king g6. I am not 100% convinced this is winning. Although, I mean, this, I think, is a draw, because I get to c8 just in time.
Do you?
I wasn't sure.
Yes, he gets there.
I think no, this is the one I calculated. G5, on the other hand, might be winning because maybe it wins us a tempo somewhere. But
this is why Fabi keeps his pieces on the board.
And this precise position is the reason I brought this up, because it might actually be a bit of a teachable moment for our audience.
King takes.
An extra pawn in a pawn endgame is not always winning.
King and 2 versus king and 1 generally is completely winning, but
it's a corner pawn,
yeah, it's a corner pawn, so.
He played rook d2. Not rook a3 as we were.
He's forcing black to take on e3, which for that pawn ending is now very easily winning. Very smart play by Fabi. He
separated his pawn.
He creates a passer that he doesn't need to work on creating later.
Now he can play rook d6.
Oh, this is smart. I like this.
And at the end of the day, instead of having a pawn on f2,
instead of having to work to create a passer, we have
already a pass pawn. Yeah.
We have a ready-made passer on e3.
These guys are good.
They are good. I mean, nicely spotted, and as Peter says, it's not even nothing to calculate. We just bring our king triumphantly up the board and escort the pawn home. And poor Alireza, he just has that look of like, disgust. Not a game he's going to be proud of, that's for sure.
Yeah, tough game. But Fabian played a really good chess. Wow, Alireza resigns right here.
Yeah. Congratulations, Fabi, as he takes down one of our tournament co-leaders and becomes the co-leader himself.
Mm-hmm.
Right, which means all eyes turns to MVL and
Levon.
Levon.
The only game left. MVL has an extra piece, but it's a slightly tricky endgame to win.
Much to my surprise, I didn't see A3.
Because Levon hasn't played Rook A4 yet. There's no rush.
And he's no. Sorry. What I was thinking was back here when I saw the move Bishop B2, King C7. I really expected A3, King C6, Rook B4, and I was just going to keep this position with. You can never take, right? Because then I'll just put my bishop on.
B2. B pawn is easy one, yeah.
And so, for example, H5, yeah. Then I was going to go King
H3.
here.
We're still not threatening to take G4, though.
That is actually funny. We're not.
So just King C5 or something?
Yeah.
And keeping my rook on the B file. None of this happened. What we had instead was White's rook went to the A file. Where's the cheapo? If I take the pawn?
Rook E2, Rook E2.
Rook E2. Rook E2.
That would be quite unpleasant.
That would be sad. Rook H2, we take. And that would be very, very sad. This is how we get the rooks off the board. And those half points, boy,
they matter a lot in this event.
Oh, they sure do. But
let's stop our analysis. We have a special guest, Fabi. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Great win today, great result. What's your level of happiness right now?
Yeah, this is really important. Really happy about this win. I mean, especially because the Grand Chess Tour standings are so tight and we're all kind of in contention. I mean, besides Maxime, who I guess just makes it.
Right.
But yeah, the rest of us are really fighting for the last spots.
Yeah, and in this case, you're taking down an immediate rival as well. So it's doubly good. I mean, every victory is good, but this one especially.
Yeah, this is especially important.
Where did it go well? What happened? When did it go well?
I was a bit surprised when he played F5. Like this moment, I didn't like my position so much. I mean, I know the position after A5 is just equal, but I'm not sure exactly how I'm supposed to try to play for an advantage.
Were you expecting Bishop C8 instead?
Instead of F5, I wasn't actually sure what I was expecting. Because Black, yeah, Bishop C8 is logical. I was going to put my queen on E3. That's why I played Queen E2, because I couldn't see another move. Like, I can't dislodge the knight because he... yeah, I'm trying to get B3, but in a good version. Because if I play B3 instead of Queen E2, then he plays B5. And I'm not quite in time. And this is very awkward for me. And of course, A3, A4 just cements his knight forever. I mean, if I had played it instead of B3. Yeah, here A3 allows B4. And so it's kind of this somewhat subtle fight for the C5 square. And that's why I thought that Queen E2 to minorly improve the queen was a somewhat clever move. After F5, I was happy because at least I thought I'm never worse in this position. After Knight E4, I mean, yeah, maybe Queen E7, but I was kind of expecting Queen E7, Queen C7, so I had a lot of time to calculate, because he was also burning a lot of time. I had a lot of time to calculate this Queen B5, B3 and try to play quickly.
Can we show that moment instead of A3? Did you consider for a moment that Bishop H3 was winning an exchange? Right here.
Yeah, but I didn't like the exchange sack somehow. Also, I kind of had made my decision and...
You're focused on B4.
Yeah, I thought that it was a very pleasant position. So he takes on D5, I guess, and take. I don't know, maybe I should just go for this, but wasn't 100% sure about
But you
it.
saw it.
Yeah, I was like looking at Bishop H3 at various moments, so this one did also come to mind.
For me, this position, I really liked your chances now. The moment he has this the weak pawn on E5 and you got the passer, yeah, it's okay. He's a blockader, but no.
I think the important thing is that his bishop can't escape B7. So if I keep my queen on B5, whenever he tries to play Bishop C8, I play Queen C6.
Right.
If his bishop were on D7, I think he would maybe be okay, more or less. So yeah, rook f6, and I realized that queen d3 doesn't threaten bishop h7 and allows bishop c8 and probably allows him to equalize.
We missed it as well. I thought queen d3 to take on h7.
So I was happy that at least like I didn't see anything better than rook f5 for him.
Yeah. Everything was going smoothly, and then this move. This was a moment that, well, we were looking at queen e2 or queen f1, and you came up with the move rook e2. Why did you reject either queen e2 or queen f1?
Yeah, I thought in both cases, like queen e2, queen d6, the idea is to put the queen on e1.
Yes.
Unfortunately, bishop h3, rook f2, I don't think the queen for 2 rook trade in this version works, although many versions I think it does work. So queen e1, bishop c8. I thought the main idea of this is to play bishop h3, otherwise I wasn't sure the point behind it.
Right.
The rook goes to g5, I thought. I take on c8, rook c8, and then I was looking at various options here, like rook f3 was very tempting.
Can't we just go bishop c8, rook d2? Ah, there's bishop a6, yeah.
Can't we do what?
Rook d2 here. I hadn't seen the move, but yeah, bishop a6.
Bishop a6
is
exists,
also
yeah.
probably important. But yeah, this, like, I thought it was promising as well, but then I thought that...
You wanted to keep your queen on b5.
Well, he was probably also calculating that, so I'm giving him basically like 4 moves instantly.
Right.
And then I thought that if I put my pawn on h4, first of all, it's difficult for him to come up with a move practically, and also in a lot of these lines where the rook was going to g5, it would no longer be able to. So if we got the same position,
right,
like let's say I triangulate, I was considering, for example, that he plays rook f6, and then maybe I'll try to get the same position.
Right.
Then suddenly I noticed that queen d3 was very strong.
I'm trying to triangulate.
Yeah, rook e3, for example, queen f6.
Yep.
Queen e2, queen d6, queen e1.
Yep.
Bishop c8, bishop h3. It's definitely a much better version.
Right.
If not just winning a pawn, because rook h5 I can play queen e2.
Right.
Instead of trading first, and probably just winning a pawn.
Yep.
But then I thought queen d3, probably even better.
Oops, sorry.
It's rook e2.
Oop. Apologies. Yeah, rook e2. And queen d3.
Because yeah, like how does he defend this pawn? I just didn't really see it. At least with 1 minute or even 30 seconds in this case.
I think we were trying for him something like rook f7 and rook e8 and rook e7, like fully seizing the defense. This is not fun, and you've got no time. So
maybe it was the best, but it's a tough choice.
Yeah, it's not fun. A little bit of a desperado here for him, and you handled it all very, very well from here on out. It was smooth, unlike the last few days, Fabi. So that was a very good win. Yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Putting yourself in contention for the playoffs and getting a share first. Yeah.
Congrats again, Fabi.
Thank you.
And good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Results so far for an eventful round 3 as we're keeping up our 2 victories.
Well.
What?
So
what?
far we have one decisive result, and MVL has spoiled his winning
Be
game.
serious.
Yes.
No. What happened, Peter?
Well,
we're getting a rook and bishop versus rook.
We're going to watch the dreaded rook and bishop, but yeah, the disaster happened there for MVL. He was in complete control, and then we kept on saying, just put it on a3 so that you don't blunder it later.
Exactly.
And he didn't. And yeah, for the time being, yeah, we're watching the live board. He will, of course, pick up the pawn on h5. And we have seen very strong players fail to defend this endgame, but yeah, MVL there with a hand on his head, realizing just what a big miss just occurred. There was a pawn on a2 6 moves ago, and it wasn't even attacked.
On a2, and he could have played
You should
a3.
have played a3, yes.
a3. I mean, just look. I don't trust myself not to blunder the pawn, but putting the pawn on a3 means I can't blunder the pawn. Okay, sorry. So how did he do it?
We get up to here. Black's last move is rook e4, c4. We don't really want to take on h5 just yet because rook c2 is very awkward. This is understandable. But yeah, once again, just play a3.
You're right.
Make sure it's there.
Yeah.
Instead of which, he played bishop f6, which is an understandable move. Seemingly, we want to control the run of the h-pawn. Rook c5. And we put it on a file
No.
Where rook f5 is happening. He didn't blunder rook c5. He thought, okay, what's the problem? Rook a6 check and we're still winning. But king b7, rook takes a6, and
A5.
rook a5. And
No
we would
more
like to play
a3.
rook e2, but there is rook f5 check there.
No.
And you just have to abandon your a2 pawn.
And if our pawn was on a3, we'd always have
We would play
b7.
or bishop b7 or
yeah.
bishop b2, something. Yeah, a very, very unusual
Very
moment
uncharacteristic.
of. I think he kind of relaxed a little bit.
Yeah.
I think he thought,
Haven't
okay, this
we
is
all
done,
done
and
that?
whatever I do, I will coast from here. And now, game sort of restarts. I mean,
wow.
As mentioned, it's possible to lose this position. Vladimir
Still.
Kramnik lost it in front of my eyes once, and some other very, very strong players failed to defend it. But we do know it's a draw.
Yep.
And the count begins now. It's move 61 and 50 moves to go.
Yeah. No, I know your horror story, Nasi,
Which I told this
against
morning.
Zatansky, Anna Zatansky in the women's championship. It was the 50th move where she captured your rook. Peter, your experiences with rook and bishop versus
I have
them?
Mine are sort of more fun, because my one experience of actually trying to play it from the stronger side resulted. I played it against Vladimir Malakhov, who is, as opposed to me, an actual endgame specialist. And I couldn't push him further than the 6th rank for 30 moves. And I kind of gave up and offered a draw. And as for my experiences on the weaker side, famously I held it against Fabi in the Moscow candidates. And I held it fine for about 35 moves, using the 2nd rank defense. And then Fabi managed to rotate my king from e8 to b5.
You lost your bearings?
And as often happens, I think you lose your bearings a little bit. And I actually allowed a lost position.
Right.
But it was
Which
very
he didn't
tight.
jump.
But it was very tight in terms of 50 moves.
Yeah.
And we were playing on increment for the past, I don't know how many moves, and Fabi
Right.
didn't actually convert from there. It was a very important game for, chess history.
Yes.
Because if Fabi wins that, he enters the last round half a point ahead of Karyakin, doesn't need to play for a win with the black pieces, plays something solid, probably doesn't lose,
Right.
gets his match 2 years earlier.
Right.
So yeah, it was a consequential game. It also lost Lawrence Trent a cell phone, apparently.
Oh dear.
Because he told me later he threw it at the wall so hard when the game was
wasn't
eventually
recovered.
drawn that it was beyond repair.
Okay. You mentioned it just a moment ago, the 2nd rank defense. And that was what Levon has set up. He's setting up, in this case, his king's on the border, and he's saying that his rook is going to patrol. What is the 2nd rank?
Let's set it up, but before we do,
Yes,
this is
please.
my favorite hobby horse, and I want to ask the two of you's opinion. The player defending this from the black side, should he be allowed to get up and play from where the clocks are?
I'm not sure I
don't
understand.
understand the question.
Like literally move his chair to the clock.
You learn the 2nd rank defense with the king on e8 and the rook on b7, d7, and
Right.
so on, right? When it's on
because
b5,
you're
when it's on b5,
that's
it's
true.
90 degrees turned around in your head.
Right.
Should you be allowed to get up, position yourself here,
Right.
and play as if it's the 8th rank?
No. I've always just turned
Just
the
no.
board 90 I've just turned the board 90 degrees.
No, nobody's going to allow you to mess with the equipment. It's connected to all the wires. This never happens. The question is, my question is the relevant one.
Yeah,
I've
why
never
not?
seen it.
It's not
actually.
against the rules.
You
We
just
should
go
ask
to
Chris.
where the
Chris might penalize you 2 minutes to your opponent and sit down.
On principle. On principle.
I don't know. It's a genuine question because it would be easier if you could do it.
Yeah.
Because I think it's much easier not to lose your place where in where you're defending when you do that. And,
Okay.
It sounds funny, but it's a bit of a genuine question. And the 2nd rank defense, I'm trying to figure out how to ask black to be stalemated. Let's do it some way. So we make a move, and the point is, in all of these positions, if you start giving checks, the problem is when you give the 2nd check, your rook is hanging.
Right.
And if you don't give checks and you play king c4, would have been instantly winning if not for the fact that this kicks the king away.
Right.
And if you go king c3, king c2, we can go back to b7 and start running.
Right.
And this works on any side of the board,
Right.
including this one.
Yeah.
So this is the defense that Levon quite clearly is setting up, because otherwise he would have been the rook would have been on h5. If with the king on b5, the old classical way of holding this endgame is rook on exactly the opposite side of the board from your king, pinning the bishop.
Yeah.
So that would be, let me set that up. That would be some kind of a position like this, where we give this check, we put the king on a5, white goes rook b8, and we go whichever way. Actually, not this way, actually.
We go rook g4.
Rook g4 or king a4 is also fine.
Rook g5, sorry.
Yeah. And this is how I think people were taught to defend this endgame for the longest time. And then the second rank defense. I think the second rank defense is sort of more meta these days. I think people tend to do that more these days than the old way with the rook far away.
Maybe it's a bit easier because of all the stalemates.
Right. And by the way, that defense with the rook pinning the bishop is the Zen defense, not Z-E-N, but with an S. S-Z-E-N, as in Sen defense. I noticed that MVL has just played the move rook A8, trying to trick, wrong foot the rook, if you will.
Yeah. But it's still, so far it's difficult to go wrong. I wonder if there will come a moment in this game where there will be the only move that holds, but for the time being, pretty much every single sensible move. I wonder if rook a4 loses. Yeah, if we play rook a4, we've lost. Rook b8 check, king a6, bishop d4, and white will get, it's actually mate in 7 already because of how poor your pieces are.
Wow. We're ready to play bishop c5.
King a5, king c5, king a6, rook a8
Sorry guys, we're not seeing your game position, so now we do.
Wow. Sorry, Peter was saying, if we want to blunder badly, we can blunder. MVL had just played the move bishop c3. We want to blunder badly, we could play the move rook a4.
But yeah, it's impossible to make that move. It just looks wrong.
Oops.
Bishop d4 here.
Bishop d4, pardon me.
Bishop d4.
And it's mate in 7, apparently. Oops. Let's not go there. So rook, sorry. So again, rook a8, bishop c3, rook b3, check.
Check, and rook c8. King b5 is fine, I would assume. Pretty much any move is fine.
King b5?
Maybe king d4. How do you keep your rook on the b5?
Actually, only 5 moves make a draw here, but to be honest, there aren't very many legal moves black has altogether.
I kind of like something about rook b7, preparing king b3, king c4.
Rook b4 check.
Yeah.
That's right.
I find the most appealing, because if you didn't play king c4, well, then I'm out of the danger, any kind of danger.
Yeah, you start running
with my king on b3. Wow! But for those of you joining us late, we saw massive failing by MVL. He had an a2 pawn, rook and bishop versus rook with an a2 pawn. There were other pawns on the board, but he could have kept his a2 pawn by just putting it on a dark square and keeping it protected. He didn't do that. He blundered the pawn, and Levon is going to remain tied for first.
Probably.
We've been calling things early today, so I'm gonna.
You're gonna defer
until the game's over.
Okay.
Because we already called that
b5.
MVL was replacing Levon.
Yeah. We're only 8 moves into the endgame. There's still a road ahead of us, I think.
Okay, so let's see. How can I wrong foot you? Rook c6.
Back to e4 even.
Oh.
Yeah, they both have so much time.
I keep
on the
wanting
clock
to
too.
play king c4.
I know.
It's definitely harder to defend this when you have 30 seconds, but both of them have 26 minutes.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's a lot. That's a lot.
It's too much.
Yeah. How come it's not updating?
It's not refreshing?
Not refreshing. Huh. No refresh. No refresh.
Maybe you can do it manually.
Yes, I'll do it manually. Apologies.
There we go.
Yeah. I used to very proudly say that I played this endgame 7 times with the superior side, the inferior side, and I always maximized until Hikaru did something I was never able to do. He won with the rook.
Against you?
Magnus.
On time?
On time.
Okay.
They were playing the Fischer random, and Magnus was trying to win.
There's no increment?
But he forgot there was no increment.
I see.
And he ran down to 15 seconds, and then he offered a rook trade, and Hikaru said, no way.
Oh, that...
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we believe this is going to go on for a while because we just started in this endgame, and we will leave the board on for the viewers to enjoy, but we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament. October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated Chess Club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
And welcome back, everyone. That was unexpected.
Yes, it was.
They quickly agreed to a draw, and Bill didn't try to play for 50 moves.
And with that narrow escape, Levon Aronian stays at the top.
Tied for the first.
Tied for first. And MVL, I mean, he will, boy, that's a tough
stings,
pill
right?
to swallow.
How do you recover from that?
That is just so shocking that you don't play A3 and just...
And he set it up perfectly with the bishop.
He did.
To protect that pawn, and then just left it unprotected.
It's not even the half a point. He played such a nice game.
You're right. Very, very deserving.
He played such a nice game. He found so many difficult things to get there.
Right.
And then not to convert from there.
Yeah.
This will hurt.
Truly.
On the other hand, for Levon, what a save.
Yeah, sometimes the angels are just sitting on your shoulder, but let's show our viewers the standings after this incredibly eventful round 3.
Well, we still have 3 players tied for first, but it's no longer Alireza. It's Fabiano, Levon, and Praggnanandhaa with 2 points. Then we have 5 players at 50%, and nothing has changed on the bottom.
Exactly. And for those of you joining us, like just an incredible swing. I mean, how many question marks can you give the move Bishop F6, Peter?
Many. I would like to give it
three.
Many.
Like again, I'm not. I don't think Levon would have resigned, but he understood that after A3, there's really very little to play for. That eventually the bishop gets to B4.
Exactly. I would actually invest the next 3 moves in playing, I don't know, A3, Bishop F6, Bishop B7, Bishop B4.
Right.
And after that, we can
go collect.
Yeah, we can spend as much time as we like.
But
on
the
collecting.
extraordinarily, and it's kind of hidden, let's be fair.
It's not an
that
obvious
that
tactic.
when we play the move Bishop F6, I think he's just saying, okay, well, I'll play Bishop E7. Followed by A3, followed by Bishop B4. And it makes all the difference in the world. We can't trade rooks. We simply cannot trade rooks. If we trade rooks, we've got the wrong colored pawn. But because we put our bishop on F6.
You think you still have rook A6 and taking
I'm
the
pretty sure
pawn
he didn't
B6.
blunder rook C5. He blundered
So let's show
B7.
the line all the way to the end.
Yeah.
It's
And
this
now,
move rook A5.
isn't this wonderful? We've defended the
So if you
bishop.
go rook C2, white is still winning.
Oh, see daisy. And again,
Oh,
if
his
the
heart
pawn
must
is
have
on
sunk
A3,
here.
we've always have bishop E7. Conversely, just imagine you're sitting there and you're cursing yourself out. You're Levon, Aronian. This has all gone wrong. It's terrible, terrible, terrible. There's only one way your opponent doesn't win.
It's by a blunder.
And you see it.
Yeah.
And you see that bishop f6 doesn't win. And then you look at your score sheet and said, did he really just play bishop f6? And with trembling hands, you play
I don't know if he was seeing it.
I think you know. I see it.
Once he played it, he saw it immediately.
Yeah. Wow. But let's remind everybody the schedule of our tournament as we are in round 3 just completed. Nasi.
Right. Tomorrow players will be back for round 4. There's only 2 days left until the rest day that we're all looking forward to.
Yes, indeed. As you see there, if there are playoffs, we will have playoffs for the Sinquefield Cup on the 27th after the round. And if there are GCT playoffs, and that's almost... No, I don't think that's going to happen, but we have a special day for
We're
that.
very happy Levon in the studio.
Levon, can I, whatever angel dust that you have, can you share it with us? I mean, what an escape.
Yeah, I've been lucky the whole month, and it continues staying lucky. Yeah.
Did you see bishop f6 before he made that move? That it would be a draw, that you had rook c5.
Yeah.
Your heart kind of skipped a beat.
But that's already, I mean, he's in a zone that it's not that easy. I mean, I felt that instead of moving his king, he should have kind of brought his bishop to e7 early on and then just a3. And
like somewhere back here, he's here. He's here.
Yeah.
And you think, okay.
Or like bishop c5, bishop b4, a3, bye-bye.
Right. Right, bishop
c5. You can't play rook g5.
Yeah. I was already feeling it.
Yeah, that he would be bishop b4, a3. Thank you very much for coming. But it was a very interesting game up until...
I can remember what I analyzed. I remember the position up to e6. And then I couldn't figure out...
Even here, really? you expected knight to d1.
Great.
No?
No.
So I mixed up something, yeah?
Yes, we thought queen c4 was the error. We thought that this is all standard up until bishop c5.
Queen c4 exists. Not here?
I don't think it's here. Bishop c5 here equalizes, I'm pretty sure. But queen c4 maybe less so, yeah.
I mixed up something.
Yes, you did. And then after c3, you're going backwards. Here maybe he could play h3, rook f3. He can just enjoy. You don't really want to play castles, do you?
I do.
You do?
And then I'll play, I don't know.
I think our main move here was rook f3.
Yeah, it's unpleasant, I agree.
I think we liked f5 too.
Yeah, 5 was still fine, but...
early e6, yeah.
Yeah, e6 is not great.
Here, Levon, did you notice c4 for white?
Yes.
It's a very good move, right?
Yeah. c4, queen c4, I have to go, but I wasn't sure it works.
No, it really doesn't, no.
We were looking at knight b6.
Mm-hmm. It's very difficult, though, but it's extremely dangerous.
Rook
I think you take with the bishop.
Oh, pardon me. I apologize. To keep your king in the center still.
And the king is stuck, huh?
A little bit.
Yeah, you don't get to castle.
Yeah, well, if I don't get to castle, I don't want to...
Life's not that much fun.
It with you guys.
I don't want to. But none of that happened. Instead, the game continued with e6. And
bishop e6 doesn't work, right? Bishop e6, I thought
we
c4.
thought that was the best move.
Yeah,
we thought bishop takes e6 was the best move.
Yeah,
Did you expect c4?
I expected c4. I was worried about c4 somehow.
In this iteration, you don't
like
get
castle
mated.
queen h6. May you come?
Oh.
Wait a minute. Let's share that with the audience.
No, not here. Here it doesn't work.
Here it doesn't work.
While the knight's still alive on d5.
Oh, yeah.
Here
bishop g5 is there.
Yes.
But their knight d7 mate is coming.
Okay. So castles. Just a second. Let me show what Levon is sharing.
Yeah, that's a bye-bye.
That's actually very pretty.
With the knight, yes.
Yeah. You will be immortalized.
So I mixed up stuff. Oh my God.
Yeah. But you were fighting, and
here I went wrong. I thought I'm already fine here.
Yeah, but you need to play very precise. It's still not that easy.
Rook g6 is a terrible move.
No, it's fine. In this position, queen d8 equalizes.
I saw queen d8.
Maybe the only thing that equalizes
I
cleanly is
didn't
queen
like that he can take.
And rook takes.
But it holds.
It holds, yeah?
It holds.
Yeah, rook takes.
I was a bit worried about this type of positions like rook b6 or rook b1. No, rook b1, bishop b4. No, rook b6.
Rook b6, but you have rook d2, rook d1, rook d2 always. So you just play bishop b4, I think. And
Hold on, you guys are going so fast. Well,
Ah,
I don't
he's
even
not
know what
in
I'm
time.
reaching for.
Yeah, he's not in time to bring the rook to b1. Yeah, I forgot this.
Yeah.
Well, wait a second. What if he goes rook b1 here?
Yes. Are we playing rook g4?
Maybe we are.
Rook, I mean, now the rook on
Rook
g6.
b6?
Rook b6. Rook g.
Rook c4.
Rook e4. And maybe rook to d2.
Wow. No.
No,
It's not easy.
It's not easy.
Takes on a6.
The queen d8 was definitely the move because you
Yeah.
actually got into trouble.
I did get into
and
trouble.
then it wasn't easy.
Yeah,
suddenly
honestly,
he's got a grip.
I saw this rook e5. I blundered that after queen c4. I was opting for this. I blundered that after rook takes d4, cd, rook g4, he has rook c5. I felt I'm actually drawing the game with the most precise way. And like queen f2, if he goes queen f2, then rook d4. I mean, the compensation should be enough to draw.
Right.
Because rook b1, rook e4, takes. With this
But-
bishop, you're a Grunfeld player, Peter. You know this bishop is. You cannot eradicate this bishop.
Badly. But rook c5 is what you have.
Yeah, rook c5. Then I have to take queen d4. Takes rook c7, and then it's technical.
Yep.
Yeah, after rook b2, rook g4 actually equalizes, but it's a study.
I saw it. Queen f5.
Rook d4 is a draw.
Rook d4. Rook e6.
King d8.
King d8. Yeah.
There's no mate.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and this somehow
No,
holds, but we thought if
we
if
couldn't
you
believe
play
it.
this,
We couldn't believe
you're
our
a braver
eyes.
man than we are.
We couldn't believe our eyes that this was it was triple zeros.
There's no mate, huh?
No.
Wow.
I should have went for this. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's the only way. Yeah.
Yeah.
What you played your wars, yeah.
Yeah. No. Clearly.
Yeah.
And then where was my last blunder?
Yeah. Let's show this. Rook d5 takes. You can actually play king f7 here. You're still alive.
I saw king f7.
We
What
as-
happens
we
after
thought-
a4?
Yeah, a4 bishop c6.
Queen a7?
Queen a7 we didn't really consider properly. We thought queen c7, rook b7 was what was carrying you, but then you have king e8.
Ah, still queen d7, yeah?
Yeah, probably still queen d7, yeah.
And then queen c5? Queen d5.
Yeah, we can go back, yeah.
Oh. I kind of blundered this whole thing. Yeah, I should have went for this, yeah, for sure. Yeah, queen d8 was terrible. No, I actually...
This was a very fine move by Maxime, by the way. Rook b1.
No, you know, I was actually thinking that I can actually play f4, and then this... I was really hoping for some kind of king e7 stuff, but it never works.
No, he played it very, very well with the c4 because
Actually,
now,
knowing how the game ended, maybe play a4 here instead?
Wait, a4 is the same?
Somehow it is, yeah.
Oh. No, because I thought a4, queen
no,
f5.
because we're not covering f1.
Queen f5 is allowed.
We're
But
not covering
somehow
F1.
it's not working anyway, yeah.
Ah, it's not working anyway.
In this iteration, we're not covering f1.
No, but he plays c4 in order to meet queen f5.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
But this is easy winning anyway.
Of course,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got lucky.
Nice. Well, Levon, you find yourself tied for first. You find yourself in the mix for the playoffs. It's great. Life's good.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it would be better if I could just remember first move of mine now.
Step by step.
That's
Step by step.
Too much to ask.
Levon, step by step. More importantly, tell us the story of your shirt.
We loved your shirt.
This is a batik.
Yes, of course it is.
And this is, once again,
from Iran? Did Iran?
from Iran.
Yeah,
of
she
course,
brought it. She's
delivering
got
the
great
goods.
taste.
She's delivering the goods. Yeah.
We make sure she's on the Christmas
She's my
A-list.
fixer. She's my batik fixer. Yeah.
Mine too, by the way. I've got
Good,
two
good.
wonderful shirts for her. Thank you for joining us, Levon. Hope to see you more often on the show. Standings after 3 rounds of the Sinquefield Cup.
All right, we still have 3 players tied for first, and that's Fabiano, Caruana, Levon, Aronian, and Praggnanandhaa. Then we have in fourth 5 players, I believe, and one of them is Alireza, who just lost today. He was in first coming into today.
Well, as the singer Meatloaf said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And there you have it. It'll get you a tie for first in the Sinquefield Cup. And Peter, you get to close the show for us. We didn't get our 2 victories.
Yeah, we were a move away. For a number of moves in a row, we were a move away from our solid diet of 2 wins per day. White enjoying a very good tournament while we're pressing on other boards as well today, and we're about to win 2-0. But yeah, what a spill by MVL. He will. It's a good thing he's so comfortable in the tour, right?
Right.
If he was in a more endangered position in the tour,
like Alireza's position, for example,
missing the half a point, missing a chance to beat your close rival in the race for the top 4 in Brazil, that would have been really bad. It's pretty bad anyway, because things that a game like this does to your morale are, not to speak of. But at least he is pretty comfortable with his qualification quest.
Well, speaking of spills, I'm not happy. I mean, my horse.
Rest of us?
Yeah, rub it in. My gosh. I'm the only one. Gukesh, okay, Prague, everybody's kind of happy. And of course, Anastasia, she's feeling it. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. I hope you enjoyed our show. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. And, good night from St. Louis.
And join us again tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
Bye-bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.